The cold, handsome, and wealthy vice president lost his virginity overnight. What angered him was that the audacious woman who slept with him had run away. In the presidential suite, a man lay on the bed with a tall and muscular figure. His face was exceptionally handsome. Is this the man she had been married to for 2 years? She never expected him to be so young and handsome. Susie bit her red lips, then reached out. She crawled on top of the man and started undoing his belt. At that moment, a hand with distinct knuckles grabbed her wrist. With a forceful pull, she fell directly onto the man's body. The man's hot breath fell on her face as he spoke in a deep, cold voice. "Who are you?" Susie's heart tightened. Her fingertips brushed his lips. "Shoo, don't ask, I'm your wife." Finally, she directly kissed his mouth, kissing him tenderly and freely. Susie's hands were bold. She directly touched his chest. The man forcefully flipped her over, pressing her down. "You asked for this." He fiercely kissed her neck. The next morning, Fu Nanqing woke up to find that the audacious woman from last night had fled. He instantly became furious, his eyes filled with terrifying rage. She slept with him and sneaked away without any explanation. After a while, his subordinate hurriedly came in. "President, we found out who the woman was last night." He dressed himself, his voice ice cold. "Who is the madam?" Fu Nanqing asked, puzzled. "What madam?" 2 years ago, the elder madam arranged Su Shui, the Su family's daughter, whom she married you to. Fu Nanqing's gaze instantly darkened, looking murderous. He then turned and headed to Yu Garden. Meanwhile, Su Shui saw the marks all over her neck and immediately changed expression. "How was it sleeping with my husband last night? Had a good time, didn't you?" These were all left by her husband. They should have been hers, but she wasn't the bride. Her words hurt Susie. She looked up. "I've completed the task you assigned. Can you release my grandmother now?" Su Shui gritted her teeth and warned her, "Keep last night's events to yourself. If you dare tell anyone about sleeping with my husband, your grandmother is dead. Fu Nanqing is now the head of the Fu family. Your role as my substitute is over. Now I'm going to reclaim my position as Mrs. Fu." Only then did Su Si realize that the mysterious head of the Fu family was Fu Nanqing. 2 years ago, Su Shui despised him for being an illegitimate child and had Su Si marry in her place. Now she wanted to be Mrs. Fu again. At this moment, Su Shui raised her hand and wiped off the foundation on Su Si's face. Soon, a long, hideous scar was revealed. She asked if she understood. Su Si touched her face and softly said she did. In her heart, she mockingly called her an ugly monster. Suddenly, the maid ran in anxiously. "Young madam, the young master is back." Su Shui gave Su Si a warning look. At that moment, the door opened and Fu Nanqing walked in, wearing a custom-made suit that emphasized his superior and cold demeanor. Su Shui greeted him with beautiful enthusiasm. She coquettishly threw herself at him. "Honey, you hurt me so much in the hotel room last night." Unexpectedly, Fu Nanqing grabbed her wrist, speaking with icy coldness. "If you're tired of living, just say so. You dare to set your sights on me." Su Shui felt like her wrist was about to be crushed. She hurriedly explained, "Honey, it was the elder madam who urged us to consummate the marriage. She drugged me. I'm a victim too." Fu Nanqing pressed his lips together in great displeasure. "The elder madam again." Su Si stood in an inconspicuous corner, watching him nervously. She had heard that the Fu family's leader was ruthless and dominant in business, showing no mercy. If he found out that she was the one who slept with him, she would be doomed. Su Si turned to leave. At that moment, Fu Nanqing keenly sensed something. He looked up and immediately spotted Su Si. "Stop right there." Su Si's feet froze, her heart racing. Had he discovered something? Fu Nanqing came to stand before Su Si. "Who are you?" "Turn around." His oppressive aura was too overwhelming. Su Si had no choice but to slowly turn around. Fu Nanqing first saw those clear black and white eyes. His gaze instantly became sharp as knives. "It's you." Su Si's heart skipped a beat. Had he recognized her? The vice president had thought that Knight's woman was really his wife. He didn't expect it to be the little maid beside him. Fu Nanqing kept staring at her, his gaze fixed. Under his stare, the bite marks on her neck seemed to burn. Seeing the situation turning awkward, Su Shui quickly spoke up. Honey, are you mistaking her for someone? This is Su Ci, the new maid. Fu Nanqing looked down at her, his composed demeanor masking a hint of investigation and boldness. The little maid met his gaze. Su Ci felt nervous, but calmly raised her head, deliberately showing the long scar on her right cheek. She displayed it fully before his eyes. Young master, you've mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you. I'm just a maid here. Fu Nanqing slightly furrowed his brows. Indeed, this isn't the face. Then why were you running just now? Young master, I wasn't running. I was just heading to the kitchen to work. Fu Nanqing stared at her for several seconds. The face he saw in the room was Su Shui's, yet in front of Su Shui, he had mistaken a little maid. His voice turned cold. Go. Su Ci turned and walked to the kitchen. Fu Nanqing left Su Shui and went upstairs. Su Shui also entered the kitchen, furious. Su Ci, I warn you, stay away from my husband. Su Ci gave her a bland look. I can leave now if you want, but you must release my grandmother. Su Shui shouted at her. The task isn't over. I've already said you're a maid here. My husband will be suspicious if he doesn't see you. You'll stay here as a maid. She smirked. Then you'd better use everything you've got to secure your position as Mrs. Fu quickly. You surely don't want me staying here watching your embarrassment. Su Shui glared at her furiously, speechless. Suddenly she noticed. How could an ugly woman have such beautiful eyes? Why did she have features similar to her expensive surgically enhanced face? The master had said the template was from a young girl he encountered on the streets of the capital. As Su Shui left, she smugly insulted. Mind your own business, ugly monster. She instructed the servants to assign Su Ci the smallest maid's room and give her the dirtiest, most tiring work. She returned to the maid's room. Sitting before the mirror, she looked at the long scar on her face. Staying here meant facing that man, but for her grandmother's sake, she had no choice. At least Fu Nanqing didn't know her true appearance. Although she was the Su family's biological daughter, she had been switched at birth. After they found her, they despised her for growing up in the countryside, being unsophisticated, and having a scar, refusing to officially acknowledge her. They only arranged for her to stay in the nanny's room, enduring cold treatment. The Su family's second daughter, Su Shui, particularly enjoyed bullying her. When she wanted to return to the countryside, the Fu-Su marriage alliance began. The Su family took her grandmother hostage, forcing her to be a stand-in. She was controlled by others in every way. Su Ci's bangs concealed the meaning in her eyes. She must rescue her grandmother. Fu Nanqing returned to the master bedroom, took a cold shower, then put on black silk pajamas. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a sip of red wine. A moment later, he put down the wine glass. He lay down on the soft bed. Su Shui had slept in this bed for 2 years. Fu Nanqing caught a faint, intoxicating fragrance lingering on the pillow. He had smelled this fragrance last night too. Surprisingly, he had slept well. He had suffered from severe insomnia for years, but last night, he fell asleep. Was it because of Su Shui's fragrance? To verify this, Fu Nanqing got up and went downstairs. Soon, he found that delicate figure in the living room. Su Ci was trimming flower stems and arranging them in a vase. Then steady footsteps approached from behind, coming to stop behind her. The next second, 2 large hands settled on her waist. Through the thin fabric, the man's broad and lean chest pressed against her from behind, holding her delicate form in his embrace. Su Ci trembled, her whole body freezing. Without turning, she knew it was Fu Nanqing. Suddenly his handsome face drew close, his voice low. Su Shui, why do you smell so nice? What perfume are you wearing? The handsome, tall vice president had a special preference. He didn't like his own wife, but rather the little maid beside him. He had mistaken her for Su Shui. Su Ci immediately turned around. Young master, you've mistaken me. I'm not the young madam. Just then, a maid's voice came from outside. Young madam, this way please. Su Shui had arrived. Su Ci panicked. Her fingers were cut by the flower thorns. Fu Nanqing finally realized he was holding the little maid, not Su Shui. He imperceptibly frowned his handsome brows. This was the second time he had mistaken her. She hurriedly pushed him away. Young master, let go of me. The young madam is coming. Fu Nanqing watched her panicked state. She seemed very afraid of him, always keeping her head down, afraid to meet his eyes. He asked softly, where are you hurt? Su Ci finally looked up at him, somewhat slow and shy. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, young master. She randomly grabbed her fair fingers, putting them in her mouth to stop the bleeding. Fu Nanqing's eyes darkened, his gaze falling to her lips. Her cherry-like mouth was moist, naturally showing an alluring watermelon red. At this moment, Su Shui walked in. Seeing Fu Nanqing and Su Si standing together, her face changed dramatically as she immediately scolded, "Su Si, what are you standing around for? Get to the kitchen now." Su Si ran away quickly. Su Shui looked at Fu Nanqing coquettishly. "Honey, let's go have breakfast." In the kitchen, Su Si steadied her breathing and heartbeat. She had been terrified earlier, thinking Fu Nanqing had recognized her. Fortunately, he had just mistaken her for someone else. Now she only wanted to rescue her grandmother and avoid unnecessary trouble. Outside, a servant ordered, "Su Si, take the milk out." She carried the milk to the dining room, just in time to hear Su Shui speaking ill of her. "Honey, this Su Si is from the countryside. Everyone avoids her ugly face. Only I was kind enough to keep her as a maid." Su Si showed no expression. She was used to it. Su Shui belittled her. She looked up at the man. Fu Nanqing sat at the head of the dining table, reading a newspaper. He seemed not to hear what Su Shui was saying. During the day, Su Si went to school as a substitute. After school, she immediately left, standing by the road trying to hail a taxi to Yu Garden, but couldn't get one here. Suddenly, a luxury car slowly stopped in front of her. The back window slowly rolled down, revealing Fu Yu's handsome face. "Little clown, can't get a taxi? Get in, I'll give you a ride." Su Si hesitated, but had to get in. "Thank you." She opened the back door and got in. Fu Yu introduced, "Little clown, this is my uncle." Su Si looked toward the driver's seat. It was actually Fu Nanqing. She immediately regretted it. How could Fu Nanqing be Fu Ju's uncle? What a coincidence. "Uncle, this is my classmate Su Si. She's always had a crush on me. Today she even wrote me a love letter. Let me read it to you." Saying this, Fu Yu took out a love letter from his pocket. Su Si was stunned. When had she written Fu Yu a love letter? It must have been classmates playing a prank, writing a love letter to Fu Yu in her name. At this moment, Fu Yu began reading the letter dramatically. "Dear young Master Fu, I really like you so much. I like your sexy lips, want to kiss you. I like your six-pack abs, want to strip off your clothes. Although I'm ugly, I'm very gentle. Please let me be your girlfriend. Signed, Little Clown Su Si." Su Si looked up, instinctively glancing forward. Her eyes met Fu Nanqing's in the rearview mirror. Su Si's heart immediately raced. She dared not meet his gaze because when their eyes met, she remembered that night in the hotel room, his hands gripping her soft waist, the way he stared at her. Fu Yu put his arm around Su Si's shoulders. "Little clown, I didn't know you liked me so much. All right, let's start dating. From now on, you're my girlfriend." Su Si resisted the urge to kick Fu Yu out of the car. "Shut up." Fu Nanqing's eyes were fierce and cold. He slammed on the brakes. His voice was extremely cold. "Fu Yu, get out?" he asked confusedly. "Uncle, I haven't reached my destination." Fu Nanqing's face grew darker. He said word by word, "If your legs aren't broken, walk." What does their dating have to do with him? What was he being awkward about? Fu Yu was very afraid of his uncle. He let go of Su Si. "Little clown, see you tomorrow. I'll take you on a date tomorrow. Goodbye, uncle." After he got out, Fu Nanqing stepped on the gas and left. Now only the two of them remained in the luxury car. The man didn't speak. Su Si sat very stiffly. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Yu Garden. Fu Nanqing got out. He pulled Su Si out of the car. In a very irritated tone, he warned her not to mess with his nephew. She was the most despised substitute in others' eyes. By day, an ugly, humble little maid. At night, removing her disguise, willingly becoming the lover of a $1 trillion CEO. Fu Nanqing returned to his room and lay in bed but couldn't sleep. The lingering fragrance on the bed had completely dissipated. Without it, his insomnia returned. Fu Nanqing sat up, picked up the phone and made a call, asking the young madam to come upstairs. Downstairs, Su Shui jumped with joy. She quickly found Su Si to boast, "My husband wants me upstairs. Tonight, I'll share a room with him." Su Si showed no reaction. She said happily, "Come help me bathe." After bathing, Su Shui took out a bottle of luxury perfume and sprayed herself generously. "Are you jealous, Su Si? Remember, you're just a lowly substitute. I'm the real Mrs. Fu." After saying this, she left arrogantly. Su Shui entered the master bedroom and immediately pounced forward, saying coquettishly, "Honey, I'm here." Fu Nanqing had been waiting for Su Shui, waiting for her scent, but when she pounced, she brought a pungent perfume smell. He immediately pushed her away. "What's that smell on you?" Why isn't it the bed's fragrance? Su Shui froze at the mention of the bed's fragrance. She hadn't slept in this bed yet. It was Su Si who had. He wanted Su Si's scent. Fu Nanqing narrowed his dangerous eyes. Perhaps the person sleeping in this bed wasn't you? Oh no, he was about to find out. She quickly made up a lie. It was me. It was me. I just took a flower petal bath. It covered up the scent. Fu Nanqing was very angry. What are you waiting for? Go shower quickly. I want the original scent. Otherwise, you can forget about being Mrs. Fu. Su Shui felt his mood was very bad today and hurriedly ran out. Had someone upset him? Su Si was preparing for bed when she saw Su Shui enter with a gloomy face. Why are you back? Did Fu Nanqing kick you out? Su Shui reluctantly ordered. Su Si, tonight you go sleep with my husband. Hearing this, she froze in silence for several seconds before slowly speaking. Your husband called for you to accompany him. I won't go. Su Shui cursed loudly. You think I want you to go? If it weren't for your... Seeing her refusal, she had to use her trump card. She took out her phone to show her a video. Think carefully, Su Si. Your grandmother seems to care about you a lot. She calls your name every day. Su Si became very anxious upon seeing her grandmother. She had no reason to refuse. She could only agree, fine, I'll go. Su Shui revealed a triumphant smile. She demanded that she absolutely must not let her husband touch her and must leave before 6 a.m. Not allowed to sleep with her husband 1 minute longer. Su Si lowered her eyes and softly said, I understand. She smirked, hurry and cover up those scars on your face. Don't scare my husband again. Su Si went to the maid's room, wiping off the ugly scars on her face. It felt comfortable to remove the makeup, but she had to be careful not to let them discover it. Su Shui repeatedly threatened her with her grandmother. It seemed she needed to quickly find an opportunity to discover where her grandmother was. Fu Nanqing lay in bed, very irritated. That little maid with such innocent eyes actually could write such a love letter to seduce his nephew. Su Si walked out and came to the master bedroom. She thought after that night, they wouldn't cross paths again. But now she had to pretend to be Su Shui and sleep with him. Su Si carefully climbed into bed, sleeping on the other side, keeping far away from him. Fu Nanqing opened his eyes and looked at the figure lying beside him. He said displeased, why sleep so far away? Come sleep in my arms. Su Si moved, inching closer to him. He directly grabbed her hand. Pulling her into his arms, he caught that pleasant fragrance. This was exactly the scent. He asked, last time you didn't tell me what perfume you use. Su Si blushed and answered truthfully, I don't use perfume. Fu Nanqing played with her hair and chuckled. You mean this is your natural scent? She shyly buried her head. That's not what I meant. Young master, Fu Nanqing frowned. He quickly grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up. Only that little maid called him young master. Su Si's heart skipped a beat. She was so nervous, she forgot to change her form of address. She hurriedly explained, I'm just nervous. It's my first time sleeping with you. He curved his thin lips. Weren't you bold enough when you climbed on top of me that night? Then what should you call me? Very embarrassedly, Su Si called out, husband. If Fu Nanqing knew she was that little maid, what would his reaction be? He kept holding her waist, as if afraid she'd run away. In a deep voice, sleep now. Su Si softly replied, good night. She was an ugly monster in others' eyes, yet had to be a substitute, sleeping with a $1 trillion CEO. Su Si opened her eyes early in the morning. Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock. Oh no, Su Shui told her to leave before 6, not to sleep a minute longer. She was late. She moved to get up, but Fu Nanqing's strong arm was wrapped around her slim waist. Why are you up so early? Stay and sleep with me a while longer. He had always suffered from insomnia, but surprisingly slept so well holding her. He wanted to hold her and sleep a bit more. Su Si dared not sleep anymore. She immediately broke free from his arms and stood up. I'll get up first. You sleep more. Fu Nanqing frowned slightly, not understanding why she left so quickly, as if in a hurry. She wouldn't even stay when he asked her to sleep with him longer. When Su Si came out after fixing the scars on her face, she saw Su Shui with a gloomy expression. Su Shui scolded her. Su Si, why did you sleep with my husband 5 minutes longer? Was his embrace too warm that you couldn't bear to leave? Su Si felt like her thoughts were exposed. If you're so worried, then don't let me sleep with your husband next time. It was lucky she ran away quickly. She almost didn't have time to apply makeup. Su Shui was about to explode with anger, but she had more important things to do. What perfume did you spray? Hand over the perfume. Why did both Fu Nanqing and Su Shui ask about what perfume she used? Su Si raised an eyebrow and took out a bottle of perfume. Su Shui grabbed it. It was CC perfume. This bottle was empty, just an empty container. This meant she had to buy this perfume to be able to sleep in Fu Nanqing's bed. Su Shui's face turned vicious as she raised her hand to slap Su Si's face. You ugly monster, what perfume? Using CC perfume on you is just a waste. As the slap came, Su Si caught Su Shui's wrist. She smiled carelessly. Oh, so it's not a waste when you use it? Then why don't you go buy it? Such a luxury brand. Su Shui and her mother couldn't get it for so long. This country bumpkin probably bought a fake one. Su Shui wanted to explode. But at this moment, from the corner of her eye, she saw the master bedroom door open. Fu Nanqing walked out. She smiled strangely. Su Si, are you mocking me for not being able to buy it? Then she let out a scream, stumbling back several steps. Su Si, why did you push me? At this time, a tall, straight figure walked over, standing in front of Su Shui. Who told you to raise your hand? Seeing Su Shui change her expression and act out a falling scene, Su Si guessed what was happening, just as she met Fu Nanqing's cold, misty gaze. He faced her, his eyes completely devoid of warmth. He uttered two words, apologize. Su Si said firmly, I didn't push her. She's acting. I won't apologize. Su Shui weakly grabbed Fu Nanqing's sleeve, pitifully saying, husband. He grabbed me and then pushed me. His gaze was like knives, his magnetic voice becoming even colder. While I'm still willing, I'm giving you a chance. Apologize now. She actually had expectations from Fu Nanqing. She was just Su Shui's substitute. To Fu Nanqing, she was just a stranger. Now Su Shui hid behind Fu Nanqing, showing a malicious victor smile. Su Si was silent for a few seconds, walked to Su Shui's front, and forcefully pushed her, accompanied by a scream. Su Shui fell to the ground unexpectedly. Su Si looked down at her. Young madam, this time I really did push you. Sorry about that. After saying that, she turned and left directly. Fu Nanqing hadn't expected this reaction from Su Si. Looking at the girl's cold and stubborn figure, his eyes deepened. She turned back to look at him once. Young master, I've already apologized. I'm going down to work now. Su Shui trembled with anger, getting up awkwardly. Husband, he's just a maid. How dare he treat me like this? You must stand up for me. Fu Nanqing's face turned ugly, his voice very cold. Su Shui, don't bring such clumsy acts to me in the future. Su Shui was mortified. He knew? Then why did he still? Fu Nanqing showed no emotional fluctuation. I helped you just now because I was satisfied with your performance last night. Come to my room again tonight. She stood frozen. After just one night, Su Si was about to steal Nanqing's heart. If he was exposed, even the position of Mrs. Fu couldn't be kept. No, Fu Nanqing must not know. Su Shui immediately took out her phone and called her mother, crying, Mom, quickly help me get a bottle of CC perfume. That's how Su Si seduced him. On the other end, she laughed, Shue, don't worry. I've already asked someone to buy the perfume. As for Su Si, your father and I plan to marry her off. Hearing this, she smirked. Marriage? The woman chuckled. We have connections with young Master Sunday. He can help us establish connections with CC perfume. Your father and I have prepared generous gifts for Su Si to deliver. So while at school, Su Si received a call from Lilan. Lilan invited her to Cloudly Hotel to discuss her grandmother's matter. She wanted to see what these mother and daughter were up to. She curved her red lips. She sent a text to Su Shui. I forgot my room card. Bring it to me quickly. I can't get in otherwise. He was an ugly duckling in everyone's eyes. Little did they know, the billionaire CEO was gradually drawn to him. After school, Su Si took a taxi straight to Cloudly Hotel. Half an hour later, she arrived at her destination and walked into the hotel. At this time, Fu Nanqing's car was parked on the roadside, and he happened to see her. He and Secretary Song walked in and saw his little maid, Su Si, enter room 809. He couldn't help but frown. Then a man followed her in. Fu Nanqing asked who that man was. Secretary Song reported quietly, CEO, that man is Sun Quan. He has a bad reputation and peculiar habits. They say 2 of his wives have died. Secretary Song couldn't quite figure out what his CEO was thinking. He felt that the CEO seemed to have special thoughts about this little maid. CEO, should we remove young Master Sun? Fu Nanqing's handsome face, lit by the flickering lights, was inscrutable. He quickly replied coldly, no need. He went in by himself. No one forced him. Su Si heard footsteps, turned around, and saw the leering Sun Quan. Who are you? He smiled wickedly. I'm Sun Quan, beautiful. You're the generous gift from the Su family. He lunged at Su Si, but she quickly dodged. She smiled, thankful she was prepared. She revealed her entire face, half of which had obvious scars, terrifyingly ugly. Sun Quan was furious upon seeing this. You ugly monster, where did you come from? The Su family sent me this kind of goods? Su Si remained very calm. Young Master Sun, don't be angry. There must be some misunderstanding. I may be ugly, but my sister is Yi City's greatest beauty. She must be your intended bride. Look, here she comes now. Just as she finished speaking, the door opened and Su Shui walked in. Su Si, are you stupid? You forgot your room card and made me bring it to you. When Sun Quan saw Su Shui, his lecherous eyes immediately lit up with excitement. He rushed over. Bride, you've finally come. Su Shui was stunned. Young Master Sun, what are you doing? Let me go. Su Si is your intended bride. She shouted. Su Shui, shut up. You mean the Su family wants to marry me, an ugly country girl, to young Master Sun? What do you take young Master Sun for? Sun Quan forcefully pushed her onto the bed, laughing happily. Now your Su family won't dare trick me. Su Shui, beautiful, come play with me. Su Shui was terrified. It should have been Su Si who was sent to the bed. How did it become her? Young Master Sun, let me go. No. Su Si, save me. Save me. Amidst Su Shui's cries for help, Su Si walked out. Su Shui, only you, Yi City's greatest beauty, are worthy of young Master Sunday. She firmly closed the door. Suddenly her phone dinged. She opened it to look. It was actually a message from Fu Yu, little ugly girl. I've finally found you. A few seconds later, Fu Yu called. Su Si didn't answer. She thought Fu Yu was joking. Why did he keep calling to harass her? She must not get involved with this uncle and nephew again. But at this moment, a familiar figure approached from ahead. Fu Yu had actually followed her. Su Si was speechless. There was nowhere to hide now. She could only push open the door of a presidential suite next to her and quickly hide. But Fu Yu also headed straight for this presidential suite, shouting, Uncle, Uncle. Only then did Su Si realize. This couldn't be Fu Nanqing's room, could it? She scanned the spacious room, then ran to the bed and dove under the covers. Fu Nanqing walked out of the bathroom. His deep, displeased voice rang out, Fu Yu, why are you yelling? It really was Fu Nanqing. Su Si could tell just from his voice. So to avoid Fu Yu, she had hidden in Fu Nanqing's bed. The ugly girl, to avoid an ordinary person, had actually climbed into the billionaire CEO's bed. Fu Yu complained, Uncle, I heard you married Yi City's greatest beauty Su Shui. Such big news and you didn't tell me? I want to meet my new aunt. As Fu Nanqing prepared to get into bed, he lifted the covers. Fine, come home for dinner in a few days. Fu Nanqing keenly sensed something was wrong. Someone was hiding in his bed. He narrowed his eyes. He reached out and lifted the covers. Su Si's small face with its long scar suddenly appeared in his view. It was actually his little maid. Fu Yu couldn't see inside from his angle. He took out his phone, puzzled. Uncle, have you seen Su Si? She's at the Cloudly Hotel today too, but I can't find her. Her phone's not connecting either. Fu Nanqing smirked. I see her right now in my bed. Facing Fu Yu's inquiry, Su Si looked up. Her clean, bright eyes gazed at him pleadingly, shaking her head. Don't give me away. Just let me hide for a while. Fu Nanqing thought, dream on, and was about to grab her off his bed and throw her out. In this critical moment, Su Si lunged forward. She grabbed onto the man's strong legs. Her soft body suddenly pressing against him made Fu Nanqing shudder violently. His straight back pressed against the headboard. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed twice quickly. His damn body inexplicably generated a wave of heat. Su Si clung tightly to him, like a little water snake. At this moment, Fu Yu looked up from his phone. Uncle, why aren't you saying anything? Have you seen Su Si, that ugly girl? Fu Nanqing quickly covered Su Si with the blanket, not letting his nephew see what was under it. He shook his head. No, then I'll go look elsewhere. Goodbye, Uncle. Fu Yu left. Now only the two of them remained in the room. Fu Nanqing lifted the covers, angrily saying, had enough hugging? Let go. Su Si had never been so embarrassed. She quickly released him and opened her mouth to explain, but her long hair had caught on his bathrobe button. She was pulled back again. Fu Nanqing's handsome face darkened completely. Gritting his teeth, his handsome jaw rolled out ominous words. Su Si, are you doing this on purpose? This ambiguous position made Su Si's little face burn like fire. Her heartbeat immediately went out of control. I'm not. My hair is caught on your button. I'll get it off right now. Fu Nanqing felt her small hands brush against his body. Even through the fabric, he felt electricity course through everywhere she touched, striking straight to his heart. Su Si, where are you touching? Su Si panicked completely, her hands becoming clumsy. I won't touch. Can you help me get my hair off? He reached out roughly and yanked her hair free from his button, then threw back the covers and got off the bed, roaring, "Get off my bed!" Su Si quickly got off the bed and stood before him, hurriedly explaining, "Young master, I didn't know this was your room. I was just following what you said, hiding from your nephew when I came in." Before she could finish, Fu Nanqing interrupted, "I told you to stay away from my nephew, not to come seduce me." Su Si immediately denied, "I didn't." Fu Nanqing reached out and gripped her chin. He teased, "Still denying it? You just want to get a room with Sun Quan, didn't you?" Su Si stiffened. So he had seen her with Sun Quan. Just as she was about to explain, that was because... But Fu Nanqing didn't want to hear her explanation. "Leading on my nephew while getting rooms with Sun Quan, and now climbing into my bed. Su Si, do you even know what shame is?" Su Si looked at him, suddenly curling her red lips. "If I'm seducing you, why are you so angry? Could it be that you're actually seduced?" The ugly girl actually dared to forcefully kiss the billionaire CEO Fu Nanqing. "What are you saying?" Su Si raised her eyebrows, her bright eyes exuding a hint of charm. "Isn't it true? The way you're acting now? You're just angry because you can't accept being seduced by someone like me." Fu Nanqing's eyes suddenly darkened. He reached out and grabbed her slender neck. "Su Si, are you asking for death?" She couldn't breathe fresh air, the feeling of suffocation growing stronger. She didn't want to die like this. She still had many things to do. Fu Nanqing glared at her viciously, showing no sign of letting go. Suddenly Su Si thought of something. She immediately leaned forward and kissed his thin lips. Fu Nanqing froze. She actually forced a kiss on him. He wanted to push her away, but her lips were clean, soft, and sweet, fragrantly intoxicating. Taking advantage of his distraction, Su Si pushed him away and retreated several steps. Fu Nanqing's face was dark with anger. He felt he must be crazy to think that this flirtatious little maid could be that girl from that night. That girl was Su Shui, not her. He warned harshly, "This is the last time. If you dare climb into my bed again, you won't see tomorrow's sun." He grabbed some tissues and wiped his lips. "Even if I were to like someone, Fu Nanqing would only like beautiful women. Don't dream on. I have no interest in you." His cold, heartless words crashed down heavily. Su Si said nothing. Who cares if he's interested?" Then she turned and left directly. Su Si went to the bathroom and washed her face with cold water. It didn't matter if Fu Nanqing hated her. They had no relationship anyway. Once she rescued her grandmother, she would disappear from his sight. Then she walked out of the Cloudly Hotel, trying hard to forget everything that just happened. At this moment, Fu Yu ran over from ahead. "Ugly girl, so you're here. I've been looking everywhere for you." This persistent Fu Yu had found her. It seemed her earlier hiding was in vain. She looked at him coldly. "Young Master Fu, did you need something?" Fu Yu smiled. "Do I need a reason to find my girlfriend? Come on, let's go on a date." She explained, "Young Master Fu, I didn't write that love letter. I don't like you. I won't be your girlfriend." Su Si wanted to leave, but at this moment Fu Yu's eyes widened, looking at her in complete shock. "Ugly girl, your face? My God, Su Si, you're so beautiful. Why do you pretend to be ugly?" At this moment, a tall and straight figure walked out of the Cloudly Hotel. It was Fu Nanqing. Fu Yu immediately spotted his uncle and shouted loudly, "Uncle, uncle, quick, look at Su Si's face." Su Si quickly hid behind him, not letting Fu Nanqing see her face. "Young Master Fu, please don't tell anyone about my disguise, especially you." "Why?" Fu Yu asked, confused. "Because the reason is very complicated. Young Master Fu, please, help me keep this secret. Don't tell anyone." Seeing Susi's serious expression, Fuyu nodded in agreement. All right, I promise to keep your secret, but you have to agree to one thing for me. He hesitated. It's nothing. Fuyu was overjoyed. Be my girlfriend. This person was taking advantage of the situation. She quickly refused. No, I already said I don't like you. Don't waste your time on me. I have to go now. She looked up and saw Fu Nanqing's dark eyes staring at her. She had no choice but to continue hiding behind Fuyu. Seeing this scene made him even angrier. He strode towards them. Fuyu smiled. Then give me a chance. Be my girlfriend for 1 month. After a month, if you still haven't fallen for me, I'll leave you alone. If she didn't agree, everything would be exposed. Fine, I agree. The handsome, wealthy vice president despised her as a lowly maid. Little did he know she was the boss behind the scenes. Su Si quickly applied makeup behind him. At this time, Fu Nanqing walked over. Fuyu, what are you shouting about? What's wrong with Su Si's face? He lied without blinking. Oh, I wanted you to see how ugly Su Si is. She's even uglier today than yesterday. Haha, Su Si finished applying her makeup. She walked out from behind him. Fuyu laughed loudly. Ugly girl, don't be shy. Come to me. Uncle, the ugly girl has officially agreed to date me. Su Si felt Fu Nanqing's cold, sharp gaze fall on her, almost piercing holes through her. She had just gotten off his bed, and now she was his nephew's girlfriend. No wonder he thought she was a shameless woman. At this moment, Secretary Song reminded quietly, President, the meeting starts in half an hour. We should return to the company. Fu Nanqing withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Fuyu was very happy today. I'm very loyal, right? I didn't reveal anything about your matter. Let's go on a date. I'll treat you to a movie. Su Si refused. No thanks. Young Master Fu, I don't want to watch a movie. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she turned and left. Fuyu sighed. Why does she keep leaving me alone? Just as she left, a melodious phone ring sounded. Li Lan was calling her. Su Si pressed the button and answered. Su Si, come home right now. She hung up immediately. As soon as Su Si entered the living room, she heard Su Shue's crying. You must help me get justice. Mom, she definitely did it on purpose. Su Si stood quietly to the side watching them perform. Li Lan immediately stood up and accused, raising her hand in the air. Su Si, you're so vicious. You actually tricked your sister into going to Sun Quan's place. Do you know what kind of person Sun Quan is? She was about to strike down. Su Si grabbed her hand and smiled gently. So Mom knows what kind of person Sun Quan is? I thought you didn't know. At this moment, Su Changrong walked in with a gloomy face. Li Lan asked, Husband, what did young Master Sun say? Su Changrong was very angry. What else could he say? Young Master Sun had already helped us deliver the bid to CC Perfume. We were just about to formally cooperate. But now Su Shui has cracked young Master Sun's head. If it were you, would you still want to be the middleman? Su Shui felt wronged. Dad, Mom, I'm the victim. This is all Su Si's fault. Su Changrong scolded. Even if you grew up in the countryside without guidance, you shouldn't behave like this. Do you know how important young Master Sun and CC are to our Su family? She sneered. I didn't know before, but now I do. For cooperation with CC, you're willing to sell your daughter. You're a Su family daughter. When the Su family prospers, won't you benefit too? You should contribute to the family. Su Si smiled coldly. I am a Su family daughter, but aren't Su Chinro and Su Shui too? Why don't they make this contribution? Li Lan angrily said. Su Si, Shui is marrying Fu Nanqing. How can she contribute? And Chinro has high education and perfume-making talent. She's been studying in France for years. She's always been the Su family's hope. I never thought you'd be so selfish, only thinking about making others contribute. Su Shui cursed loudly. Su Si, our family raised you, paid for your grandmother's medical treatment. With your face, being able to attract Sun Quan is already lucky. Don't be ungrateful. Su Si stood straight with her slender waist. I wanted to contribute to the Su family, but unfortunately, I'm just an ugly country girl. Young Master Sun doesn't like me. I can't help you. After speaking, Su Si turned and left directly. Su Changrong was so angry his chest hurt. After the rebellious Su Si left the Su house, she took out her phone and sent a message, return Su's bid documents. Soon the other end replied, yes, boss. Then she left the place swaggeringly. Soon Su Changrong received a phone call that made his face change dramatically. Li Lan was a bit panicked. Husband, what's wrong? He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "CC perfume." They returned all our bid documents. The handsome, wealthy vice president mistook the little maid for his wife, bullied her severely, possessed her. Lilan collapsed onto the sofa. What should we do now? The atmosphere was heavy. At this time, Su Changrong remembered something. Shui Shui, how are things with Fu Nancheng? When will he finally make public our family's relationship? Speaking of this, Su Shui became hesitant, not very smooth, but soon. Once I get CC perfume. Su Changrong slammed his fist heavily on the table. Useless. Can't even handle such a small matter. If you were more capable, I wouldn't need to beg others. They would be the ones begging us. Lilan protected Su Shui. Changrong, give Shui Shui more time. Su Changrong's face was gloomy. I can give her time, but don't mess things up. Su Shui, don't forget how this marriage came about. Su Shui's face turned pale. Yes, father. I will make Fu Nancheng publicize our family's relationship as soon as possible. 2 years ago, she took a jade pendant from Su Si's room. The Fu family happened to see this jade pendant and agreed to the marriage alliance. But at that time, Fu Nancheng was still an illegitimate son. Zhu Shui didn't want to marry him. Who could have imagined Fu Nancheng would become the Fu family's power holder? She had to secure her position as Mrs. Fu before he discovered everything. At Yu Garden, Su Si was preparing to go to bed. Su Shui walked in with an extremely dark expression. Su Si, tonight you'll continue to accompany Fu Nancheng. What, still need to sleep with Fu Nancheng? Is he a child who needs company every day? Seeing no response, Su Shui threatened, just go when I tell you to. Don't forget your grandmother is still in my hands. Thinking of her grandmother, Su Si's eyes flickered. Fine. Your husband's embrace is so comfortable. I'll go sleep there again for you. She turned and left after speaking. Su Shui felt immediate resentment, envy, and jealousy. As Mrs. Fu, she hadn't even slept in Fu Nancheng's embrace yet. Fu Nancheng took off his suit and went to the shower. Cold water splashed down from above, hitting his solid muscles. He closed his handsome eyes, silently taking the cold shower. His mind was filled with that small face with a long scar. She actually ignored his warning and really dated his Xiaoji. Would she use the same seductive techniques on Xiaoji? Use them again? Fu Nancheng came out wearing black pajamas. He saw Su Si lying on the bed. As soon as he got in bed, he caught the sweet fragrance from the girl's body, slowly tempting his senses. Su Si opened her eyes and stared at him. Seeing his handsome brow constantly furrowed, she quietly asked, "What's wrong? Did someone make you angry? Is it that Su Si?" He shouted at her. "Don't mention her. Indeed, it was because of her. Do you hate her that much?" Fu Nancheng realized his tone was harsh and reached out to touch her face. "I just don't want to talk about these annoying things. Did I scare you?" Su Si shook her head, then raised her small hand to smooth his furrowed brow. "It's late. Let's sleep." "I don't want to sleep yet." Su Si asked him. "Then what do you want to do?" Fu Nancheng's eyes fixed on her red lips, growing passionate. "What do you think?" After speaking, he leaned down and directly kissed her alluring red lips. Time stood still at that moment. Su Si couldn't even hear her own heartbeat. She stared straight at the man who suddenly kissed her, momentarily forgetting to react. After a few seconds, she came to her senses. She was only here to sleep, not prepared to do such things for Su Shui. Su Si began to struggle, her small hands pushing against his solid chest. "No, let me go." His body was hard as rock, immovable, as he held her. Su Si had to bite his lip corner hard. Fu Nancheng felt the pain and released her. He wiped his bitten lip corner. What does this mean? Su Si thought quickly and covered her stomach with her hand. "I'm not rejecting you. I'm on my period. It's not convenient." Fu Nancheng looked suspicious. "Really?" Su Si nodded vigorously, looking at him with complete sincerity. "Of course it's true." Fu Nancheng finally believed her. His large hand fell on her flat stomach, gently massaging her belly. "Does it hurt?" Su Si obediently answered. "No." At this moment, his low, sexy voice came from above. "Your period shouldn't affect kissing, right?" His tall figure pressed down again, once more capturing her red lips. The trillion-dollar CEO only likes his wife at bedtime. He doesn't like the coquettish wife during the day. Fu Nancheng stared at her intently. Her bright eyes were startled after being kissed, glistening with tears like a frightened deer. This pure innocence was incomparable. His eyes turned crimson at the corners as he asked hoarsely, "Never been kissed before?" Su Si was too embarrassed to answer. Except for that night, she had never been intimate with any other man. Fu Nancheng's lips curved up. "Relax, I won't hurt you." After speaking, he kissed her again. Su Si clearly felt that this time, he became gentler. He softly pressed against her red lips, being extremely patient with her, kissing for who knows how long. Finally, he released her. The girl's black hair spread out on the white pillow, her face flushed and fair, features as delicate as a painting, looking just like a little enchantress. Fu Nanqing turned to his side, held her in his arms, and softly said, "Sleep now." The next morning, Su Si left the master bedroom before 6 a.m. She applied the scar on her face and started working. At this time, Su Shui walked over with a gloomy face. "Is my husband awake?" "No. I told him I was on my period last night. Remember not to slip up." Su Shui immediately caught the key point. "Why did you say that? Did he try to touch you last night? You must have seduced him, you shameless woman." Su Si continued working with a cold expression, not answering the question. She just glanced at her. "So, why do you let this shameless woman sleep with your husband?" Su Shui knew Su Si was quick-witted. She could never win against her in verbal sparring. Suddenly, Su Shui thought of something. Fu Nanqing wasn't awake yet. She could order Su Si to enter the master bedroom in 10 minutes, to collect his clothes from yesterday. Seeing Su Shui's calculating smile, Su Si knew she was plotting something again. Su Shui quickly went upstairs and pushed open the master bedroom door. Fu Nanqing wasn't awake yet. This was her chance. She tiptoed to the bed and lay down, slowly moving closer to him. But before she could touch him, Fu Nanqing alertly opened his eyes, his hawk-like gaze shooting straight at her. "What are you doing?" Su Shui felt guilty. "Husband, I came to sleep with you." Fu Nanqing sat up and said coldly, "Get down. Tell Zhou to change all the bedding. Don't get on my bed during the day anymore." Su Shui's face turned pale with fear. At this moment, the master bedroom door opened, and Su Si appeared. Su Shui immediately pulled down one shoulder strap of her slip dress, exposing her fair shoulder, then coquettishly threw herself into Fu Nanqing's arms. "Husband, you're mean? I'm still not feeling well." Fu Nanqing frowned at this sudden embrace. He turned his head toward the door, where Su Si's small face with the long scar came into his view. She stood at the door, clearly not expecting to see this scene between him and Su Shui in bed. She froze for a moment. Fu Nanqing's mood worsened. "Get out." The words were chillingly harsh. "What manners have you learned? Opening the master's door as you please. Get out." Su Si turned and ran. She thought to herself, as if she wanted to see this. It was absolutely eye-searing. In the living room, she heard Fu Nanqing yell angrily, "You get out too. Do it again and you'll lose your hands." Su Si laughed mockingly. He was nothing special after all. Su Shui came up to Su Si and said smugly, "Now you see reality? Know why my husband was so angry? Because you interrupted our intimate moment." Su Si remained expressionless. So this was why Su Shui told her to go up in 10 minutes, to see their loving couple act. Crossing her arms, she mocked, "Not only did I see it, I also heard your husband tell you to get out too." Just as Su Shui was about to explode, Fu Yu's voice rang out, "Uncle, Uncle, are you up?" Su Shui immediately went to greet him. "Young Master Fu, why are you here?" Fu Yu's eyes lit up. "Little clown, why are you at my uncle's house? Hey, where's your scar? Why aren't you playing ugly today?" Hearing this, Su Si knew Fu Yu had mistaken Su Shui for her. After all, their faces were identical. She was about to speak, but then a deep voice came from upstairs. "What playing ugly? Fu Yu, what are you talking about?" Su Si's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the trillion-dollar CEO finally noticed something was wrong. He directly questioned the little maid. "Why is your face identical to Su Shui's?" Fu Nanqing looked very seriously at Fu Yu. "Why did you mistake them just now?" Fu Yu stammered, unable to say a word. Fu Nanqing's gaze fell on Su Si's face. His deep eyes narrowed slowly. He hadn't noticed before that Su Si's unscarred left side looked very similar to Su Shui. He coldly ordered Su Si, "Come here." She came before Fu Nanqing. "What do you need, young master?" Fu Nanqing pulled her over, then covered her scar with his hand. Her clear, beautiful face was revealed. Indeed, it was identical to Su Shui's. His dark gaze became dangerous like a deep abyss. "Tell me, why is your face identical to Su Shui's?" Su Shui immediately explained, "Husband, she got plastic surgery to look like me. That scar is from a failed surgery." Fu Nanqing looked at Su Si. "Is that so?" Su Si could only agree. He stared at her silently and said something that made her heart pound. "Have you deceived me about anything? Like covering up the scar to impersonate Su Shui?" Su Si broke into a cold sweat. He was getting suspicious. She tried to stay calm. He still didn't know her scar was fake. Looking up, she said, "Young master, Even if I covered the scar with foundation, it wouldn't hold up to close inspection. You can't fool someone who shares your bed. These past 2 nights, the girl sleeping in his arms wore no makeup. Her face was clean, soft, and flawless. Fu Nanqing left with a threatening warning. You'd better not deceive me, or you'll regret it. Then he turned and left. Once his overwhelming presence was gone, everyone sighed in relief. That was close. So close. Fu Nanqing almost discovered the truth. Fu Yu stepped forward. Little clown, why are you working as a maid at my uncle's? I'll double your salary if you come be my exclusive maid. Su Shui crossed her arms and mocked. Young Master Fu, why would you want someone like Su Ci who got plastic surgery? Just because she calls you young uncle? She really thinks she's somebody. I think you're the plastic surgery freak. Su Shui gritted her teeth in jealousy. She didn't know. When Su Ci had managed to hook this young master of the Fu family, he smiled at Su Ci. How about it, little clown? Come with me. Young master will take care of you. I have plenty of money. Just then, Fu Nanqing's deep, displeased voice rang out. Fu Yu, come back. You're coming to the company with me. I want to see how your finance and management studies are going. Fu Yu immediately wailed. No, uncle. Then I'll tell your father to cancel all your credit cards. What? Cancel my credit cards? But I have plenty of money. Fu Yu was stunned by his uncle's threat. Fine, I'll go to the company with you. Fu Yu looked reluctantly at Su Ci. Little clown, I'll play with you next time. Finally, uncle and nephew left. Just then, her phone dinged with a message. It was from an unknown number. Break up with Fu Yu immediately. From these simple, domineering words, Su Ci knew it was from Fu Nanqing. Go tell that to your nephew. She only wanted to save her grandmother. No time for their drama. She looked at Su Shui. Tell me, where have you hidden my grandmother? She smiled smugly. Don't dream that I'll tell you. Su Ci took out a photo from yesterday at the hotel. It showed Sun Quan pressing Su Shui down on the bed. Su Shui's face changed drastically. When did you take that? Give me the photo quickly. She reached out to grab it. Su Ci easily dodged aside. Tell me where grandmother is. Otherwise, I'll send this photo to Fu Nanqing. Let him know you've made him a cuckold. Su Jiao will suffer too. Su Shui turned pale. She hadn't expected Su Ci's trap yesterday. She had to beg her not to tell him. Su Ci said coldly, then hurry up and tell me where my grandmother is. She gritted her teeth. Zhongshan Hospital, room 311. Su Ci smirked. Su Shui, I'm leaving and won't be back. Hearing this, Su Shui became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. What? He's not coming back? What about later? That evening, Fu Nanqing returned to Yu Garden with Secretary Song and entered the study. Fu Nanqing sat in his office chair reviewing documents. Without looking up, he asked in a low, indifferent voice, have you contacted CC? Secretary Song respectfully replied, we have, but CC hasn't given a clear response. Fu Nanqing frowned, leaned back in his chair, and ordered coffee to be brought. Soon, Aunt Zhou pushed open the study door and brought in coffee. Fu Nanqing coldly asked, where's Su Ci? I haven't seen him since I returned. Why isn't he working? Aunt Zhou bowed slightly. Young master, that little maid resigned. Resigned? Did he go to be his nephew's personal exclusive maid? He had warned him twice, yet he dared to ignore him like this. Fu Nanqing took out his phone and found Su Ci's number, then dialed it. At Zhongshan Hospital, Su Ci was with her grandmother in the ward when her phone rang. She looked at her phone and saw Fu Nanqing's call. She directly hung up and blocked his number. Since the little maid left, the trillion-dollar CEO had been in a gloomy mood. Had he fallen for that little maid? He called again, but the prompt said, sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Just then, there was a knock. He coldly uttered one word, enter. Secretary Song carefully spoke. CEO, CC says she's very busy. If you want to order the birthmark removing cream, you'll need to make an appointment with her secretary and queue up. Hearing this, Fu Nanqing's face immediately darkened. He dialed again. The same prompt played. Secretary Song reminded him, CEO, don't bother calling anymore. The number seems to be unreachable. He asked puzzledly, why? Because they might have blocked you. Fu Nanqing threw his phone onto the desk. He had never been blocked before. His dark eyes instantly froze over. His handsome face was so cold it could drip ice water. Secretary Song glanced at his call history. It was the little maid. So the birthmark removing cream the CEO ordered was for his little maid? And now he couldn't even contact her. Fu Nanqing's eyes drifted over again. Get out. Secretary Song ran like the wind. He felt like he discovered a huge secret. What juicy rich family drama. Now only he remained in the study. He turned to the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling depressed, not sure if he was angry about CC or about Suci the little maid. Finally, he realized his mood was being controlled by her. This was a bad sign. It's good that she left. They won't cross paths again. Fu Nanqing left the study. Where's the young madam? Tell her to come to my room. The servant respectfully replied, Young master. The young madam's mother had a fall. She went home to care for her mother. Fu Nanqing's brows twitched. I see. The next day, Fu Nanqing went to the company first, his whole demeanor gloomy. His expression was quite terrible. Everyone sensed their CEO's bad mood and didn't dare provoke him. Someone found Secretary Song and quietly asked who angered their big boss. Secretary Song raised his eyebrows mysteriously, probably because of a little maid. After work, Fu Nanqing drove to Yipin Lawn Villa. He watched Fu Yingying enter the password. As he walked in after the door opened, he heard Fu Yingying's giggles. Cici, feel free to stay here. My little house is nice. I won't kick you out. Yingying, thank you. Suci ran while looking back at Fu Yingying. Soon, she crashed into a muscular chest. Suci felt like she had hit a rock-hard wall. Ouch! When the young girl's soft body suddenly fell into his arms, Fu Nanqing's tall frame instantly stiffened. It was this little maid. Why her again? Just then Fu Yingying spoke. Little Shu, why are you here? Had she fallen into a den of Fu family members? Fu Yingying teased. Little Shu, why are you still holding my Cici? Her 26-inch tiny waist? Isn't it nice to hold? Suci only then realized he was still holding her. She immediately struggled, trying to break free. Fu Nanqing couldn't help holding her a moment longer. Only when she started struggling did he let go. Fu Nanqing hadn't expected his little maid to end up at his villa and even crash into his arms. Fu Yingying, explain what's going on. Fu Yingying held Suci's small hand. Uncle, Cici, I invited her to stay with me. Fu Nanqing coldly glanced at Suci. Move out immediately. Suci, I hadn't expected him to kick her out right away, but she had to stay here. The ghost orchid in the backyard was crucial for her. Suci quickly chased after him, reaching out her small hand to grab his sleeve. Mr. Fu, wait, could you give me some time? I'll move out as soon as I find a place. She pleaded pitifully. Mr. Fu, please. My grandmother is hospitalized. We need to pay expensive medical bills daily. I really have nowhere else to go. Fu Nanqing turned his head. His gaze fell on her crimson lips, so delicate and alluring. Suddenly, he remembered that passionate kiss they shared that day. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, then he said, When you find a place, move out immediately. After speaking, he went upstairs. Suci finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. It seemed this man responded better to gentleness than force. The little maid and young niece were looking at a catalog together, full of handsome men's abs. When the billionaire CEO found out, his face darkened. He immediately scolded. How do you explain this? Not studying yourself and corrupting my niece too. Fu Yingying pulled Suci to sit on the sofa. Cici, sit down. Let me share something good with you. Can I refuse? Suci remembered the last time Fu Yingying shared something good with her, an inappropriate magazine. At this moment, Fu Yingying mysteriously pulled out a small booklet. This time it's different. This is my harem catalog, full of handsome guys' contact information. Cici, how about this puppy-like guy? He'll stick to you all day. Suci quickly shook her head. No. What about this one? Look at those abs. His waist must be strong. Their noisy chatter had already reached Fu Nanqing's ears. He frowned. What were these two girls up to now? Neither of them noticed that a tall, imposing figure had already arrived at the doorway. He scolded in a deep voice. What are you looking at that's so interesting? Startled by the man's voice, Suci hurriedly covered the catalog. Mr. Fu, we're doing homework. Fu Nanqing stepped closer, his powerful presence casting a shadow over her. Then what's this? Fu Yingying looked at Suci with innocent eyes. Uncle, Cici made me look at it. Suci stared at Fu Yingying with wide eyes. What a move. Fu Nanqing picked up the catalog and flipped through it. It was full of various handsome men, like a large harem, dazzling to the eyes. He laughed angrily. Suci, how do you explain this? Not only are you not studying, but you're corrupting my niece. Suci was speechless. Look who's talking. Did his niece even need anyone to corrupt her? Suci knew she couldn't explain even with two mouths. Vice President, I'll study right now. She reached for her test papers, but unexpectedly, with a thud, a magazine fell out. She looked down and saw it was the inappropriate magazine Fu Yingying had forced on her. Now that the magazine was open, even 100 mouths couldn't explain this away. She quickly picked up the magazine and hid it behind her. Just then, she heard the man's voice, gritting his teeth in anger. So this is the homework Miss Sue has been doing. Sue C.I. looked at him with watery eyes, trying to explain. Vice President, why are you so angry? Is it illegal to look at handsome men? What era are we in? Can't we accept some sex education? Watching the girl's glib tongue, Fu Nanqing's handsome face twisted. Keep talking and see if I don't shut that mouth of yours. Fu Yingying, who was eavesdropping, brightened up. She immediately chimed in. Shut her mouth? Uncle, I suspect you're flirting. Sue C.I. nervously covered her mouth, obediently apologizing. Vice President, we were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Fu Nanqing's face darkened. He remained silent. If this little maid dared to challenge his bottom line again, she would face the consequences. He snorted coldly and left. Once he left, Fu Yingying immediately tried to appease. Cece, I'm sorry. I couldn't let Uncle find out. He would definitely tell my parents. Sue C.I. indicated their friendship boat had capsized. She packed up her books to leave. Fu Yingying quickly spoke up. How about this? Cece, what do you think of my uncle? I can get you his abs photos. Sue C.I. exploded, looking at Fu Yingying in horror. She couldn't believe such terrible thoughts existed in her head. Don't harm me. I don't want that. With that, Sue C.I. ran away. Fu Yingying nodded knowingly. Sue C.I. must be interested in her uncle. She must arrange those abs photos. The next day, Sue C.I. woke up early and went to the villa's backyard. She had turned it into a greenhouse. This was why she wanted to stay here. The feng shui was good. It could nurture her treasures. She walked to the ghost orchid. After days of careful nurturing, the ghostly white orchid would soon bloom. Then she would grind it into an ointment to help remove Fu Yingying's birthmark. Just then, her phone rang in her pocket. It was Zhongshan Hospital calling. Miss Sue, your grandmother is awake. She excitedly rushed to the hospital. In the ward, Sue C.I. hugged her grandmother. Grandma, you're finally awake. I missed you so much. Grandmother weakly opened her eyes to look at Sue C.I., then raised her hand to pat her head lovingly. My Cece is here. Where's your jade pendant? Sue C.I. remembered the pendant wasn't with her. Grandma, the pendant is at the Sue family home. Grandmother weakly closed her eyes. Good child, don't lose the pendant. Go get it back quickly. Sue C.I. nodded. Okay, Grandma, wait for me. I'll be right back. She immediately went to the Sue family home and returned to her room to get the pendant. But the pendant was nowhere to be found. Her pendant had been right here, unless someone took it. Su Shui, who had fled home, saw Sue C.I. and said surprisingly, Sue C.I., why are you back? Sue C.I. looked at her with cold eyes. I'm here for my pendant. Hearing the words, jade pendant, Su Shui's expression changed dramatically. She questioned, did you take my pendant? Su Shui's eyes were full of guilt. Sue C.I. glared at her, her voice ice cold. Give me back my pendant. The tall, handsome vice president heard his wife say she didn't remember that night's events. His eyes instantly darkened. He teased, should I help you remember well tonight? Su Shui righteously said, Sue C.I., why come to me if you lost your things? You say I took your pendant. Do you have proof? Sue C.I. strode forward. Then I'll search your room. Su Shui immediately blocked Sue C.I. You dare? Sue C.I. reached out and forcefully pushed her aside. Get lost. Su Shui's nose hit the wall directly. Sue C.I. saw his cowardly appearance and instantly laughed. He discovered his nose was bleeding. It hurt terribly. He screamed hysterically, my nose! Someone come quickly. Just then, Su Shui, covering her nose, received a call from Fu Nanqing. I've sent the driver to pick you up. We need to go to the Fu family. My mother wants to meet you. Her nose was now crooked. How could she meet anyone? Did she want everyone to know she had plastic surgery? Su Shui wanted to make excuses, but the other end hung up after 2 beeps. What should she do now? Su Shui immediately turned to Sue C.I. Sue C.I., go meet my mother-in-law in my place. She remained expressionless and spat out 2 words. You're crazy to want me as your stand-in. No way. Hearing these words, Su Shui's face changed dramatically. If you don't go, we'll both go down. I'll tell Fu Nanqing everything. What do you think he'll do when he knows the truth? Will he strangle you? Su Ci's steps faltered. Fu Nanqing had already done that. The terrifying feeling of suffocation seemed to linger. Su Si closed her eyes and said, fine. She arrived at the Fu family home. Fu Nanqing was already waiting, his handsome brow furrowed with cold impatience. Why are you so late? Su Si replied softly, it's my first time meeting mother-in-law. I was nervous and spent extra time getting ready. Fu Nanqing looked her up and down. She seemed like a different person today. Long hair tucked behind snow-white ears, dewy skin, delicate nose wings, and rouge-red lips. Fu Nanqing's voice softened. No makeup today? Su Si shook her head obediently. No. Should I put some on? Fu Nanqing spoke in a deep voice. No need. My mother has waited long enough. Let's go in. He extended his large hand. My mother keeps pushing me to marry and have children. When we're with her, we need to act like a loving couple. Su Si obediently took his hand. Fu Nanqing held it and led her inside. Just as they entered the living room, they heard Mrs. Fu's anxious voice. Fu Nanqing went to get my daughter-in-law. Why aren't they back yet? Everyone watch the doors. Don't let him find an excuse to slip away again. Mrs. Fu turned and saw the delicate figure behind Fu Nanqing. She immediately laughed heartily. You're finally back. Mom has been waiting for so long. This is my daughter-in-law? Su Si sweetly called her Mom. Mrs. Fu responded immediately, very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Good, learn well. Mom has heard all about you. Then she whispered, you're the one who caught my son, that flower thief, right? He had no experience. Mom wants to ask quietly, how was that night? Su Si's small face instantly turned bright red. That night, deliberately buried deep in her memories, suddenly surfaced. She could only say, I don't remember anything. Mrs. Fu laughed heartily. Shue, tonight our family will have dinner together. You can try Mom's cooking. Su Si smiled softly. Good. I'll help you in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Fu Nanqing saw Su Si on tiptoes, unable to reach the dumpling wrappers on the cabinet. He walked over, raised his long arm, and easily reached past her. He got the dumpling wrappers. Su Si softly said, thank you. But Fu Nanqing didn't give her the wrappers. He trapped her in his embrace, then lowered his tall, straight back, bringing his handsome face close to hers. He asked in a low voice, that night, do you really not remember anything? Su Si's blush instantly spread to her snow-white earlobes, her bright eyes flickering with scattered light. Fu Nanqing let out a casual, hoarse laugh from his throat. He hadn't expected her to be so cute. He couldn't help teasing her. Should I help you remember properly tonight? The tall, handsome vice president hated the little maid and had a messy private life. She decided to play along and actively kissed him. Now they were both guilty. Let them fall together. Mrs. Fu walked over. Shue, can't reach something? Let me get it for you. When she saw her son holding his daughter-in-law in his arms, she exclaimed, oh, and turned to leave. Sorry to interrupt, carry on. Su Si wished she could dig a hole and hide. She tried to slip away to the left, but when she went left, he went left. When she went right, he went right. His tall frame mischievously blocked her way. Su Si dipped her hand in water and splashed it directly on his handsome face. That's for blocking me. Fu Nanqing stepped back, and she quickly ran away. Watching her delicate figure retreat, Fu Nanqing wiped the water from his face, then let out a pleased laugh. The family of 3 ate dumplings. Mrs. Fu smiled. Son, Shue, I've arranged a room upstairs for you. Get some rest early. Su Si glanced at Fu Nanqing. What? She had to sleep with him again? Remembering their second night sleeping together, how he had kissed her deeply, she blushed furiously. Fu Nanqing went to the bedroom, took off his coat, and heard Su Si's phone ping. He couldn't help but look. The message was from Fu Yu. His eyes darkened. Could Fu Yu be in contact with Su Shue? Just then, Su Si walked out of the bathroom. Fu Nanqing turned to look at her. Fu Yu messaged you. Why would he message you? Su Si felt Fu Yu would be the death of her someday. She tried to stay calm as she took her phone. Oh, isn't he interested in that little maid? He wanted to ask me more about Su Si. I think they make a good match. Fu Nanqing's deep eyes showed no emotion. I don't think they match. Fu Yu is pure-hearted. Su Si isn't good enough for him. She's not good enough for Fu Yu. So this was why he always opposed their relationship. I don't see how Su Si has offended you. Why do you have such a strong opinion of her? Fu Nanqing walked forward, looked at her small face, pinched it, and said a few words. She has a messy private life. Su Si clenched her teeth. He thought Su Shue was pure and she was dirty, right? Su Si was furious. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed his thin lips. In her mind, she thought, now he was dirty too. Let them all be dirty together. Fu Nanqing's tall, straight body stiffened. His hand reached out and held her slender waist. A few minutes later, Fu Nanqing stared at her with dark, heated eyes. Don't rush. I haven't showered yet, Mrs. Fu. Su Ci heard her own heartbeat accelerating again. She had been defiant, but she wasn't Mrs. Fu. Su Ci pushed him away. Go take your shower first. Fu Nanqing looked at her sensual figure. His Adam's apple bobbed. He went into the bathroom to shower. She got into bed and opened her phone. When she saw Fu Yu's text message, her heart skipped a beat. Clown girl, go on a date with me tomorrow. What date? She was still here being a substitute. Su Ci quickly replied, I'm busy tomorrow. Fu Yu sent another message. Did you forget our agreement? If you don't come tomorrow, I can't keep your secret anymore. Su Ci turned off her phone and buried herself under the blanket. Soon the blanket was pulled away. The freshly showered man got into bed. What are you doing buried under there? You'll suffocate. She wasn't afraid of suffocating, but felt she was being played to death. Su Ci quickly hugged his waist and said coquettishly, I have something to do tomorrow. I can't accompany you and Mom. Seeing her so docile, his voice was very gentle. My mom hopes we'll stay for 2 days. What are you doing tomorrow? Going on a date with your nephew. Could she tell him that? Su Ci raised her small face to look at him. Isn't my mom feeling unwell? I want to go back to keep her company tomorrow. Please. Husband. She looked down at the woman in his arms. Not giving in. Wasn't she supposed to respond to gentleness, not force? Just act pitiful and act cute. That should work. Su Ci trembled, moved her small face closer, and kissed him. Husband, please. Just agree with me. Fu Nanqing couldn't resist such temptation. He reached out and lifted her directly onto his body. Fu Nanqing's deep, heated gaze fixed on her face. His voice hoarse, he asked, Mrs. Fu, forgot about that day? No problem. We can recreate it. The tall, handsome vice president was doing intimate things with his wife. Unexpectedly, the door opened, instantly ruining the moment. Su Ci's face was bright red. She was so embarrassed. Fu Nanqing raised his eyebrows. That night you climbed on top of me, undid my belt. Su Ci quickly covered his mouth with both hands. So embarrassing. Stop talking. Her hands were soft and fragrant. Fu Nanqing looked at her. Then he kissed her palm. Su Ci quickly withdrew her hands in fright. What was he doing? Kissing her hands. The next second, Fu Nanqing raised his upper body and kissed her red lips. Su Ci's mind went blank, unable to think. Her small hands pressed against his muscular chest, trying to push him away. Fu Nanqing opened his eyes, staring at her with crimson eyes, showing slight dissatisfaction. She wouldn't let him kiss her? This is a marital duty, Mrs. Fu. While she was at a loss, the door suddenly opened. Mrs. Fu fell right in. Apparently, she had been eavesdropping outside the door. Fu Nanqing quickly lifted Su Ci off himself, pulled up the blanket, and held her protectively in his arms. He looked darkly at Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu scrambled up from the floor, quickly covering her eyes. Carry on. I didn't see anything, and I absolutely won't tell anyone. After this incident, the romantic mood was gone. Su Ci ran to the bathroom. I need to use the bathroom first. Watching her flee in panic, Fu Nanqing fell back dejectedly. He covered his eyes with his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing. The next day, as Fu Nanqing drove away, he asked, Did you tell Mom about going back to the Su family? Su Ci nodded. Thank you for driving me, husband. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the Su family's entrance. Su Ci reached for the seatbelt. Husband, I'm getting off. Fu Nanqing grabbed her directly. Mrs. Fu, are you coming home tonight? Su Ci looked up at him. What for? His tall, imposing figure quickly leaned over. To continue what we didn't finish last night. You didn't even open your mouth last night. Last night's intimate scene instantly flashed in her mind. Su Ci opened the passenger door and ran away quickly. We'll talk later, bye-bye. Fu Nanqing watched her departing figure, his thin lips curving in pleasure. Then he took out his phone and called Secretary Song. By the Polar Star, send it to the Su family. After running far away, Su Ci covered her small face with her hands. Her face was really hot. Every time Fu Nanqing teased her, she would blush. Her heart would race. Her body would go weak, out of control. She knew this wasn't right. She added a scar on her face, changed clothes, then met up with Fu Yu. Fu Yu arrived in a flashy Ferrari. He was holding a large bouquet of red roses. Clown girl, these flowers are for you. Su Si quickly refused. Young Master Fu, there's no need. Fu Yu directly pushed the roses into Su Si's arms. It's our first date today. Take them, he said, putting his arm around her shoulders. Let's go watch a movie first. Su Si stiffened at his touch. She found Fu Yu's contact made her extremely uncomfortable. Just then, a sharp car horn sounded. A car stopped nearby. Fu Nanqing's handsome, cold face appeared in view. Fu Yu greeted him enthusiastically. What a coincidence, uncle. Su Si's heart jumped. Running into him here? Why was he everywhere? Fu Nanqing's deep gaze swept over them condescendingly. With the dignity of a mature elder mixed with an authority figure's presence, he said, "It's not weekend, is it? Instead of going to class, you're sneaking out for dates." Being caught on their first date by his uncle, Fu Yu was speechless. Su Si felt extremely awkward. She had always disliked him, and he probably thought it was her fault again. Get back to class. After dropping these words, Fu Nanqing drove away. Fu Yu was very afraid of his uncle and naturally didn't dare disobey his orders. With a dejected face, "Clown girl, our date is ruined today, but I'll drive you back to school anyway." Su Si suddenly felt that running into Fu Nanqing wasn't such a bad thing. At least he had saved her from having to go on the date. The little maid secretly looked at the billionaire CEO's abs photos. Unexpectedly caught in the act. Now she's in trouble. He's demanding she take off her clothes. Su Changrong slapped her hard and berated her harshly. Useless. Why haven't you gotten into Fu Nanqing's bed yet? Look at yourself now. What chances will you have in the future? Su Shui trembled in fear, not daring to say a word. At this moment, Uncle Su Jun arrived with his wife and their daughter Su Air. I've come at a bad time, catching second brother disciplining his daughter. He went over to help her up, sarcastically saying, "Second brother, CC perfume returning your shipment isn't Xiao Shui's fault. You can't take it out on the child." Aunt added fuel to the fire. "Yes, second brother, if you hit her like this, how will Shui find a boyfriend? Our Warner is now hot in the supermodel circle. Why don't we let her make some introductions?" Su Shui glared at them through gritted teeth. "Save your fake sympathy. I already have a boyfriend." Su Air smiled contemptuously. "Oh, Sister Shui, so your face is surgically enhanced. No wonder second uncle is angry. Rich young masters don't like plastic surgery faces nowadays." Su Shui couldn't hold back anymore. "Who are you to be so sarcastic? Do you know who my boyfriend is?" Just as she was about to reveal it, Su Changrong stopped her. He quietly reminded her that the Fu family didn't want to go public yet, and she hadn't secured her position as Mrs. Fu. "Don't cause trouble for me." Su Air sneered. "Sister, you don't need to put on airs. We're all family." Just then, a maid rushed in. "Master, second miss, someone just delivered a gift for second Mississippi." Everyone turned to look simultaneously. When the package was opened, the gift was revealed. My God, it's the priceless polar star. Su Shui was stunned. She hadn't expected anyone to send her the polar star. It must be from Fu Nanqing. There's no one else. What exactly did Su Si do last night? Su Shui pushed her aside with her body. "This is what my boyfriend bought and sent me earlier. I didn't expect it to arrive today." She picked up the polar star to show off. "Sister Warner is a supermodel. You must have worn many precious jewels before. Has anyone ever given you a polar star?" Su Jun's face immediately darkened. "Second brother, Shui, you've never mentioned this boyfriend before. We must have been remiss." Changrong looked smug. "He's an important figure. He'll come to my birthday party in a few days. You'll meet him then." Aunt put on a fake smile. "Since Shui already has a boyfriend, we won't make any introductions. We'll look forward to second brother's birthday party to meet this important figure." Then, they tactfully left. "Second brother, we'll take our leave." Once outside, they showed their true colors. Bah, what important figure. Who knows if that polar star is even real? Let's wait for the show at second brother's birthday party. Su Changrong praised her. "Well done. At my birthday party in a few days, you must get Fu Nanqing to come. It'll be perfect to announce your relationship then." Su Shui nodded. "I know," she said before turning back to her room. She was furious, violently throwing things. What methods did Su Si use to seduce him? At this point, she must seize this opportunity to make their relationship public. Meanwhile in the villa, Su Si's phone made a ding-dong sound. She yawned and picked up her phone to check. What she saw almost scared her soul away. It was a message from Fu Yining. "Zizi, don't be mad at me. Look at my uncle's abs photo. You like him, right? Why don't you become my aunt?" She opened the image. Fu Nanqing's abs photo was clearly displayed before her eyes. His body was absolutely perfect. Any woman would like it. Susi's face turned red looking at it. Just then, a cold voice spoke. Haven't seen enough? Susi turned around in shock. She saw his sharp eyes suddenly narrow, looking terrifyingly fierce. Fu Nanqing strode over. You like me and want to be the aunt? Susi wanted to explain, but thinking about it, she gave up. He hated her so much, no explanation would matter. Fu Nanqing let out a cold snort from his throat, caught in the act and still trying to deny it. Susi took out her phone and deleted the photo right in front of him. His handsome face darkened with storm clouds. You think deleting the photo ends it? Susi didn't want to deal with it. You're still wearing pants. What's the big deal? Implying she was a bit disappointed, wanting to see him completely exposed. Fu Nanqing had never seen such a shameless woman. His long, powerful fingers firmly gripped her delicate chin. Susi, was I not clear enough last time? I have no interest in you. I have a wife. I like her, and I have absolutely no intention of cheating. Susi's heart ached painfully. He actually truly liked Su Shui. I understand. Mr. Fu, this won't happen again. Fu Nanqing stared at her coldly. You don't think you're getting off that easily, do you? Susi looked at him with clear, bright eyes. Then what do you want? He spoke coldly. Take off your clothes. The tall, handsome vice president apparently had special preferences, demanding the little maid to strip. Susi shouted loudly, telling him it was impossible. Fu Nanqing pressed on her fragrant shoulders, trapping her there, his handsome features darkening. Want me to do it myself? His large hand reached for her cardigan, forcefully pulling it down. Her fair shoulder straps were exposed. Spaghetti straps with shorts, the typical innocent girl's outfit. Fu Nanqing meant to humiliate her, but seeing this sight, his pupils contracted sharply from the stimulation. Susi angrily raised her hand and slapped his handsome face hard. His eyes were now covered with a terrifying fury. Susi, are you tired of living? Susi glared at him with reddened eyes. You started it first. Let me go. His gaze fell on her shoulder straps. We're not done yet. In those photos earlier, I wasn't like this. Let's be fair. Susi had already sensed his intention. She struggled desperately. Fu Nanqing, you? Fu Nanqing raised his hand, his fingers slowly approaching. She lunged forward forcefully, standing on tiptoes to bite his shoulder. Fu Nanqing quickly pressed her back against the wall. She raised her eyes, looking at him defiantly. Fu Nanqing, do you want to vent your anger, or do you want to see me? Fu Nanqing's sword-like eyebrows furrowed at these words. She moved close to his face, like a little demon. You say you hate me, but look at yourself now. Is this how you treat every woman who gets close to you? Does Mrs. Fu know about this? Fu Nanqing only then realized that his tall, straight body was pressing against hers. A mature man in a suit pressing an innocent, delicate girl against the wall. She looked barely 18. The scene was too ambiguous. Realizing how forbidden this was, Fu Nanqing instantly threw her aside. Susi picked up her cardigan from the floor and quickly wrapped it around herself. Vice President, are you going to strip me or not? If not, I'm going upstairs. Fu Nanqing's heart raced, his fierce eyes looking at her. No need. This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Dropping these words, he turned and left cold-heartedly. His handsome brows furrowed as he touched his bitten shoulder. Why was he always affected by her? At this moment, Dr. Su Shui sent him a text message. Honey, I received the Dior jewelry. I love it. Thinking of Su Shui's soft whispers in his arms last night, those sweet, honey calls, Fu Nanqing's furrowed brows relaxed. He replied, glad you like it. Su Shui sent another message. Honey, I have good news. My period is over. The last sentence was full of suggestive meaning. Fu Nanqing's lips curled up. I'm looking forward to it. The next day, Susi received a call from Su Shui. Susi, continue to accompany my husband tonight. I told him my period is over. Don't give yourself away. A cold smile appeared in Susi's bright eyes. Fine, just you wait. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly. Su Shui, should I call you naive or stupid? Fu Nanqing finished work and drove from the company back to the Fu residence. Learning that Su Shui hadn't returned, he quickly sent a message. Why aren't you back yet? At that moment, Su Shui, who was at the Su residence, was startled by this message. She immediately dialed Susi's phone number but couldn't get through. Susi had agreed so well. Why hadn't she gone back? She frantically made several more calls, but still couldn't get through. Half an hour passed, and Su Shui became as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Then the phone finally connected. She questioned angrily, Su Si, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly turn off your phone? Do you know how long my husband has been waiting? Su Si replied calmly, where's my jade pendant? Give me the jade pendant. What just happened was to let you know that I'm in control of this game. If you don't give me the jade pendant, I'm not going anywhere. Su Shui felt cornered and was furious. I'll give you the jade pendant tomorrow, but tonight you must go to Fu Nanqing. If we're discovered, we'll both go down together. Su Si didn't want to go anymore, but she had no choice. She could only nod, fine, I'll go, but this is the last time. She hung up after saying that. Tonight would be her last time as a substitute. This was her last time as a substitute. Also the last time sleeping with the billionaire CEO. Mrs. Fu saw Su Si arrive and immediately went to greet her. Shue, you're back? Mom will have someone heat up food for you. She smiled and waved her hand. No need, Mom. I've eaten. Mrs. Fu noticed. Her wrist was bare. Mrs. Fu immediately took out an emerald jade bracelet and put it on Su Si's delicate wrist. Shue, this is from Mom. This jade bracelet is clearly a family heirloom, very precious. Su Si felt guilty, feeling like a fraud deceiving Mrs. Fu's feelings. Mom, I can't accept this. Mrs. Fu smiled. Take it, Shue. It was meant for my daughter-in-law anyway. You're the most suitable. This is your home now. No one can bully you. Su Si felt warmth in her heart. Having Mrs. Fu as a mother-in-law was wonderful. For the first time, she envied Su Shui. Su Si accepted it for now, planning to return it to Mrs. Fu when she had the chance. She took out a sachet. Mom, I made this myself. It has some spices in it. It's not worth much, but please keep it with you. Mrs. Fu took the sachet and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. She loved it. It's beautiful, Shue. This gift is so thoughtful. Just then, steady footsteps sounded. Fu Nanqing arrived. He looked at her and said, You're back. Su Si nodded with a Mrs. Fu urged, You two go rest then. I'm going to bed too. Fu Nanqing held Su Si's small hand and led her back to their room. Back in the room, Fu Nanqing felt her hand was cold. Why are your hands so cold? Before he could finish, Su Si pulled her hand back and removed the jade bracelet from her wrist. She handed it to Fu Nanqing. Fu Nanqing looked at the bracelet. Then his gaze fell on her small face. He asked softly, Don't you like it? I don't. Seeing he didn't reach out to take it, Su Si placed the jade bracelet on the bedside table. Things that weren't hers, she wouldn't keep. Su Si turned and entered the bathroom. I'll take a shower first. Fu Nanqing's handsome brow furrowed slightly. He didn't understand why she was so cold towards him tonight. Soon, Su Si came out after taking a shower. She lifted the blanket and lay down beside him, but kept her distance. Fu Nanqing extended his arm, asking her to come closer. Su Si moved slightly, settling into his embrace. The girl closed her eyes, her long eyelashes falling like butterfly wings, quiet and beautiful. Fu Nanqing reached out to touch her face. What's wrong today? Su Si turned her face away, avoiding his hand. Fu Nanqing's gaze fell on her tempting red lips. He leaned in to kiss her, and she didn't resist. However, she didn't reciprocate either, just passively accepting it. Fu Nanqing pressed half his body over her. Seeing her reluctance, he propped himself up beside her, his low voice carrying a hint of indulgence. Mrs. Fu, open your mouth. Su Si opened her eyes and refused. No. Fu Nanqing's gaze burned like magma. He laughed. No? Then why did you accept my diamond? Why did you send me flirtatious messages? It was Su Shui who had accepted his diamond and sent those flirtatious messages. Su Si blinked at him. I was just teasing you. Is that not allowed? She turned away, showing her delicate back to him. I'm really tired today. Fu Nanqing had no choice but to lie back down, irritably scratching his head. When Su Si fell asleep, Fu Nanqing kept staring at her. He turned this heartless little thing back towards him, pulling her into his embrace. His movements suddenly froze. Through her collar, he saw her beautiful collarbone, and below the left collarbone, there was a 3-petaled peach blossom birthmark. He remembered the night he returned to the country when she appeared in his room. He had seen that 3-petaled peach blossom then. It seemed his previous worries were unnecessary. Fu Nanqing fell asleep holding her. The next morning, Fu Nanqing woke up to find the bed empty beside him. Su Si was already gone. Why did she always get up so early? Just then, his phone dinged. Su Shui had sent a message. Honey, did you sleep well last night? Fu Nanqing's lips curved as he replied with 2 words. Very well. Su Shui sent another message. Honey, I have something to tell you. Tomorrow I'm holding my father's birthday party. Can you come? Fu Nanching raised an eyebrow and replied, sure. The little maid went to the hotel's hot dance floor by herself, attracting many men. Unexpectedly, the billionaire CEO kept staring at her. His face showed a cold chill. He was instantly jealous, wanting to possess her completely. Su Xi received a call from Su Shui, who said the jade pendant wasn't with her. 2 years ago, that jade pendant had entered the Fu family with her dowry. They needed to search the Fu house. Su Xi was speechless. The Fu house was huge. How could she search for her jade pendant? How it got to the Fu house? The matter suddenly became complicated. Suddenly her phone dinged. Fu Yingying sent her a message. Cici, are you free? Let's go shopping together later. Half an hour later, they met at the mall. The two of them were chatting and laughing together. Then they saw some familiar faces, Su Shui and her good friend Li Xian. Li Xian was the first to mock. Ugly people hanging out with ugly people. What a perfect match. Su Shui put on a fake sympathetic face. Don't say that. They must be hurt already. She laughed. Shui Shui, you're just too kind. Fu Yingying felt sick hearing this. I thought I smelled something bad. Turns out it's someone's bad breath. Su Shui's face changed dramatically. She immediately rushed towards Fu Yingying. At this moment, Su Xi stepped in front of Fu Yingying. Her clear eyes looked at Su Shui with a smile. Su Shui, you'd better be polite to Yingying. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Fu Yingying is Fu Nanching's most beloved niece. You don't even know your husband's niece? How stupid can you be? Su Shui was in a good mood, touching her platinum heart of the earth necklace. Me? Regret? What important people could you possibly know? Do you know what this is? Li Xian showed off to them. Su Xi, this is the star of Earth worth several hundred million. Shui Shui's boyfriend gave it to her. He'll attend Uncle's birthday party tomorrow. Su Xi immediately felt annoyed. This meant they were going public. It seemed Su Shui was about to rise up. She was so excited. How's that? Jealous? Well, too bad. Su Xi, you just don't have such luck. She took out a black card. Walking to the counter, let me pay. Watching their backs, Fu Yingying couldn't swallow this anger. Cici, this Su Shui is so arrogant. Anyone would think she's marrying my uncle tomorrow. Su Xi glanced at the unknowing Fu Yingying. What an accurate guess. She pulled Su Xi's hand forward. Such a nice day. Why did we have to run into them? So unlucky. I'll take you to a bar tonight to relax. That night at the Tianshang Renjian Hotel, Su Xi was a bit worried. Yingying, we should go back. If your uncle finds out, he'll definitely be angry, Fu Yingying assured her. He's not here anyway. She took out 2 masks. Put this on. Let's go dancing. Su Xi took it and put it on, covering her face except for her eyes. Fu Yingying pulled Su Xi to the center of the dance floor. The heavy metal music was playing, everyone dancing wildly. Fu Yingying started moving her hands and feet. She pressed against Su Xi and did a hot dance. Su Xi smiled helplessly. Then tonight, let's forget all unhappy things. Let's just indulge ourselves. She started swaying her waist like a water snake. The two immediately became the highlight of the dance floor. Many men rushed over, dancing around Su Xi and Fu Yingying. At this moment, in a quiet, secluded private room, Fu Nanching sat in the main seat, his long fingers holding a lit cigarette. His handsome face, his deep hawk-like eyes, penetrating everything, fell on the dance floor, on those 2 figures. He had seen them when Su Xi and his niece came in earlier. He was here for business today. A CEO sat beside him. The CEO noticed him staring at the dance floor and found it strange. Vice President, those 2 beauties dancing down there look quite young. So you like schoolgirls? Fu Nanching lowered his hand to tap the ash into the ashtray. No, that's my niece. CEO Li smiled meaningfully. Oh, so both of them are your nieces. Fu Nanching immediately lost interest in smoking and stood up to leave. Fu Nanching strode into the dance floor, his eyes carrying a cold, chilling gaze. It was terrifying. The men in the dance floor were crowding crazily. Someone complained unhappily, "Who is it? Stop pushing. Stop pushing." Soon they saw him, and everyone consciously made way for Fu Nanching. Fu Yingying was startled, feeling dizzy, thinking she was hallucinating. She whispered softly, "Csi, my uncle is here." It was too noisy. Su Xi couldn't hear what Fu Yingying was saying. Fu Yingying pointed behind with her finger. "Uncle, My uncle is right behind you. Su Si turned around confused. She actually saw Fu Nanqing. Su Si really didn't expect to run into him in a bar's dance floor. Her long eyelashes trembled. She called out, "Vice President." Fu Nanqing coldly looked at her. "Who told you to bring my niece to dance at a bar?" The tall, handsome vice president interrogated the little maid. "Which man did you give your first time to?" She wanted to shout, "I gave my first time to you," but she didn't. After the little maid got drunk, she was taken away by a strange man. The trillion-dollar CEO finally panicked, putting down everything to search for her. Fu Nanqing clenched his fists. She was clearly just an insignificant person. Why did he care so much? Su Si was really tired of his bad temper. Looking up at him, "It's my freedom to come dancing. What does it have to do with you? What are you angry about?" Fu Nanqing's eyes darkened. He grabbed her hand and turned to leave. Fu Ying quickly grabbed Su Si. "Uncle, I was the one who brought CICI here." Fu Nanqing's voice was ice cold, slowly spitting out words. "Shut up. Did I ask you?" Suddenly, a classmate called out to them, "Su Si, Fu Ying, you're here to play? Our booth is right next door. We're all classmates. Come join us." Fu Ying nodded happily. "Sure. Come on, CICI." She struggled free from his grip. "Vice President, this is a young people's gathering. You're busy with work. You don't need to join in. It would make everyone uncomfortable." Fu Nanqing was clearly displeased, looking over with fierce eyes. The classmate immediately responded, "No, not uncomfortable at all. Welcome, welcome." The three of them walked over and sat down. The girl beside them immediately whispered, "Su Si, do you know that person? He's so handsome. He was holding your hand earlier. He looks so reserved. Do you have his WeChat?" Su Si shook her head. "He's Ying's uncle. I barely know him." Just as she finished speaking, she noticed Fu Nanqing staring at her. He mouthed something. "Barely know me?" In Su Si's mind, the scene of sleeping in his arms last night flashed. Half his body was pressing on her, kissing her. He wasn't reserved at all. Someone started dealing cards. Seeing Su Si wasn't moving, they reminded her, "What are you thinking about?" Drawl. She finally came back to her senses and drew a card. Su Si's luck was very bad. She got the smallest card. A male classmate had the highest card. The male classmate smiled. "Classmate Su Si, now I'll ask you a question. Do you still have your first time?" Su Si looked up at everyone and honestly answered, "No." Everyone immediately started shouting. "Didn't expect you to be so open. Quick, tell us who you gave your first time to." Gu Nanqing's cold, misty gaze fell on his face. Su Si smiled bitterly. What had she done to deserve such a look from him? Fu Ying forced a smile. "Xiao Shu, come play too." The second round of the game began. Su Si found herself really unlucky as she got the smallest card again. This time, the highest card was in Fu Nanqing's hands. He chuckled and slowly leaned forward. "My question is, who did you give your first time to?" This explosive question once again pushed the atmosphere to a peak. Everyone urged, "Su Si, follow the game rules. Quick, tell us who it was." Su Si instinctively looked at Fu Nanqing. Fu Nanqing was also looking at her. She wanted to shout to him, "I gave my first time to you," but she didn't. Su Si picked up the beer bottle, accepting the punishment. She quickly drank 10 bottles of beer, drinking fast and hard. Fu Nanqing kept staring at her, his ears turning slightly red. Su Si smiled self-mockingly. She must look really disgraceful in Fu Nanqing's eyes. Then she stood up, stumbling towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, as she walked out of the bathroom, young Master Ji blocked her way with a lewd gaze. Looking her up and down, "Su Si, I saw you upstairs. Thought it was some pretty girl dancing so seductively. Turns out it's the ugly girl from the Su family. Your face might be ugly, but your figure's not bad." Su Si was a bit drunk and didn't want to waste words with this person. She turned to leave. Young Master Ji suddenly grabbed Su Si's waist. She struggled desperately. "Let me go." This scene was witnessed by Mr. Li, who was discussing business with Fu Nanqing. He quickly called Fu Nanqing. "Vice President, your niece was dragged into room 106 by young Master Ji. You better come quickly." At this time, Fu Nanqing was still in the hall. He held his phone, looked at Fu Ying, but Su Si was nowhere to be seen. He shouldn't feel strange. In his view, she moved between various men, shameless and lacking self-respect. It would be abnormal if there weren't any men. His chest filled with hostility as he coldly said to Mr. Li, "Let her be. Whoever she wants to play with is none of my business." At this moment, Secretary Song came to remind him, "President, it's time to go." You have to attend the Su family's birthday banquet early tomorrow morning. At this, Fu Nanqing's brows furrowed deeply. If Secretary Song hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about the Su family's birthday banquet, forgotten about Su Shui, forgotten that he still had a rich wife. Now his eyes and heart were full of Su Si, that little maid. His face turned dark as water. He ran out immediately. Arriving at the guest room corridor, he began searching for the room number. He stepped forward and kicked open the door. Rushing in, the trillion-dollar CEO finally discovered that the scar on the little maid's face was fake. Below her collarbone, there appeared a 3-petal peach blossom birthmark. Inside the room, Su Si struggled desperately, trying to escape. Suddenly, she took out some incense and aimed it at Ji Xiao's nose. Within seconds, he passed out. Fortunately, she had brought the sleeping drug. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Si used all her strength to push him away, but his body was too heavy. She couldn't push him off immediately. The next second, she heard the door being opened. Fu Nanqing stormed in furiously. Seeing this scene, his brows furrowed deeply. Without a word, he grabbed Ji Xiao's collar. He threw several fierce punches, leaving his face bloody. His punches were violent and merciless. Su Si hadn't expected Fu Nanqing to come, let alone attack Ji Xiao. She immediately got off the bed, shouting, "Stop!" Fu Nanqing seemed not to hear, continuing to punch. Su Si watched in horror. With no time to think, she rushed over and hugged Fu Nanqing from behind, her slender waist pressing against him. "Stop! Something terrible will happen if you continue." As Su Si's soft, fragrant body pressed against him, Fu Nanqing tensed up and stopped hitting. He froze for a few seconds. Taking out his phone, he called Secretary Song. "Room 106, handle this situation." Fu Nanqing grabbed Su Si's delicate wrist, dragging her towards the bathroom. Su Si stumbled as she was pulled in. He turned on the shower, and cold water immediately poured down on her. Su Si shivered, looking at him in complete shock. What had gotten into Fu Nanqing? She pushed him away trying to escape, but Fu Nanqing caught her waist and pulled her back. He threw her into the corner, then grabbed the shower head. Spraying cold water on her body, he asked, "Where did he touch you? Here or here?" "Wash clean everywhere he touched." Su Si looked at the gloomy-faced man before her, her long-suppressed emotions finally erupting. She stood up abruptly. "Fu Nanqing, what did I do to make you constantly humiliate and target me?" Fu Nanqing grabbed her hand and pinned her against the wall. His voice rolled out grimly. "You didn't offend me, but you seduce me. Su Si, every time I meet you, I lose control. It's you who keeps seducing me." Su Si felt deeply wronged. Her clean, wet eyes looked at him, like a stubborn little beast staring back. "When? Tell me, when did I ever seduce you?" Fu Nanqing barely contained himself. Looking at her tear-filled eyes, her fragile beauty intoxicating, he said, "Right now." Fu Nanqing released her and cupped her small face in his hands. His lips pressed against hers. Su Si shrank back. What was he doing? Didn't he hate her? Su Si quickly turned her face away, avoiding his kiss. "Fu Nanqing, what are you doing? Have you forgotten? You're a married man." These words were like ice water poured over his head. Fu Nanqing's tall, straight figure froze. He was indeed a married man. But what was he doing now? Losing control with another woman. He spoke coldly, "Leave." Su Si turned to go. But just then, Fu Nanqing suddenly saw that 3-petal peach blossom. Earlier, when Ji Xiao had torn Su Si's collar, the 3-petal peach blossom below her collarbone was exposed. Fu Nanqing caught sight of it immediately. His narrow eyes narrowed thoughtfully. With one swift movement, he pulled Su Si back again. She started struggling. "Fu Nanqing, let me go. Didn't you say you wouldn't cheat? You're someone else's husband." Fu Nanqing's gaze turned fierce. As she struggled, he reached out and brushed aside her collar, revealing the rose-colored 3-petal peach blossom. It was completely exposed to his view. She actually had this 3-petal peach blossom too. This 3-petal peach blossom, wasn't it supposed to be on Su Shui's body? The tall, handsome vice president finally realized that the girl who had slept beside him that night was actually his little maid, not his so-called fiancée Su Shui. Huge waves of shock stirred in Fu Nanqing's deep eyes. He looked at the long scar on the girl's face. Then he reached out to touch it, rubbing it hard with his fingertips. Soon the edges of the scar began to fade away. This scar was fake. She had drawn it on. Past scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. Fu Nanqing was always a smart and alert person. He immediately guessed what was happening. He had suspected before, but he never thought her facial scar was fake. He stared at the girl before him with dark intensity, like a lurking beast about to pounce and tear its prey apart. Su Xi hadn't noticed anything yet. Those drinks from earlier are really strong. I can't even push you away. Fu Nanqing, let go of me. If you don't, I'll call Su Shui and tell her you're trying to cheat. Fu Nanqing let out a dangerous laugh from his heaving chest. Call Su Shui? Wasn't this all planned between her and Su Shui? Wasn't it Su Shui who personally sent her to his bed? No one had ever dared to scheme against him like this. Fu Nanqing lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Su Xi's mind went blank. He was forcing a kiss on her. What did he want? He knew who she was and still did this. He was truly insane. Fu Nanqing picked her up horizontally and strode out of the bathroom. He threw her forcefully onto the soft bed. Su Xi felt extremely dizzy. Just as she tried to get up, her vision darkened. The man pressed one knee on the bed, his tall figure looming over her. One hand supported him beside her, while the other began undoing his shirt buttons. His movements were wild and unrestrained, full of mature masculine charm. Su Xi felt scared. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control. Fu Nanqing, look clearly. I'm Su Xi, not Su Shui. Fu Nanqing curved his lips, touching her face. Not Su Shui. Su Xi, you're the one I want to catch. Under the girl's anxious gaze, Fu Nanqing kissed her again. Su Xi thought he had gone mad. Fu Nanqing, let go. If you dare touch me, I'll report you. He laughed as if hearing a joke. Go ahead, try reporting me. Since being tough didn't work, Su Xi tried being gentle. Fu Nanqing, aren't you going public with Su Shui tomorrow? How can you do something like this the night before? He remained unconcerned. So what? Didn't Su Xi also climb into my bed right when I returned home and took over the Fu family at a crucial moment? Got into my bed? Su Xi's eyes brightened. If you let me go, I'll stay far away from you and Su Shui. You can be happy together, and we can all return to our own lives. Fu Nanqing gripped her chin firmly. So that's your plan? He kissed her lips again. Sleep with me, then push me to Su Shui, and walk away clean? She started this game. Now she wants to end it? It won't be that easy. Su Xi accidentally hit her head on the headboard. Her delicate body trembled twice. She closed her eyes. Crystalline tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Fu Nanqing's heart ached instantly. His large hand covered her forehead bangs, protecting her head. He planted numerous kisses on her head. Why are you crying? Open your eyes and look at me. Su Xi opened her eyes, filled with glistening tears, clear and pure. Her pupils were red. Fu Nanqing held her tightly and asked, I heard you're not a virgin anymore. What's the name of your first man? Say his name. Su Xi felt angry. She hated him. Her nails left several bloody scratches on his muscles as she shouted, Fu Nanqing. He smiled. Your clothes are all wet. He placed Su Xi's hands on his waist. Won't you undress? Are you shy? Su Xi was indeed extremely shy, her small face bright red. The next morning, a melodious phone ringtone sounded in the room, waking Fu Nanqing. Fu Nanqing picked up the phone from the bedside table. It was Su Shui calling, probably urging him to attend the Su family's birthday party. His eyes still held last night's tenderness as he hung up the call. He held the girl in his arms and continued sleeping. Half an hour later, Su Xi woke up naturally. She opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling for a while, her eyes full of confusion. Then, a man's deep, magnetic voice came from beside her ear. Awake? Su Xi turned her head and saw the man's incomparably handsome face. It was Fu Nanqing. Last night's memories instantly flooded back. It wasn't a dream. She really did sleep with Fu Nanqing. Seeing her terrified eyes, Fu Nanqing curved his thin lips mysteriously. How did you sleep last night? Want another round? Su Xi sat up in fear. Her mind was in complete chaos. She couldn't understand why he had slept with her. Not good. Very bad. Just then, knock 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 sounds came from the door, followed by the secretary's voice. President, the items you requested are here. Fu Nanqing took the items and handed them to Su Xi. Take this. Su Xi looked at him and asked, what is this? He said coldly, morning after pill. The tall, handsome vice president, after learning the truth, had severely punished Su Shui. He publicly took back the emperor's heart. Fu Nanqing's voice was cold and heartless, like a knife. Su Xi, you don't think I'd have children with you, do you? Take the pill. I don't want any accidents. Su Si understood his meaning perfectly. She took the morning after pill and swallowed it in front of him. I've taken it. Vice President, can I leave now? Fu Nanqing warned. About last night, I don't want anyone to know. Especially my Mrs. Fu. Su Si ignored him and turned to leave. If you didn't want Su Shui to know, you shouldn't have done it. Psycho. Just as she walked out, she received a message from Su Shui. It's Dad's birthday today. Why aren't you here yet? She just wanted her to witness her going public with Fu Nanqing, acting like she was being filial. She then got into a taxi. Her mind was filled with thoughts of last night. Doesn't Fu Nanqing like Su Shui? Why did he touch me? Half an hour later, Su Si arrived at the Su family banquet hall. A group of people envied Su Shui greatly. Wow, Shui, is this the Imperial Star? It's so beautiful. Shui, let's go shopping and get spa treatments tomorrow. Don't forget about us sisters, just because you have a rich boyfriend. Su Shui pretended to be apologetic. Tomorrow might not work. I need to accompany my boyfriend. He's so clingy. It's okay. I'll wait for you all. Su Shui was thoroughly enjoying all of this. Then she saw Su Si arrive. She's still so ugly, doesn't even have decent clothes. While she herself was about to become a legitimate wealthy wife today, Lilan quickly walked up to Su Si, showing displeasure. Su Si, didn't I tell you not to show your face? Do you want everyone to know we have an ugly daughter from the countryside? At this moment, Su Shui walked over, swaying her hips. Mom, I asked her to come. Su, today I'll show you how I become a wealthy wife. After watching, you'd better give up any inappropriate thoughts. Su Si's expression remained bland, saying nothing. Su Changrong came anxiously. Shui, did you call President Fu? The banquet has been going on for so long. Why isn't he here yet? Su Shui had called Fu Nanqing several times, but couldn't get through. Dad, Nanqing must be busy. I'll try again. The call still wouldn't connect. She felt slightly uneasy. Su Si stood aside and sighed. What busy? Fu Nanqing is probably still at the bar. Who knows if he's even awake? Suddenly, a commotion arose. Someone exclaimed excitedly, He's here! He's here! Su Shui's wealthy boyfriend had arrived. Su Shui boasted to Su Si, my husband is here. Just watch carefully. I will keep my eyes wide open. People discussed among themselves, has anyone seen Su Shui's boyfriend? No, but we're about to. Someone who can give the Imperial Star must be extraordinary. Soon a figure appeared. It wasn't Fu Nanqing, but an old man. The old man's entrance made everyone's smiles freeze. Instead of the handsome and noble Fu Nanqing, it was a man in his 70s or 80s. The scene erupted in chaos. Su exclaimed, Oh my God! Shui, is this your wealthy boyfriend? How could you date such an old man? The old man had reached her. Su Shui angrily said, Who are you? Who let you in? Someone get him out of here. The old man wore a Zhongshan suit, clearly a butler from a prestigious household. Miss Su, hello. I'm here to take back the Imperial Star. It doesn't belong to you. Su Shui immediately covered the Imperial Star on her neck. What right do you have to take back my Imperial Star? This Imperial Star is mine. If it's not mine, whose is it? The old man smiled slightly and made a gesture. Two burly bodyguards in black immediately stepped forward. They yanked the Imperial Star from Su Shui's neck. The brilliant diamond scratched her neck, leaving a bloody mark. Su Shui immediately let out a scream. Li Lan quickly protected Su Shui in her arms, shouting angrily, Who are you people? How dare you commit violence in our Su family home? Help! Someone help! Su Changrong, exasperated, glared at Li Lan and Su Shui. Shut up, stop making a scene. After the old man left, the scene exploded. Su immediately said, Shui, I offered to introduce you to boyfriends before. You chose an old man? How could you stoop so low? Another man also changed his attitude. Mr. Su, is this your son-in-law? Wonder if he calls you father, or you call him father. Su Shui listened to all their words. She broke down on the spot, collapsing on the ground with a blank mind. She never thought things would turn out like this. After they left, Li Lan finally asked, Changrong, what's going on? That old man. Su Changrong cut off Li Lan's words. That was Fu Nanqing's butler. This was all Fu Nanqing's doing. Su Shui shook her head in disbelief. What? How is this possible? The tall and handsome President Fu finally got jealous. The little maid and his nephew went on a secret date. Su Shui kept shaking her head in disbelief. Fu Nanqing wouldn't do this to me. He was fine yesterday. He promised to announce our relationship at the birthday banquet. Su Changrong's face turned purple with anger. He raised his hand and slapped Su Shui across the face. Useless thing. Go figure out how to win back Fu Nanqing's heart yourself. After saying this angrily, He left. Su Shui collapsed on the ground, crying miserably. She couldn't understand why Fu Nanqing would be so cruel to her. Then she saw Su Si standing aside. Su Si's beautiful eyes were watching her, cold and composed, taking in all her misery. Su Si, you've come to laugh at me too? Su Si smiled slightly. You know why you're asking. Thank you for specially inviting me to watch this show. After saying this, she turned to leave. Su Shui was so angry, she nearly had a brain hemorrhage. She let out a sharp scream. In the classroom, Su Si placed her hand on her abdomen, her face a bit pale. At this moment, Fuyu ran over. Little ugly girl, are you free tonight? Let's go on a date. Su Si, I didn't want to deal with him and started walking away. Suddenly, her body swayed. Fuyu immediately reached out to support her. The next second, Su Si's vision went black, and her body fell limply. Fuyu's expression changed drastically as he caught Su Si. Little ugly girl, what's wrong? In the study of the Epine Lan Villa, the butler brought back the imperial star. Young master, the imperial star has been retrieved as per your instructions. Please take a look. Fu Nanqing, handsome and cold, continued signing documents with his pen, without even lifting his eyelids. Throw it away. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fu Nanqing glanced up and said one word, enter. The secretary came in just in time to see the butler throwing the imperial star into the trash bin. Such an expensive item worth hundreds of millions, just thrown away. Could it be because Su Shui had worn it? Fu Nanqing coldly looked up and asked, is the divorce certificate ready? Secretary Song nodded. It's done. President, you now have no connection to Su Shui. In his mind, he recalled the small face beneath him last night, black hair messily tangled around her face, so soft and disheveled, even making men unable to forget afterward. After dealing with Su Shui, it was Su Si's turn. After working for a while, he looked outside. It was already dark. Checking the time, it was already 8 p.m. Why hadn't Su Si returned? Just as he was about to go look for her, Fu Yingying came back. Uncle, are you staying here tonight instead of going back to the old mansion? Fu Nanqing's handsome brow twitched, and he asked displeasedly, where's your classmate? Didn't she come back with you? She suddenly smiled. Oh, Cici, I saw her with you both this afternoon. They must be on a date. As these words fell, the temperature in Fu Nanqing's eyes suddenly dropped to freezing point. Fu Yingying didn't understand her uncle's expression and sighed to herself, I thought Cici could be my little aunt, but it seems she wants to be my sister-in-law instead. Uncle, you've lost your chance. As she spoke, she suddenly stopped, because she noticed her uncle's face had become terrifying. Fu Nanqing looked at her expressionlessly and tossed over a set of test papers. Are you that free? Complete these questions. Fu Yingying fled in panic. Taking your anger out on me won't help. Cici is already with brother Fuyu. Fu Nanqing sat alone, taking out a cigarette and placing it between his thin lips. Taking a deep drag, he thought, she went on a date with his nephew. Just slept in my bed last night, and today she's dating the kid. She's really something. At 11 p.m., a car stopped outside Epine Lan Villa. Su Si got out, her face still pale. She had fainted at school earlier, and Fuyu had taken her to the hospital for an 4 drip. That's why she was returning so late. Fuyu asked concernedly, the doctor said you're allergic to medicine. What kind of medicine are you allergic to? Su Si had to lie. It's nothing, just cold medicine. Anyway, thank you for today. Fuyu raised his hand and gently patted her head. What are you saying? You're my girlfriend. Isn't it natural for me to take care of you? His hand was still patting Su Si's head. At this moment, Su Si's pupils contracted. She saw Fu Nanqing on the balcony, one hand in his pocket, his expression unclear in the darkness. He was looking down at them coldly like an emperor. Su Si quickly dodged Fuyu's hand and forced a smile. Young Master Fu, I'll head in first. After saying this, she went inside. Fuyu shouted, little ugly girl, good night, sleep early. But as soon as Su Si went upstairs, that tall, cold figure stepped out and blocked her path, blocking her way. With a cigarette between his lips, he stared at her coldly, his expression very unpleasant. Su Si looked up at him. Vice President, do you need something? His thin lips curled as he lowered his voice. Where did Su Si go playing with my nephew to return so late? The tall and handsome vice president's jealousy was completely exposed, questioning the little maid, claiming unfamiliarity even after being intimate. Su Si said clearly, Vice President, we're not close. I don't need to report my private matters to you. right? Fu Nanqing didn't get angry. He took a drag of his cigarette and then blew all the smoke into her small face. The unexpected nicotine smell invaded her nose and mouth. Su Xi was choked and started coughing immediately. Then, his fingers holding the cigarette grabbed her small chin, forcing her to lift her tear-streaked face. He smiled frivolously, claiming unfamiliarity even after sharing a bed. Su Xi's pale face flushed red with shame and anger. How could he say such things so casually? She looked at him defiantly. Vice President, I'm your nephew's girlfriend now. Do you need to monitor where we go on dates too? Fu Nanqing's fingers tightened on her chin, the smile completely gone from his face. Were you this sharp-tongued when Fu Yu kissed you? Su Xi was in pain from his grip. She looked at him and parted her red lips, showing a bit of her red tongue. Her lively eyes, full of defiance. What sharp tongue? Like this? Fu Nanqing's face darkened, but his Adam's apple still couldn't help but bob. How did she become so rebellious, full of defiance, and so provocative? Fu Nanqing's handsome brows reddened with anger as he spoke carelessly, laughing bitterly. Looks like I was prepared correctly. Otherwise, if you got pregnant, we wouldn't know if it's the nephews or the uncles. Before he could finish speaking, Su Xi's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand to slap his hateful handsome face hard. A crisp slapping sound rang out. Fu Nanqing's handsome face was struck sideways. He slowly turned his face back, staring at her fiercely. She actually dared to hit him. Su Xi's palm was tingling. She had used all her strength to slap him. She thought this slap should have been given last night, when he forcefully took advantage of her. She brought her small face closer. Vice President, why don't you hit me back? After all, you're the high and mighty figure. With just a move of your finger, you can make me disappear from Yi City. Torture me however you like. Fu Nanqing clenched his fists. Looking at her delicate face, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to hurt her. He finally left in anger. Su Xi went into her room, feeling pain in her stomach. Fu Nanqing had bullied her since their first meeting, step by step pushing her into the abyss. But she wasn't Su Shui. Fu Nanqing didn't know. He didn't know about her drug allergies either. He knew nothing. He was simply a complete bastard. Several days later, Su Xi returned home. Opening her bag for keys, she found she hadn't brought them. She had to call Fu Yingying. I forgot my keys. When can you come back? Fu Yingying's anxious voice came through. I can't get back right now. There's another key with my uncle. I'll send him a message. You go get the key from him. Before she could say anything, the call ended. Now she had no choice but to find Fu Nanqing for the key. In a private room at Song Hotel, Fu Nanqing sat in the main seat, playing cards with a group of young masters. He wore a white shirt with the collar button undone, his expression cold and silent. Song Zilin whispered, my second brother's been in a bad mood these days. Who upset him? His temper's quite bad. When Xiaoqian told him not to mind Nanqing, saying he'd adjust himself, Song Zilin couldn't help but speak up. Brother, Fuji Jewelry selected 10 spokespersons today. All types, each one prettier than the last. Should we invite some to join us? Fu Nanqing lifted his beautiful eyes to look at him. Do you have something to say? Acting as if he hadn't spoken, Song Zilin immediately shut up. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Vice President, she timidly approached, her voice soft and sweet. Vice President, let me help you with your cards. Fu Nanqing only turned his head to look once, expressionlessly saying 2 words, get out. His mind wandered to Su Xi again. Not a single word of submission from her, only knowing how to make him angry. When Xiaoqian raised his eyebrows, that's not right. Nanqing, isn't this your type? Song Zilin laughed loudly. What's the point of being plain? I say you need someone sexy. There's a supermodel called Su Air who's really hot. Interested? Second brother? Fu Nanqing smoked while looking down at his phone. He coldly said one sentence. No need. Su Air was applying lipstick in the main hall. Soon she saw Su Xi's face in the mirror. She immediately turned to look. Su Xi, I wanted to pretend not to see her, but finally called out, Sister. She stepped forward and scolded. This is Song's territory. Who do you think you are to come here? Leave quickly before you cause trouble and implicate me. Su Xi's cold eyes looked at her. I'm here to find someone. I'll leave once I find them. She mocked. Finding someone? How could you know anyone here? Who are you trying to fool, Su Xi? Know your place. Just then, Secretary Song came over. He respectfully said in a low voice, Miss Su, please follow me. Su Si followed Secretary Song into the VIP room area. Su Air watched furiously. What's going on? How can she go in there? What big shot has this ugly woman hooked? The tall and handsome vice president, wanting the little maid to sleep with him, immediately thought of a plan. He sent Su Shui a message, "Come keep me company tonight. I want to see your 3-petal peach blossom birthmark properly." Fu Nanchang kept looking down at his phone. When Xiao Qian and Song Zilin whispered, "Just now, how many times has he checked his phone?" Nanching must be waiting for a woman's message. Impossible. We just sent one away. My second brother has such high standards. Who could catch his eye? Just then, Su Si walked in. "Vice President, I'm here for the key." When Xiao Qian and Song Zilin saw Su Si, naturally noticing the scar on her face, he was very surprised. "You must be joking." Su Si frowned and repeated, "President Fu, can you give me the key?" Fu Nanching looked at her red, watery eyes and that fragile face, couldn't help teasing, "It's in my suit jacket. Come get it yourself." Su Si slowly walked over. Her body lightly brushed against Fu Nanching's skin as she quickly searched the suit pockets. Fu Nanching's lips curled slightly, finding it amusing. Su Si looked up at him. "Vice President, I've looked. It's not in the pockets." He smiled. "Is that so? Maybe I remembered wrong." "Look again." Su Si had already realized he was playing with her and wouldn't fall for it again. "If you don't want to give it, forget it. I'll stay somewhere else today." She was about to stand up. Unexpectedly, Fu Nanching held her down. She struggled desperately. "Fu Nanching, let go." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Su Si and Fu Nanching turned their heads. It was Fu Yu. He came over and asked, "Xiao Shu, we were just at the next table. Didn't see you earlier. Why are you with CICI?" Su Si explained. "I came to see the vice president about something. I accidentally fell." Fu Yu put his hand on her shoulder. "Oh, have you finished your business? My friends are here too. Perfect timing to introduce you." The next second, Fu Nanching's face darkened as he heard Su Si say, "Yes, I'm done. As your girlfriend, I haven't met your friends yet." Song Zilin couldn't understand what was going on. How could that ugly woman be Fu Yu's girlfriend? Fu Nanching's gaze remained fixed on her, showing clear displeasure. Seeing her chatting and laughing with Fu Yu, sitting softly and obediently beside him, they were indeed of similar flower-like age. The air was filled with the sweetness of young love. Fu Nanching was very unhappy. He silently lit a cigarette and took out his phone to send Su Shui a message, "Come keep me company tonight." When Su Shui saw Fu Nanching's message, she immediately got excited. He wanted her to come keep him company tonight. Finally, she had waited for this day. She hurriedly replied, "Honey, I'm coming right now." She had already bought CC perfume. This time she would take the initiative. She must make Fu Nanching acknowledge her status publicly. She thought Fu Nanching wouldn't message again, but just then, ding, another message from Fu Nanching came in. "Tonight I want to take a good look at your 3-petal peach blossom birthmark." The smile on Su Shui's face hadn't even fully bloomed before it withered. What birthmark? She didn't have that birthmark. Could it be Su Si's birthmark? Then tonight would benefit Su Si again. She could only let Su Si be her substitute to accompany Fu Nanching again. Finally, she angrily called Su Si. Su Si's phone rang in the private room. She looked at the caller ID. It showed Su Shui. After answering, Su Shui's gritting voice came through. "Su Si, where are you now?" "I don't care where you are. Quickly go to Song's club to accompany Fu Nanching." She quickly lowered her voice. "Su Shui, I warn you, don't bother me. I won't be your substitute anymore." Su Shui used the jade pendant as an excuse again. "Haven't found the jade pendant, right? I know its exact location in the Su family. Keep Fu Nanching happy tonight, and I'll tell you tomorrow morning." Fu Nanching watched the girl in the corner of the sofa, her fingers tightly gripping the phone. She seemed both angry and frustrated, biting her moist lower lip so hard it almost broke. It was clear that tonight she didn't want to accompany him, but this game had started, and it wasn't up to her anymore. It was getting late, and Fu Yu decided to take Su Si home. Fu Nanching was also preparing to leave, followed by Wen Xiaoqian and Song Zilin. They happened to see Su Si seeing Fu Yu off. They whispered, "Second brother, you haven't really fallen for that ugly woman, have you? She's your nephew's girlfriend." It's the first time Nanching has let a woman get so close. Whatever it is, it's his private matter. Don't worry about it. He took out his phone and made a call. The other party quickly answered. "How is it? Is Vice President Song willing to see me?" He sighed. "My second brother doesn't want to see anyone today. We'll see about later." Su Air said coquettishly. "It's okay. Actually, I saved you by chance last time. I didn't expect anything in return. Hearing this, he was very moved. You're too kind. How can you compete with those scheming women? Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Su'er slowly curved her red lips. I just admire the vice president's talent. Everything else should just happen naturally. I have to go now. She hung up and laughed. This fool is so easy to deceive. As for that Suci, who knows who she's hooked up with? She's ugly but quite skilled. Just then, she saw Suci talking with a pot-bellied man. So this is the big shot that the ugly clown caught. Su'er immediately took out her phone. With a click, she took a photo. Looking at it, Su'er smiled eerily. She wouldn't allow anyone to be above her, especially not this little clown. The little maid could actually translate various languages. When the chinny president learned this, he loved her even more. Because she was in such a hurry, she accidentally bumped into a pot-bellied man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Suci apologized, then ran into the hotel. She went into a bathroom. She removed the scar from her face, revealing her cold, beautiful face. This time she must get back that jade pendant. Then she came to room 6901. She reached out and knocked. The door opened quickly. It was Secretary Song. He respectfully said, Madam, the president has urgent work to handle. Please wait a moment. Suci walked in and saw the documents on the table. What's that? He answered, Madam, those are French documents that are needed immediately. The translator is late. We're still looking for someone. Suci, having nothing else to do, said, I'll translate it. Half an hour later, Fu Nanching returned. He saw Suci sitting there, seriously translating French documents. At this moment, his deep magnetic voice sounded, Did you study French in university? Suci looked up at his chiseled handsome face. She shook her head. No, I learned it by myself for fun. Fu Nanching glanced at her translation. It was flawless, with key points highlighted in different colors. Self-taught yet not inferior to the translators in his Fu Corporation. How many more hidden talents did she have that he didn't know about? He tilted his head and asked how many languages she knew. Suci raised an eyebrow. Certainly not as many as President Fu. I'm just an ordinary person. He casually played with her hair. Be my translator for today. Should I pay you? Suci hurried. No need. He asked again. Then how about a reward? Just as Suci was about to speak, his cool, soft lips pressed against hers, steadying her. Suci's pupils contracted. Her mind went blank. So this was the reward he meant. She reached out to push him away. Don't do this. Fu Nanching stared at her with deep eyes. Have you forgotten your identity? You're Su Shui, my Mrs. Fu. Suci's struggling immediately stopped. Right, she was Su Shui. She couldn't resist at all. Resistance would make him suspicious. Seeing her stop moving, Fu Nanching wrapped his arm around her slender waist, holding her in his embrace. Relax, it's normal for husband and wife to be intimate. Tears welled up in Suci's eyes. Su Shui was his Mrs. Fu. Then why did he have to touch her before? She covered his mouth with her hand and asked, Husband, a few nights ago, I saw you in the same room with that Suci. Why were you with her? Fu Nanching's thin lips curved. The little liar was still lying. So he had to lie too. I was drunk that night and mistook her for you. I really hate that maid. She can't compare to you. You're the one I like. Suci's face darkened. So that was the reason. That night he was drunk and mistook her for Su Shui. Suci forcefully pushed him away. She got up and went into the bathroom, feeling nauseated. Fu Nanching followed and saw her standing by the sink, washing her hands with cold water. Her long eyelashes drooped, clearly showing her bad mood. He stood behind her, arms around her waist. Why are you angry? Suci struggled, not wanting his touch. Let go of me. Just then, her waist hurt as the man sternly tightened his grip and lifted her onto the counter. Mrs. Fu, am I too easygoing with you? Suci's eyes reddened. Fu Nanching, please calm down, my body. He interrupted her, teasing, Your period hasn't ended? Your period has been going on for almost a month now. Suci stared at him steadily, speechless. The atmosphere became awkward at this moment. Suddenly Fu Nanching lifted her thighs. Suci turned her head away, extremely embarrassed. He kissed her again, but her mouth remained tightly closed. Fu Nanching laughed in frustration. Deliberately provoking me? Your mouth won't open? His large hand pinched her small face until her mouth formed a diamond shape. He kissed her again, but this time without the previous gentleness and consideration, disregarding her feelings. Suddenly, he deliberately called out, "Su Shui." That's what she got for deliberately spoiling the mood. Susi's expression turned unpleasant. Her delicate white fingers climbed up his strong shoulders, opening her mouth pitifully. Then she bit him hard. Fu Nanqing immediately let out a painful sound. The next second, he took off his clothes. His broad chest muscles were exposed, truly enviable. At this moment, Su Xi spoke. "Fu Nanqing, did you buy that? I don't want to take medicine." He held her. He smiled, curving his lips. "Why call me Fu Nanqing? Call me husband. Let me hear it." The tall and handsome vice president had already figured it out. The little maid was acting with Su Shui. Since that's the case, he would play along. A game of 3 people. See who loses completely in the end. Early morning, Su Xi was already awake. She opened her eyes. Fu Nanqing hadn't left yet. He was sleeping with her in his arms. She got up and dressed, feeling sore all over. Today, she must find Su Shui and ask where the jade pendant is. Then she turned and left the room. After the door closed, the man on the bed opened his eyes. Actually, he had woken up when she moved. Fu Nanqing sat up and made a phone call. Asked where she went. Secretary Song answered that Miss Su Xi went to see Miss Su Shui, still downstairs. In the downstairs bathroom, Su Shui sarcastically said, "Hurry up and change my clothes. Why are you coming out later and later? Don't tell me you really want to be a rich man's wife." Su Xi didn't want to waste words. "Su Shui, where's the jade pendant?" She threw a piece of clothing at her. Su Shui became angry and directly questioned, "Did you sleep together again?" "Su Xi, remember your place. You're just a dash." At this moment, a voice interrupted, "What's going on?" They both looked up. They saw Fu Nanqing's tall and straight figure walking out. He had come out so quickly. Su Shui immediately reacted and hurriedly put on her clothes. She prettily went to greet him, calling husband in a sweet voice. "I was saying how happy I was last night." Fu Nanqing turned his head, looking tenderly at Su Xi. "I was happy too. Do you have time? I'll take you shopping." Su Shui immediately got excited. "Really? I'm free anytime." No. Today she must find out where the jade pendant is. Otherwise, Su Shui might change her mind again. So she called out to wait. "I'll come too." Su Shui was stunned, clearly unwilling. "Su Xi, this is our couple's date. Why are you coming?" But Fu Nanqing was happy to let her come. She can help carry bags. Su Shui didn't dare upset him, so she could only nod, "Okay." The 3 got into a car. Fu Nanqing was driving. Su Shui sat in the passenger seat, unable to contain her happiness. Su Xi sat alone in the back. Fu Nanqing smiled meaningfully. "Su Shui, you're so strange. You keep calling me husband during the day. Why don't you call me that at night?" Su Shui sweetly said, "Husband, if you want to hear it, I'll let you hear plenty tonight." "Good. I look forward to it." Listening to them talk like this, Su Xi felt uncomfortable. This meant if she was being a substitute, she would have to sweetly call him husband, like Su Shui. Fu Nanqing looked at the restless girl in the back seat through the rearview mirror and snorted. Since Su Xi wanted to play this 3-person game, he would play along until the end. Soon they arrived at the mall. Su Shui saw Su Xi looking around everywhere. She sarcastically said, "Su Xi, what are you looking at? There's nothing here you can afford." Suddenly Su Shui spotted a bracelet. "Husband, look how beautiful this one is." Fu Nanqing gave her an indifferent look. "I left some documents in the car. Go get them for me." Su Shui definitely didn't want to. "Husband, can't Su Xi go?" He said coldly, "These documents are highly confidential. I'll only trust you with them." The word darling made Su Shui melt completely. Moreover, this was his 100% trust in her. Business secrets, Su Xi wasn't worthy to handle them. "Okay, husband, I'll go right now." The tall and handsome vice president finally followed his heart's desire and gave the little maid a noble diamond bracelet. He even protected her in front of Su Shui. Su Xi watched Su Shui walk away. How gullible. If they were confidential documents, how could they be carelessly left in the car? At this moment, the female store manager brought over a diamond bracelet. "Sir, this bracelet, it's made with 6 sets of top-grade pink diamonds. The design is very dreamy. Which lady will be wearing it?" Fu Nanqing looked at the bracelet, quite satisfied. Then his gaze fell on Su Xi. For her to wear. She looked at Fu Nanqing in shock. Wasn't it for Su Shui? Could it be because Su Shui wasn't here? Was she just trying it on? The store manager took the diamond bracelet and placed it on Su Xi's delicate wrist. The girl's fair wrist with the diamond bracelet made her look even more like fine porcelain, exceptionally beautiful. Even Fu Nanqing couldn't help but smile. Last time the Polar Star went to the wrong person. This time, this bracelet has finally found its rightful place. Just as Su Si was about to take it off, he stopped her. He threatened, "Don't take it off. If you dare remove it, I'll let everyone know we slept together." Su Si frowned, thinking he had truly gone mad. Fu Nancheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her small face. "Accept the bracelet, and we're even. Stop talking nonsense in front of my Mrs. Fu. I love my wife very much and don't want you affecting our relationship." Her heart chilled at his words. "I won't say anything. I don't want the bracelet." Fu Nancheng looked down at her. "If you don't want the bracelet, do you want me? Don't be greedy. I don't belong to you." Then he handed over a black card to pay. At this moment, Su Shui rushed back as quickly as possible. "Husband, did you remember wrong? I searched the car twice. There weren't any documents you mentioned." Fu Nancheng's handsome features remained indifferent. "I must have remembered wrong." Su Shui greedily looked at the jewelry and diamonds. "Husband, let's look at more accessories. That diamond bracelet just now was especially beautiful." Fu Nancheng turned to leave. Suddenly remembered, "I have an important meeting. Can't accompany you anymore." Su Shui looked completely disappointed. Wasn't he supposed to buy her jewelry and diamonds? She just ran one errand and hadn't bought anything. At this moment, Su Shui's sharp eyes noticed the diamond bracelet on Su Si's wrist. "Su Si, isn't this that bracelet from earlier? Why is it on your wrist? Husband, did you buy it for her?" Su Shui was about to explode with anger. "Su Si, I never realized you were so skilled. In just a moment you got a man to spend money on you." Su Si reluctantly said, "I didn't ask for what you like. Take it quickly." Su Shui raised her hand to slap Su Si's face. "Su Si, you slut." Just as she was about to strike, a cold, agile large hand reached out and grabbed Su Shui's wrist. Fu Nancheng's tall, imposing figure stood in front of her. Why was he protecting her? Wasn't he supposed to like Su Shui? He took Su Si's hand and was about to leave. His voice cold, "I bought it for her. If you have any problems, come find me." Watching the two of them leave, Su Shui felt like she would explode on the spot. She thought the most urgent matter now was to get a 3-petal peach blossom birthmark. She must become an identical copy of that little maid. Just when she was starting to have some good feelings toward the billionaire CEO, he crushed them himself. The tall and handsome vice president only saw her as a bedmate. Su Si followed behind the man out of the mall entrance. Her soft, delicate hand was held tightly in his palm. That broad, warm temperature was comforting. Su Shui was completely enraged. Being so angry now, she definitely wouldn't tell him where the jade pendant was. He stopped walking and asked, "Why did you protect me just now? You're my woman. So what's wrong with me protecting you?" Su Si quietly objected, "I'm not your woman." Fu Nancheng curved his lips. "Then whose woman are you?" "Your nephew's." Su Si opened her mouth to explain, but Fu Nancheng said, "Don't get entangled with my nephew. I don't have a habit of sharing bedmates." The word bedmate felt like cold water being poured down, extinguishing her excited heart, extinguishing the warmth left in his palm. So he just saw her as a bedmate. Without looking back, he said, "I'm going on a business trip. Call me if anything happens." Then Su Si received a call from the Su family mansion. Miss Wan has secured the position as Fu Jewelry spokesperson. In a few days, the old madam will hold a celebration banquet at the mansion. Don't forget to come." She replied, "All right, I'll be there." When sleepiness comes, a pillow arrives. She was worried about not being able to contact Su Shui these days, but she had to attend the family banquet. A few days later, the old madam held her hand and repeated "good" 3 times. "Good, good, good. Our Wanner has made something of herself." Becoming Fu Jewelry spokesperson, successfully getting an invitation to Fu Corporation's banquet. "You're one step closer to the Fu Corporation." Su Wan said, "Grandmother, why are you teasing me about such a small matter?" Su Jun deliberately mocked, "Wanner, being modest in front of family? The Fu banquet isn't something anyone can attend. Like your sister's family, they didn't even get one invitation." Su Shui's face immediately darkened. Now everyone was envying Su Air. Suddenly, she noticed the diamond bracelet on Su Si's wrist. When did she have money to buy jewelry? She suddenly spoke coldly, "Su Si, why don't you bring your boyfriend to visit? I saw you both the other day. Lilan was shocked on the spot. Su Si, you have a boyfriend? Who is he? Su Si held back her temper and impatiently said, I don't have a boyfriend. Su'er pulled out photos from her phone. Stop hiding it. This is Su Si's boyfriend. In the photo was a pot-bellied, bald man who looked over 50. Everyone laughed that it was embarrassing. They couldn't believe she could stomach it. Looking like that, she should be grateful to find anyone at all. Su Si directly denied it. I have no relationship with this man. Su'er pulled open her collar. The red marks on her shoulder were quickly exposed. Su Si, you say there's no relationship? What's this? There was an immediate uproar. Su Si's red lips curved slightly, letting out clear words. Take your hand off. Su'er looked at Su Si's eyes, gritting her teeth tightly. Su Si, how dare you talk to me like that? As soon as the words fell, Su Si's fair hands reached out and grabbed her wrist. Then with a gentle twist, a crisp, bone-breaking sound rang out. When the intense pain swept through, she immediately let out a scream. Old Madame Su and Su Jun immediately rushed over, protecting Su'er in their arms. Doctor, quickly call a doctor. Su Si, how dare you lay hands on your cousin? Your cousin is a supermodel and Fu spokesperson. If anything happens to her, even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough compensation. Su Si's face remained calm. She attacked first. I warned her, but she didn't listen. I was just defending myself. Su'er broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Grandmother, it hurts so much. I think my bone is broken. Su Si turned to leave. Looks like I won't be having this meal. Su Shui, remember to come find me. Half an hour later, Su'er opened her phone and started searching for the diamond bracelet Su Si was wearing. She found it quickly. When she saw the price, she gasped. It was so expensive. How could Su Si afford it? But at this moment, her heart was burning with envy and jealousy. Suddenly, she thought of something. She made a phone call. Young Master Song, I need your help with something. Song Zilin was quite pleased. Tell me, there's nothing I can't handle in Yi City. Su'er revealed a sinister smile. It's about my sister Su Si. The other day she was in a hotel with an old man, bringing shame to our family. The family wants to teach her a lesson, but can't. Young Master Song, can you help me? Song Zilin immediately agreed. Don't worry, I'll teach her a lesson. After hanging up, when Xiaoqian looked up at Song Xiling, Xiling, Nanqing is still away on business. You'd better not touch Su Si, but he dismissed it. Brother Xiao, she made my second brother a cuckold. How can I let her off? She must be taught a lesson. Su Si was taking things to visit her grandmother at the hospital. Just as she arrived, she received a call from the hospital. Hello, Miss Su. Please come quickly. Young Master Song has broken into your grandmother's ward. We can't stop them. Upon hearing this, Su Si's heart panicked. The things in her hands crashed to the ground. She rushed to the ward immediately. Su Si recognized this man at once. He was the one playing cards with Fu Nanqing in the private room that night. Fu Nanqing's good friend, the Song family's young master. Song Zili demanded, Young Master Song, what do you mean by this? Song Zilin stood up and came to her face. He scolded, I mean nothing. Just telling you not to have thoughts you shouldn't have. Don't seduce people you're not worthy of. Su Si coldly stared at him. Are you sick? Song Xiling saw she wouldn't take the easy way. He ordered people to remove her grandmother's oxygen mask and throw her out of the hospital. A cold, murderous intent appeared in her eyes. You dare? Song Xiling slightly raised his hand, ordering them to proceed. What wouldn't I dare? If you're smart, leave my second brother and go back to your countryside. Ice-cold fury filled Su Si's eyes. She bent her knee and struck upward, hitting him in the groin. The tall and handsome vice president frantically rushed up, helping the little maid solve her grandmother's hospitalization problem. He came when she needed him most. Song Zilin jumped up in pain, gritting his teeth. Su Si, you clearly don't know your place. Just wait. No hospital in Yi City will dare take your grandmother. As he left, he gave her one last gloomy glare. Su Si quickly checked her grandmother's pulse. Thanks to her heart medicine, her grandmother's heart rate was still normal despite having the oxygen mask removed. But they needed to reconnect the oxygen mask quickly. Soon the doctor came in. Miss Su, we dare not keep the patient anymore. She laughed bitterly. Your hospital is eager for a lawsuit. The media in Yi City will laugh. Who knew someone would be so eager to feed themselves trouble? In the end, they only gave Su Si a few hours to transfer hospitals. Su Si took out her phone and made a call. The other end quickly connected, and a charming male voice came through. Hello, Cece, senior brother. How long would your fastest medical team take to get here? From the other end, at school, it would take until tomorrow at least. What's wrong? Susie was anxious. Grandmother can't wait, but no local hospital will risk offending the Song family. He gave a suggestion. Since you've offended the Song family, you can only go to Fu Hospital. Fu Nanching has been wanting you to blend perfumes for him. He'll surely do you this favor. Then he hung up. Putting down the phone, Susie stayed by her grandmother's bedside. She had thought of Fu Nanching earlier, but didn't want to ask him. But grandmother couldn't wait any longer. She needed the oxygen mask. Susie hesitated before finding his phone number. When she dialed, the call was suddenly answered. Susie said, "Hello," but it wasn't Fu Nanching who answered. Instead, it was a very sweet voice. "Hello, the vice president is taking a shower. May I ask who's calling?" Susie hadn't expected that he would have a woman with him on his business trip. She immediately hung up. She realized how inappropriate it was to call him. What was she to him? At most, just a bedmate. Perhaps just one of his many bedmates. Just then her phone lit up. Fu Nanching was calling back. Was it him calling? Or that woman again? Susie didn't answer. The phone kept ringing. He called several times, but Susie still wouldn't answer. Soon there was a knock at the door. Someone had come. She went to open the door. Outside was a well-dressed man in a suit. "Hello, Miss Sue. I'm the CEO's executive assistant. The CEO sent me to ask if Miss Sue needs any help." Since he had sent someone, Fu Nanching's people were all super efficient. They had probably already understood the situation on their way here. "Don't worry about this. I've already notified Fu City Hospital." Half an hour later, grandmother was in a VIP ward with the oxygen mask reconnected. Susie's tense heart finally relaxed. "Thank you for your trouble." The assistant handed over a phone. "No need to thank me. It's all the CEO's orders. Please take this video call." Susie took it and saw that familiar handsome face. Fu Nanching looked at her through the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. He asked softly, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Susie casually replied, "Didn't hear it." He chuckled and called her, "Little liar." "What were you thinking?" "Female secretary." His words made Susie blush. "Why are you talking about that?" "I wasn't thinking anything." Fu Nanching showed with his phone. "That secretary has been working the whole time. No time for anything else." Noticing their conversation becoming intimate, Susie hurriedly tried to end the call. "You don't need to explain anything to me. It's fine. I'm hanging up. You have a meeting. Can't talk much. Stay calm at the hospital. We'll discuss the rest when I return." After they ended the video chat, the assistant respectfully said, "Miss Sue, the hospital has arranged high-level care workers and a professional medical team for you. If there's any emergency, just call me. I'm on standby." Susie returned the phone, saying thank you. Susie sat by her grandmother's bedside. This time she was grateful to Fu Nanching. It seemed that whenever Fu Nanching appeared, her chaotic world would become peaceful. As night deepened, being too tired, she fell asleep leaning on grandmother's bed. At this time, in the corridor outside, steady footsteps could be heard. Then the hospital room door opened. Fu Nanching had returned. The man came late at night, wearing a suit, having rushed back travel-worn. His eyes fixed on Susie. He came to the bedside and touched the cheek of the sleeping girl who was lying on the bed. She was only this well-behaved when sleeping. Susie felt something cool and ticklish on her face, as if someone was teasing her. She opened her eyes groggily. She actually saw Fu Nanching. Looking at her slightly silly and cute appearance, Fu Nanching smirked, "Too sleepy to recognize me?" After confirming she wasn't seeing things, she suddenly stood up. "Vice President, you're back? Weren't you on a business trip?" Fu Nanching spoke softly. "Work's done. How's your grandmother?" Susie nodded gently. "She's stable. Thank you, Vice President." He took Susie's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Inside the bathroom with the door firmly closed, Susie's heart tightened. "Vice President, what do you want to say? Can't we talk outside? I really want to thank you for this." Fu Nanching held Susie in his arms, interrupting her. "Is this how you thank people?" He had thought about it before. It wasn't appropriate for her to ask him for help. Sure enough, he came for revenge now. "Vice President, how do you want me to thank you? I know you helped me because of Su Shui. How about I treat you both to dinner sometime?" She brought up Su Shui to remind him of his married status. Fu Nanching was clever enough to understand. His smile unchanged. "No need to tell me that. Why do you smell so good?" Susie's delicate body stiffened, her heart racing. "I used Lily Sandalwood shower gel. If you like it, I can give you one. Fu Nanqing gently caressed her small face. Sure, give me one. We like the same things. Su Si pushed against his lean chest with both hands. Vice President, please show some restraint. He spoke teasingly. My secretary said you called, said, Vice President, once and hung up, then wouldn't answer when I called back. What happened? Su Si's fair face instantly burned red. She didn't speak. Fu Nanqing grabbed her small chin, forcing her to look up at him. Did Song Xiling give you trouble? The tall, handsome vice president was good at conversation. After playing hero, he asked the little maid for a reward. Su Si logged into Su Shue's account, refusing to sleep with him. Unexpectedly, the billionaire CEO noticed she was the little maid. He even wanted her to send a voice message calling him husband. She hadn't felt wrong before, but now with his question, her eyes turned red. Song Xiling said I seduced you, that I'm not good enough for you. Who does he think he is? Who seduced you? Fu Nanqing looked at her watery red eyes, pure pupils rippling. This broken feeling made him itch. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He half-jokingly consoled her. His thumb moved from her neck to her crimson lips. I know he wronged you. Now that I'm back, I'll beat him up right away. Would that make you feel better? Su Si tried hard to push him away, frowning in distress. Let me go. Fu Nanqing's lips curled up, pressing her even closer. Su Si, I helped you. Shouldn't you repay me? The overly handsome man exuded charm. What do you think? What can you use to repay me? Su Si's fair face radiated heat. I don't know. His gaze fell on her crimson lips, staring intently. Then let me give you a hint. The next second, his tall, straight figure slowly pressed closer, moving towards her red lips. What was he going to do? Kiss her? But she turned her head away first. He took off the watch on his wrist. His deep voice sounded above her head. You thought I was going to kiss you? So he wasn't going to kiss her. She had presumed too much. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Fu Nanqing's legs passed by her side, turning on the faucet behind her. He washed his hands while she felt uncomfortable. If he wanted to wash his hands, fine. But why use this position? After a while, he finally turned off the faucet and smiled. How will you repay me? Figure it out yourself. Su Si irritably scratched her head. This was absolutely infuriating. Then Fu Nanqing turned and left. Song Xiling sat in the luxury private room, still looking gloomy. That country bumpkin girl had really stood up to him, making him still ache. Someone asked, Young Master Song, what's wrong? Who upset you? He was in a bad mood. Mind your own business. Then he glanced at his subordinate. Go check if that woman knows her place. If she dares stay in Yi City, you'll. Before he could finish, bang. The luxury room's door was kicked open. Song Xiling was about to curse, who dares? But the next second he froze, because Fu Nanqing walked in. He stood up, second brother. You didn't tell me you'd be back early. Fu Nanqing ignored everyone else. He just strode to Song Xiling's front, then raised his hand. The next second, his fist slammed hard into him with a loud bang. Song Xiling fell onto the nearby sofa, seeing stars from pain. Second brother, what are you doing? Fu Nanqing's throat emitted a terrifying sound. Who told you to mess with Su Si? That country bumpkin? Second brother actually punched me for that clown? Fu Nanqing's handsome jaw tightened as he warned, remember this. She's mine. Don't touch her. He slumped on the ground, trembling in fear, not daring to say another word. Fu Nanqing turned and strode away. Su Si was still at the hospital with grandmother when Su Shui called, asking her to accompany Fu Nanqing. Another substitute role to accompany Fu Nanqing? Now it would be real companionship. Su Si immediately refused. No, I need to stay and take care of grandmother. Then log into my WeChat and tell him yourself. The password is my birthday. Su Si had to comply, otherwise she wouldn't know where the jade pendant was. Su Shui hung up immediately. Su Si quickly logged in. Su Shui had saved his contact as darling husband. It felt so nauseating. Su Si carefully typed out husband. Su Shui always started with a coquettish husband. If she didn't do the same, it wouldn't seem like Su Shui. This was really embarrassing. Fu Nanqing was in a meeting when his phone dinged several times. He checked and saw messages from Su Shui. Husband, I need to stay home with my mom tonight. Can't come? He immediately replied, then husband won't need company? Mrs. Fu, how long has it been since we've been together? Susie's face turned bright red, understanding his meaning. She could only force herself to reply, husband, can we meet next time? He raised an eyebrow, detecting that it was Susie replying. He quickly sent another message, send me a voice message calling me husband. He actually wanted her to call him husband in voice. Remembering Su Shui's sweet, coquettish husband, Susie felt completely uncomfortable. How could she say it? Fu Nanqing sent another message. Or would you prefer to come accompany me? Left with no choice, she pressed the voice message button. She called out, husband, in a soft, delicate voice. Fu Nanqing played the girl's gentle, soft, husband that flowed into his ears. He curled his lips, actually smiling. Because the office was so quiet, the girl's husband reached the ears of several executives. Everyone instantly froze. What did they just hear from their CEO's phone? A girl was actually calling him husband. The CEO was being called husband. Fu Nanqing also realized that others had heard the husband. He turned his head. His hawk-like eyes swept disapprovingly across the executives. The executives hurriedly left with their files. CEO, we didn't hear anything. We'll get back to work. Secretary Song asked, CEO, for tomorrow night's Fusher banquet, should we invite Miss Su? Fu Nanqing knew her well. No need to invite. She probably won't come anyway. Suddenly thinking of something, there's a way to make her come. The Chinese CEO actually invited a little maid to attend the Fusher banquet. What's special was that while others needed invitation cards, she didn't. Susie was at the hospital caring for grandmother, carefully covering her with a blanket. Just then, her phone rang. It was Fu Nanqing calling. Why would he call at this time? Susie answered, hello? The man's deep, magnetic voice came through. I left my watch at your place. Bring it now. I'll send you the banquet address. Not returning it earlier or later, but during the Fusher banquet, he said, I'll wait for you, and hung up. Susie quietly checked on grandmother before leaving, then sighed and left the hospital. Half an hour later, outside the banquet hall, the legendary mysterious Fu family ruler would appear in Yi City tonight. All upper-class socialites and noble ladies were present. The scene was luxurious and grand. Just then, a luxury business car stopped, and Su arrived. Click, click. Media photographers excitedly snapped photos. Tonight, Su wore a designer black gown. The deep V-neck revealed her sexy cleavage. She was stunningly beautiful, causing quite a sensation upon arrival. As expected of Fusher's spokesperson, those legs are amazing. Hearing these praises, Su became even more excited. The elderly Mrs. Su held her hand lovingly. Warner has ambition. Grandmother fully supports you. The family was about to enter. Su suddenly saw a familiar figure. She was shocked to see Susie. Susie was here. How did she come? Su immediately walked over aggressively. Susie, what are you doing here? Susie's bright eyes looked at Su Cousin, I just have some business. Su laughed. What business could you have? The Fusher banquet isn't a place for just anyone. Do you have an invitation? Su showed off her gold-stamped invitation card. Susie shook her head. No, I don't. Chun-Lian impatiently tried to drive Susie away. A country bumpkin like her couldn't possibly have one. Susie, leave now. Don't ruin your cousin's big moment. When Susie didn't move, Chun-Lian immediately shouted, Security! Security! Several burly security guards came over. Who's causing trouble here? Chun-Lian pointed at Susie. It's her. She has no invitation but wants to attend the banquet. She's lowering the event's standards. The security guard looked at Susie. Miss, please show your invitation. Susie shook her head. I don't have one. Someone called and asked me to come. Su showed contempt. Who? That bald old man you stayed in a hotel with? This is the Fusher banquet. What power could he have to get you in? Bald old man. Su really was addicted to saying that. Just hope she wouldn't say it in front of Fu Nanqing. Otherwise, Fu Nanqing would probably want to see her. Susie playfully winked and said, Cousin, I've already said someone called me here. As for who it is, I can't tell you. Su had run out of patience and shouted, I don't care who it is. Just leave now. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to make Miss Su leave? Su looked up. Secretary Song was walking over with some people. Secretary Song came to Susie and respectfully said, Miss Su, please come this way. I'll take you inside. Susie nodded. Okay. Chun-Lian panicked. Wait, she doesn't have an invitation card. How can she go in? Secretary Song looked at them. Miss Su is an important guest tonight. You all need invitation cards, but she doesn't. As she left, Su Si turned her head, her beautiful eyes glancing at them. She innocently waved and smiled, saying bye-bye. Chunlian exploded. Warner, she got in without an invitation card. Who exactly is that bald old man? Su'er was also agitated. Mom, forget about it. I've prepared so much for tonight's banquet to connect with the Fu family ruler. We can't let this small matter disturb us. Old Mrs. Su immediately nodded. Warner is right. We can't delay important matters. With that face of hers, could she possibly catch the Fu family ruler's attention? Su Jun laughed. If Su Cei could catch the Fu family ruler, I'd call her grandmother. Su Cei was led to the back of Song Hotel. Not seeing Fu Nancheng, she asked, Secretary Song, where is the CEO? He smiled gently. Miss Su, the CEO is busy with the banquet tonight. He'll arrive later. Su Cei handed the watch to Secretary Song. I just came to return the watch. I don't want to attend the banquet. Since the CEO isn't here, please pass it to him. He quickly refused. That won't do. Miss Su, please get your makeup and change clothes first. You can give it to the CEO personally at the banquet. He hurried away after speaking. Su Cei looked around, wondering if she really needed makeup and new clothes. Just then, the makeup artist approached. Miss Su, let's do your makeup first. She felt as small as a quail, wondering what was happening. At the Fusher banquet auction, the little maid unexpectedly bid a sky-high price. She could now dance the first opening dance with the billionaire CEO. At the banquet, several socialites surrounded Su'er, envying her. Su'er smirked. This time, Su Jia had spent a fortune for her to attend this Fusher banquet, securing this haute couture dress for her. Just then, another man approached. Miss Su, may I add you on WeChat? This was the 10th man tonight asking for Su'er's WeChat. Su'er wasn't interested in these men and politely declined, but her vanity was greatly satisfied. A socialite came to her side, excitedly asking, later, will the Fu family ruler ask you for the opening dance? Su'er's eyes lit up, but she modestly waved her hand. How could that be possible? I'm just Fusher's jewelry spokesperson. I've never even met him. He'll surely choose the most suitable partner. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Someone asked, who's that? Never seen her before. Which family's daughter is she? She's incredibly beautiful. Su'er turned around and saw an ethereally beautiful figure. As soon as she entered, she instantly drew everyone's attention, outshining all others. Tonight Su Cei had her long red hair styled in an elegant princess updo, looking absolutely stunning. Su'er was shocked, eyes widening. This must have been prepared by that bald man. Even old Mrs. Su and Chunlian were shocked. The custom-made dress she wore was even more luxurious than Su'er's. When Su Cei turned her face, there was clearly a scar on it. People started whispering again. Why does she have such a big scar on her face? What a shame. Old Mrs. Su was somewhat agitated, muttering regretfully, what a pity, what a pity. If she didn't have that scar, who knows how much benefit she could bring to the Su family. She instructed Su'er, during the charity auction later, don't worry. Fu Nancheng will definitely invite the female buyer for the opening dance, with the Su family backing you. With old Mrs. Su's words, Su'er felt reassured. As long as that scar remained on Su Ci's face, she would never rise in the Su family. She would definitely be the winner in the end. Su Cei was eating dessert, thinking it was too scary. Even with the fake scar on her face, people still kept approaching her. When would Fu Nancheng finally appear? Suddenly, the hall erupted in excitement. Look, the CEO is here. When his tall, imposing figure appeared at the doorway, the hall quickly fell silent. The crowd automatically parted to make way. He entered like an emperor. Su Cei stood in a secluded corner, looking towards him along with everyone else, at him who was the center of attention in the lights. She found herself unable to look away. Then she felt his gaze sweep over, seemingly landing on her casually. Su Cei quickly avoided his gaze. He wore classic attire, his style truly noble and cold, extraordinary. The overwhelming CEO aura made all the socialites present blush. Fu Nancheng was even more superior than she had imagined. I must have him, thought Su'er. Just as Su Cei was about to return the watch, she suddenly heard the host's booming voice. Distinguished guests, the Fu Corporation charity banquet officially begins. The first auction item is provided by our CEO, a crown worn by a foreign queen in her youth, temporarily in private hands. It was collected by our CEO's mother. The item itself is precious enough, but the winner will also get to dance with today's protagonist, our CEO. Is everyone excited? Starting price is 5 million. Raising your hand counts as a bid. Each increment must be at least 500,000. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Everyone was enthusiastic. 5.5 million, 6 million, 7 million. Su'er saw the timing was right. She immediately raised her hand. 7.5 million. As she was about to win, her heart pounded. It seemed the first dance would be hers. Had he fallen in love with her at first sight? Just then, another voice rang out, 100 million. Everyone looked towards the source. They saw Su Ci. It was unfair. She had just been watching, neither moving nor raising her hand. She wouldn't join the battle for Fu Nanqing. But just now, a socialite beside her suddenly shouted, 100 million, then pushed her hand and ran away. So everyone thought she had made the bid. The host brought down the gavel. 100 million, going once, twice sold. Just as Su Ci was about to explain, she was invited onto the stage. Su Ci looked at Fu Nanqing's incomparably handsome face as he stood tall and straight. There, behind him, the city's elite were also watching her. Their eyes met, and Su Ci felt nervous. She thought there might still be time to explain. He interrupted her softly. Want to dance with me? Fu Nanqing gentlemanly bowed, sincerely extending his hand to invite her to dance. Su'er watched this scene, nearly dropping her jaw. Originally, Fu Nanqing's first dance should have belonged to her, but Su Ci had suddenly appeared and bid 100 million. 100 million from this country clown girl? Su'er immediately spoke up. Stop joking around. How could you have 100 million for the auction? Chunlian, receiving his daughter's hint, immediately stood up. Su Ci, you just came back from the countryside. Forget 100 million. You probably can't even come up with 10,000. This is fraud. People whispered below. She's that ugly girl the Su family brought back. No money but pulling this stunt. Attention-seeking. After all, she's from the countryside. Never seen such occasions. Just wants attention. Su'er seized the opportunity to rush onto the stage, reaching out to pull Su Ci. Ci, come down with me. But she couldn't reach her because Fu Nanqing stepped forward, standing in front of Su Ci. Su'er quickly withdrew her hand in fear, her heart pounding. Fu Nanqing bent slightly. He extended his hand again, inviting her to dance once more. Su Ci was stunned, feeling a bit embarrassed, but instinctively reached out her hand. Su'er became anxious, shouting, CEO, I'm not lying to you. She's making a joke of charity. She's not worthy to dance with you. Su Ci honestly said, CEO, I have no money. Fu Nanqing slowly curved his thin lips. It doesn't matter. Just tell me one thing. Do you want to dance with me? The tall, handsome CEO actually paid an astronomical price just to invite the little maid to dance romantically. And in front of everyone, he passionately kissed Su Ci. Su Ci shook her head, honestly saying, CEO, I'll say it again. I have no money. Everyone burst into laughter, starting to mock her. She has no money. She didn't bid anything. Ha ha ha, poor people. Maybe watched too many romance dramas, dreaming of catching the CEO's eye, as if he would like her. Don't make me laugh. Fu Nanqing also slowly curved his lips, saying 3 words. Little poor thing. Su Ci was speechless. That 100 million bid wasn't hers at all. She really had no money. Then Fu Nanqing spoke again. I'm just asking if you want to. Su Ci didn't answer him, which he took as agreement. Everyone was dumbfounded, no longer able to laugh. What was going on? The CEO seemed interested in that girl. Did they know each other? Wasn't she from the countryside? How could she know the CEO? Fu Nanqing raised an eyebrow, reluctantly saying, since you have no money, I'll pay the 100 million for you. Secretary Song quickly wrote out a check, then threw it into the box. The host's voice brightened. The CEO has donated 100 million to charity in Miss Su's name. Everyone, please applaud. Fu Nanqing looked at the girl before him, slowly raising his firm jaw, rather proudly saying, little poor thing, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and invite me to dance. Su Ci's delicate frame trembled in panic. He just donated 100 million just like that, just to dance with her. Now with everyone watching, she couldn't even run away. Her fair fingers tugged at her dress hem. Su Ci awkwardly imitated a gentleman's manner, one hand behind her back, the other extended toward him. CEO, may I have this dance? Fu Nanqing offered his well-defined hand to her. Yes. Su Ci took his large hand and walked toward the center of the dance floor. At this moment, melodious music began playing. Fu Nanqing extended one arm, wrapping it around her soft, slender waist. He pulled her close to himself. Everything happening today was too sudden. Su Si thought for a moment, then explained, although you helped me out of this situation, that 100 million wasn't my bid. Fu Nanqing smiled. Whether it was you or not, everyone here today saw you spend a fortune just to dance with me. Su Si cooperatively softened her body, following his lead. Su Si was speechless. Wasn't he the one who spent a fortune? She looked sincerely at Fu Nanqing. CEO, thank you for today's matter and for helping my grandmother. He kissed her the next second. If you want to thank me, you can try different ways next time. Su Er was furious. After preparing for so many days, Su Si ended up taking the prize. Why him? At this moment, the music reached its climax. Fu Nanqing gently pushed her soft waist, and Su Si spun several circles. The brilliant rose dress floated in the air. Soon, the man held her soft waist and pulled her back. He whispered, Su Si, you're beautiful tonight. The dance ended. Thunderous applause erupted. Chun Lian immediately stood up, loudly saying, Su, don't be fooled by her. Usually, family shame shouldn't be aired, but I'm afraid you'll be deceived. I have to reveal Su Si's shameful deeds. Su Si looked at her aunt, somewhat guessing what she wanted to say. She kindly advised, Aunt, I suggest some words are better left unsaid. She said it anyway. What were you doing at Song's club last Friday night? Weren't you in a room with a bald old man? It's absolutely true. We have photos. We failed to discipline our niece properly. Secretary Song recalled and quickly froze. Wasn't Miss Su with their CEO that night? This would be interesting. They dared to call their CEO a bald old man? Their CEO had such thick hair. How could he be called a bald old man? Sure enough, Fu Nanqing's hawk-like cold eyes shot directly at them. Su Er had a schadenfreude expression. She smirked at Su Si, as if saying, you're done for now. Fu Nanqing moved his thin lips first. I don't want to see these people anymore. Throw them all out. After speaking, he turned to leave. Su Er doubted her hearing. Why weren't they throwing Su Si out, but them instead? CEO, what my parents said is true. I'm Fusher Jewelry spokesperson. I'm supposed to showcase jewelry later. Fu Nanqing stopped. You remind me. The spokesperson spread rumors damaging Fusher's reputation. Pay the breach of contract penalty and the contract is automatically terminated. Su Er tried to speak, but was dragged away by security. Their actions were very rough. Outside, they threw her to the ground with a thud. Tonight, Su Er wore a black dress with a high slit. When she fell, she couldn't cover her exposed parts. It quickly attracted passers-by. Those men looked at her lewdly, pointing and commenting. Look at that woman. Su Er quickly covered her chest, gritting her teeth hard. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Su Si be the one thrown out? Why was it her? At this moment, Madame Su's angry voice rang out. What's going on here? Su Er's eyes welled up with tears pitifully. Grandmother, I don't know. Madame Su raised her hand and slapped her hard. You don't know yet you used it as evidence? I thought you were the most promising child in the Su family. I invested so much in you. How can you be so stupid? Su Er's left cheek was bright red from the slap. She hatefully gritted her teeth. Su Si, this isn't over between us. Su Si immediately yawned. Who was cursing at her? Chapter 15 ended. Su Si didn't stay there any longer. She quickly left and entered the bathroom. At this moment, Ding Yixing's phone suddenly rang. A WeChat message came. He opened it to check. He had forgotten to log out of Su Shue's account. The message was from Fu Nanqing. Simple and familiar words that made his heart race. Come keep me company tonight. If you don't come tonight, you can forget about being a rich wife. For the jade pendant, he had no choice but to go. Taking a deep breath, he calmly replied, Husband, why are you being mean to me? I'm coming now. Ugh, it gave him goosebumps. The billionaire CEO was such a flirt, making the little maid blush, and even giving her an expensive diamond necklace. Su Shui had already gotten the 3 peach blossom birthmarks tattooed. She officially notified Su Si that her stand-in mission was over. Late at night, Fu Nanqing walked into the room. He saw Su Si was already asleep. He bent down, his soft, cool, thin lips kissing her cheek. He was kissing her. Seeing her open her eyes, he said hoarsely, You're awake. You went asleep without waiting for me. As he spoke, he was about to kiss her again. Su Si couldn't handle his intimacy and quickly said, "Wait, let's chat first." Fu Nanqing looked at the naturally beautiful girl, delicate and charming. "Chat about what? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old?" Su Si sat up in panic, face blushing. "I haven't showered yet." The next second, she fled into the bathroom. Fu Nanqing lay on the bed. Time passed. He turned to his side, smiling. "She's being shy." Su Si came out, and Fu Nanqing called to her, "Come here. I'll dry your hair." Su Si walked over and obediently sat down. He took the hairdryer and started drying. For some reason, Su Si felt a bit down. Was this how he usually interacted with Su Shui? At this moment, he took something and placed it on her delicate, beautiful neck. Su Si looked. It was a diamond necklace. She asked what it was. He said softly, "Saw it abroad, thought it would suit you. Why do you like giving me gifts so much?" Hearing this, Fu Nanqing smiled indulgently. "If you like it, would you want to stay with me forever?" Su Si's heart skipped a beat. She quickly changed the subject. "Are you hungry? I'll go downstairs and make you some noodles." In the kitchen, Su Si stood by the counter. A bowl of noodles was ready. He walked up. He hugged her soft waist from behind. "Mrs. Fu, I didn't know your cooking was so good." Su Si told him to let go, or the noodles would get cold. Fu Nanqing buried his handsome face in her hair, kissing several times. "No, I want dessert first." Su Si blushed. Her fair fingers grabbed a small cherry tomato and stuffed it in his mouth, meaning, "Eat this and stop talking." Fu Nanqing raised his eyebrows. "Try the sour taste too." "How could it be sour? I just tried it. It's very sweet." The next second, he kissed her red lips. Su Si tasted the cherry tomato he passed over. Very sweet. The sweet juice with fruit fragrance spread in both their mouths, secreting happy dopamine. Addictive. He tricked her. This liar. She was red-faced and breathless. "No, not here." After Fu Nanqing returned from his business trip, he was especially passionate. "Call me husband. Let me hear it." Su Si was forced to tears, her legs trembling, voice tiny. She softly called him husband. Fu Nanqing lifted her up in his arms forcefully. Their eyes met. The ambiguous atmosphere was just right. He smiled at the corner of his lips. "Let's go, Mrs. Fu. We'll eat later." The next morning, Su Si couldn't get out of bed. She was awakened by a melodious phone ringtone. Someone was calling her. She suddenly woke up. Just as she was about to reach for it, the arm around her soft waist pulled her back into his embrace. Fu Nanqing, without opening his eyes, said, "Don't answer it. Stay and sleep with me a bit longer." Su Si turned around, comforting him. "You sleep first. What if it's something important?" Fu Nanqing fell back into deep sleep. Su Si picked up the phone. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom. When she answered, Su Shui's furious voice came through like an explosion. "Su Si, why did you take so long to answer? What were you doing with my husband?" Su Si replied in a cold voice. "Sleeping? Why are you asking when you already know?" Su Shui clenched her fist in anger, but laughed seconds later. "Su Si, I'm calling to inform you. Your stand-in mission is over. Find a chance to switch back with me soon." Su Si froze for a moment. "I'll reply later." "Gladly." After saying that, she hung up. Su Si trembled. This was good news. She finally ended her stand-in mission, but somehow she wasn't happy about it. She didn't know why she wasn't happy. Hadn't she always wanted to get rid of this stand-in mission? During the billionaire CEO and little Maid's first date, they switched identities with Su Shui. Fu Nanqing's heart turned cold. Su Si walked into the room. Fu Nanqing asked who called. She had to lie. "My mom." Fu Nanqing gave a meaningful, "Oh, is that so?" She was too guilty to look at him. Su Si walked over, stood on tiptoes to tie Fu Nanqing's tie. Having no experience, she was a bit clumsy. Fu Nanqing smiled. He gently pressed down. "Never tied one before? How do you do it?" Fu Nanqing held her soft hands, teaching her step by step how to tie the tie. "Practice today. You'll tie my tie like this from now on." Would there still be a "from now on" for them? No. At this moment, Fu Nanqing suddenly said, "Are you free tonight? Want to go on a date?" Su Si's heart skipped a beat. Finally, she nodded obediently. In Fu Corporation's president's office, Fu Nanqing sat in his chair, not reviewing documents as usual. He opened the brothers' group chat and sent a message. "Where's good to take a girl on a date?" Just then, there was a knock on the door. Secretary Song came in, reporting quietly, "President, Miss Su Shui has gotten her birthmark tattoo and will come tonight." Fu Nanqing curved his thin lips, finding it interesting. He said carelessly, "Tonight. Do you think they'll switch identities tonight, letting Su Shui go on the date with me? Secretary Song was sweating profusely. I'm not sure about that. Go out and keep track of Su Shui's movements. Fu Nanqing stopped talking. Let's wait for tonight. The group chat exploded. Song Xiling quickly sent a message. You're going on a date? Second brother, I thought you were just playing around. When Xiaoqian also sent, Nansheng, are you really going to be with Su Ci? In his heart, he was giving her this chance, hoping she would voluntarily confess about this stand-in game. If he had to take action himself, it wouldn't be pretty. That evening, Fu Nanqing picked her up, and they began their date. Su Ci asked, where are we going? He looked up, indicating they had arrived. Su Ci looked outside. Outside was a spacious amusement park. Fu Nanqing, tall and handsome, walked over and looked at her. Never been here before? Fireworks, carousel, Ferris wheel. I heard girls like these things. His large hand reached out. He held her soft hand and said, let's go in. Her heart trembled slightly. No one had ever taken her to an amusement park. Fu Nancheng was the first. Su Ci wanted to follow him in, but then her phone rang in her bag. It was Su Shui calling. Fu Nancheng noticed she had stopped, turned and asked, what's wrong? She smiled sweetly. I want ice cream. Could you buy me one? Fu Nancheng looked at their joined hands. Let's go together. She had to lie again. My legs are sore. I can't walk. Fu Nancheng raised his hand to pat her head. Tonight is our date, just the two of us. Do you understand? Su Ci looked up, her bright eyes meeting his. Why suddenly say that? Had he discovered something? Seeing her guilty look, Fu Nancheng's deep gaze became mysterious. Nothing. I'll go buy you ice cream. After he left, Su Ci answered the phone. Su Ci, why are you so slow to answer? Don't tell me you don't want to switch back? She clenched her phone tightly. Stop wasting time. I'm at the amusement park entrance. If we're switching, do it quick. A few minutes later, Fu Nancheng returned with ice cream, but the person waiting there had become Su Shui. Fu Nancheng's eyes darkened immediately, gripping the ice cream tightly. Su Shui enthusiastically rushed over. Honey, you're back. Look who I ran into. Su Ci and young Master Fu are here on a date too. As Su Shui rushed forward, Fu Nancheng stepped aside. Su Shui couldn't stop in time. With a yelp, she rushed forward and face-planted. Fu Yu came over, laughing. Little aunt, are you okay? Su Ci stood passively beside Fu Yu. She hadn't expected Fu Yu to come. Since he still had leverage over her, she couldn't leave. Fu Yu looked at the ice cream in Fu Nancheng's hand, shocked. I can't believe Uncle would buy ice cream for a girl. Ci, wait, I'll buy you one too. Before Su Ci could refuse, Fu Yu had already run off. Su Shui laughed. Honey, shall we go in first? Let's not disturb their date. Fu Nancheng's gaze remained fixed on her face, cold as ice. She hadn't broken up with his nephew yet. The tall and handsome CEO exposed the little maid's stand-in situation on the spot. The next second, he forcefully kissed her. Su Shui laughed. Honey, they're still in their honeymoon phase. How could they break up? Maybe Su Ci will become part of our family soon. He ignored Su Shui and said with a half smile, an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Then he threw away the ice cream in his hand. Su Ci stood there dumbfounded, wondering how else he wanted to nurture her. No matter how much he nurtured, it would never be enough. At this moment, Fu Yu returned with ice cream. Ci, I'm back. Let's go in. I'll take you on a date today. She nodded. Okay. Fu Nancheng walked over and grabbed his arm. It's already dark. Still want to play? Fu Yu, your father is looking for you. Fu Yu muttered, but I still want to. Fu Nancheng immediately cut him off, his voice ice cold. Want what? Fu Yu was utterly dejected. He handed the ice cream to Su Ci. Sorry, Ci, I have to go home. I can't take you out today. As he left, Fu Nancheng also turned to leave. We're leaving too. We'll stay at a hotel tonight. Su Shui chased after him. Honey, aren't we going in? She was utterly confused. What was this about now? Wasn't he the one who wanted to date? Anyway, it had nothing to do with her anymore. Just as she was about to leave, Fu Nancheng stopped her. Where are you going? Do I need to invite you up? The three arrived at the duplex hotel. The hotel manager hurriedly came out to greet them. President, how many rooms should I prepare? Su Shui immediately said, Honey, let's share a room. Fu Nancheng didn't object. He agreed to share a room with Su Shui. Su Shui gave Su Ci a provocative look. He didn't say anything. He strode into the elevator. Su Shui immediately followed. Honey, wait for me. In the room, Su Shui took a shower and came out wearing sexy sleepwear, contentedly sliding down a shoulder strap, wanting to get into bed. "Honey, let's go to bed early." That night, he chain-smoked. Suddenly he asked, "Where's my surprise?" Su Shui was confused. "Surprise?" Fu Nanqing slowly turned sideways. His eyes, hidden behind the smoke, narrowed. "Didn't you say you had a surprise prepared for me tonight?" Meanwhile, Su Si had just finished showering and was blow-drying her wet hair. Then bang bang bang, someone knocked on her door. After opening the door, Su Shui rushed in. "Su Si, what surprise did you prepare for my husband? Why didn't you tell me about such important news?" Su Si frowned. She had never mentioned any surprise to Fu Nanqing. At this moment, a tall, straight figure appeared at the doorway. Su Si noticed Fu Nanqing had arrived, but Su Shui had her back to the door. Unable to see him, she continued, "You did this on purpose. You wanted my husband to know it was you accompanying him all along. Now you don't want to be a stand-in anymore, dreaming of becoming a rich man's wife." He immediately interrupted Su Shui. "Enough, Su Shui. Stop talking." Only then did Su Shui notice something was wrong. She turned and saw Fu Nanqing at the door. Su Shui was instantly terrified. "Honey, why are you here?" Fu Nanqing strode in, clapping his hands. "If I hadn't come, how could I have heard such an interesting story?" "A stand-in, huh?" Su Shui backed away in fear, her body trembling, trying to explain. "Honey, let me explain. It's not what you think." Fu Nanqing raised his hand, and two bodyguards entered. They grabbed Su Shui from both sides and dragged her away. She shouted, "What are you doing? Honey, listen to my explanation. Let me go." Su Si watched nervously as the man approached her. His handsome features were tense and cold, his eyes fixed on her like loaded guns as he advanced step by step. What was Fu Nanqing going to do? How was he not surprised at all? Su Si stepped backward until her knees hit the edge of the bed. She fell sitting on the bed. Fu Nanqing stopped in front of her, his tall figure leaning down, hands planted on either side of her. His dangerous, contemptuous aura enveloped her. "Should I call you Su Si or Su Shui?" Su Si's voice trembled. "You knew all along?" Fu Nanqing looked down at her, his deep eyes tinged with mockery. "So what if I did?" Su Si stared at him in shock. "You knew and still?" Fu Nanqing slowly curved his thin lips. "Can't I just play with you for a while?" Su Si felt a cold wind pierce her chest. Her face turned pale. "Move aside." Fu Nanqing took out his phone to show her. "It was your voice message. I told you to leave, but you came throwing yourself at me, calling me husband. What are you pretending now?" Su Si's humiliation reached a breaking point. "So you knew everything. All those things were just to humiliate me, to laugh at me." He chuckled. "Listen to who's talking. How amusing." Su Si immediately interrupted, her voice ice cold. "Don't touch me, Fu Nanqing. I hate you. I hate you." Fu Nanqing's eyes turned blood red. He pinned her to the bed, smiling cruelly. "You hate me and won't let me touch you? Then who do you want to touch you? Fu you." The next second, he forcefully kissed her. "He didn't satisfy you, so you couldn't wait to climb into his uncle's bed?" After a long while, Su Si gasped for air, her soft voice choked with sobs. "Fu Nanqing, you're a bastard. I hate you." Fu Nanqing quickly moved his handsome face and reached to undo her clothes. "Hate me then. It's not like I care." He gripped her chin, still smiling. "Now you're playing victim? You're the one who slept with me and pretended to be my rich wife. You came after me first." A melodious phone ringtone suddenly rang out. He was calling. Fu Nanqing picked up the phone and looked. The screen showed two words, Fu Yu. He picked up the phone and showed it to Su Si. "It's Fu Yu. Guess what would happen if I told him now that his girlfriend is unfaithful, coming to seduce me at night? Who would he believe? The billionaire CEO, angry that a little maid threw herself at others and forced him for a night?" Their relationship officially ended. Fu Nanqing also learned the origin of the jade pendant. The person he was really supposed to marry 2 years ago was the top perfumer. The melodious ringtone kept ringing. Fu Nanqing said, "Better answer it, or he might come looking. Unless you find that exciting." Su Si grabbed the phone and answered. Fu Yu's voice came through immediately. "CI, it's strange. My father doesn't seem to have any business. Where are you? I'll bring you some late-night snacks." She held back tears and said, "No need. I'm not hungry." Fu Nanqing looked at the girl, her clothes disheveled from anger. He immediately reached for her inner thigh. Su Si reacted strongly and let out a cry. Fu Yu asked worriedly, "CI, what's wrong with your voice? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Si said softly, "I'm fine, just tired." He was relieved. "Then I won't disturb you. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning." He leaned down and said, "So this is how you talk to my nephew. If I wasn't here tonight, you two would have slept together, right? Su Si had reached her limit of tolerance. She seized the opportunity to slap him hard across the face. Fu Nanqing's face was turned aside by the blow. When he turned back, his eyes were filled with fury. Then he captured her red lips in a kiss. Fu Nanqing gripped her wrists tightly. She cursed, "Fu Nanqing, get out." This time he was truly angry. His hands kept loosening her collar. Tell him to leave? After he spent money, time, and emotions playing games with her, and this is how she treats him, throwing him aside for Su Su. Such an ungrateful wretch. Su Si kept resisting, her hands constantly scratching his body. Stop scratching. Afterward, Fu Nanqing lazily leaned against the headboard. His upper body was bare, chest and back covered in scratches from the woman. He grabbed a cigarette from the nightstand and lit it. His deep voice was still hoarse. Take the medicine yourself. Don't give me any children. The girl on the bed lay with closed eyes, unresponsive. He got up and dressed, elegantly putting on his trousers and shirt. Don't make me say it a third time. Break up with Fuyu. If I see you together again, I'll... He left the threat unfinished. The person on the bed pulled the covers over, hiding her pale face. Fu Nanqing let out a cold grunt, his face covered in frost. Only after he left did Su Si get up from the bed. She curled up dejectedly, her eyes swollen from crying, thinking it was all over. Fu Nanqing, I don't owe you anything. Late at night, Fu Nanqing returned to the CEO's office and entered the restroom. He threw down his suit jacket and lay on the bed. The WeChat group kept pinging endlessly. He picked up his phone and looked, laughing self-mockingly. Song Xiling asked how their first date went. At the amusement park, he had happily gone to buy ice cream for Su Si. The shop girl asked, "Sir, is this for your girlfriend?" He only said 3 words, "Not yet." Fu Nanqing thought, she probably likes strawberry flavor. But when he returned, he saw Su Shui had arrived, and Su Si was with Fuyu. Anger burned in his heart. She really could push him away for another woman. Su Si was really something. Su Shui was adding fuel to the fire, saying Suzy came on a date with young Master Fu. When Fu Nanqing heard this, he gripped the ice cream tightly, almost crushing it. Fu Nanqing replied with one message, "No, he has a boyfriend. They haven't broken up." The group exploded. Fu Nanqing put down his phone and closed his eyes. Her fragrance still lingered on him, impossible to dispel. The next morning, Secretary Song knocked on the CEO's office door. Entering, he reported quietly, "Theo, we contacted the old madam in the capital. She said the marriage alliance with the Su family 2 years ago was for Su Shui's jade pendant." Fu Nanqing asked, "What jade pendant?" Secretary Song handed a jade pendant to Fu Nanqing. "This one." Fu Nanqing sat in his office chair. He looked at the pendant and suddenly found it familiar. Isn't this the jade pendant that CC's top perfumer Pink always carries? Su Shui can't be Pink. Song. The secretary replied, "Su Shui indeed can't make perfumes. CEO, the person you were really supposed to marry 2 years ago could very well be the top perfumer Pink. After all these mysterious years, who would have thought there was this connection? Pink not only makes perfumes but also pharmaceuticals, with ties to leading medical companies." He lowered his gaze. The old madam's meaning is that you must find the true owner of the jade pendant. Fu Nanqing looked at Secretary Song. Why does she care so much about this? The old lady didn't say, but she repeatedly emphasized that the pendant's owner is to be your Mrs. Fu. You must find your true bride. Fu Nanqing pressed his thin lips together, saying nothing. What did this mean? The little maid was actually the top perfumer Pink. Now the stand-in game was over. Everything was finished. But the old madam in the capital wanted him to find his true bride. He helplessly asked, "What about Su Shui? She's adamant now that the pendant isn't hers. We asked her about King, and she genuinely seemed to know nothing. It didn't seem like an act." Fu Nanqing's handsome face darkened. Let someone keep Su Shui entertained. She must be hiding something. Just then, Song Xiling rushed in excitedly, full of gossip. "Second brother, what's really going on between you and Su Si?" Fu Nanqing played with the jade pendant expressionlessly. "Don't mention him to me again. We're done. Now the old madam wants me to find my bride." Song Xiling was confused. "Fiancé? Second brother, you have a fiancé?" Secretary Song explained, "The CEO's bride should be CC's perfumer King, but we don't know who that is." Song Xiling surprisingly said, "King? Why didn't you ask me earlier? I know who he is." The two men turned to look at Song Xiling in shock. he said proudly. My mother's been trying to see him for her skin condition these past few years. She finally got an appointment. Meeting at the Fragrance Hotel shortly, Fu Nanqing glanced at Secretary Song. Mrs. Song could get an appointment, but I couldn't? Do I look short on money? Their CEO was truly holding a grudge. He still remembered when King told him to make an appointment and wait in line. Fu Nanqing stood up, put on his coat, and went to see who this king really was. In the hotel's private room, he tried calling Su Shui. The call wouldn't go through. They'd need another way to deal with the jade pendant. Today, he'd deliver the perfume to the client first. Suddenly, Song Ziling's voice came from outside. Second brother, it's this room. Pink will be here soon. Su Ci trembled. Could Mrs. Song be Song Ziling's mother? He hadn't expected them to meet so soon. Su Ci didn't want to reveal his identity. Now with footsteps approaching, where could he hide? Su Ci opened the window, thinking of jumping out, but it was too late. The sound of the door handle turning echoed. They were already opening the door. Song Ziling gasped. Su Ci, why are you here? My mother has an appointment with King. Where is King? Su Ci, holding a tray, replied coolly, I haven't seen any King. I'm working here as a waiter, just bringing tea. Song Ziling didn't believe it at all. He mocked, a waiter? If you need money, just ask my second brother. He's given you so much already. Have you no shame? Su Ci put down the teapot. Young Master Song, I'll take my leave. As Su Ci walked toward the door, Fu Nanqing's tall, straight figure stood there. Su Ci looked up, his cold gaze meeting the man before him. Excuse me, Fu Nanqing asked emotionlessly. Have you taken it? His eyes were cold. Vice President, if you're worried, I can take it again in front of you. Fu Nanqing stepped aside. Su Ci left. Song Ziling approached. Second brother, look at that country bumpkin. What's she playing at? As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Nanqing shot him a look. Are you insulting him? At that moment, Mrs. Song arrived. She wore a mask, her face covered in mysterious red spots. Director Fu, why are you here? Mom, we came to meet Pink. Mrs. Song excitedly pushed between them. Has Pink arrived? A server walked over. Excuse me, are you Mrs. Song? Someone asked me to give you this perfume bomb. Song Ziling took the bomb. There was a note attached. Mom, this is strange. So many famous doctors couldn't help, yet Pink gives you this without even seeing your face, saying it'll heal in a week. Is it real? Mrs. Song snatched it. Of course it's real. If Pink says it'll heal in a week, it will. She grabbed the server excitedly. Where is Pink? Where are they? The server pointed in a direction. Mrs. Song immediately ran that way. Fu Nanqing and Song Zili followed. After delivering the bomb at the door, Su Ci planned to leave. But then he saw a familiar face approaching. Su Qianro had returned. Perfect timing. They still had unfinished business. Su Ci left the place. When Mrs. Song came out, she saw Su Qianro, the genius perfumer who had studied abroad. Everyone knew her. She exclaimed delightedly, Miss Su, are you Pink? Su Qianro knew about top perfumer Pink, who was her idol and goal. She aspired to become the second Pink. Su Qianro glanced back. She saw Fu Nanqing, that wealthy, powerful man. Su Qianro smiled apologetically. Mrs. Song, I can't answer that question. Mrs. Song exclaimed happily, Oh King, I mean Miss Su. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. Song Ziling behind them looked at Su Qianro. Second brother, so Su Qianro is king. Secretary Song added, yes, she's Su Shui's sister. Always a perfume genius. The background matches. The jade pendant must be hers too, stolen by Su Shui. Song Ziling approved of Su Qianro. Second brother, you didn't like Su Air last time. This one's better, right? Plus you have an engagement. When will you marry her? Fu Nanqing said nothing and left. Watching the man's tall figure walk away, Su Qianro also bid farewell. Mrs. Song, I have matters to attend to. Fu Nanqing is interested in King. He thought it was him. Well, not just thought. Since King never appears, why couldn't it be him? The tall, handsome VP deliberately made the little maid jealous by announcing his marriage to Su Qianro. But Fu Nanqing couldn't get his message through. Instead, he was blocked. Li Lan couldn't reach Su Shui's phone. Su Changrong was fuming. The substitute failed to secure him. Fu Nanqing's been married so long with no progress. Useless. Su Qianro, hiding in a corner, heard their conversation and understood everything. So Su Shui's marriage partner was Fu Nanqing. That kind of man. She walked over, pretending concern. Mom, what's wrong? What's this about Snow and President Fu? Li Lan took her hands. The Fu family saw a jade pendant and suddenly wanted an alliance with us. Snow stole the pendant from Su Ci. Now we can't contact her. I'm worried we've been found out. Su Chenro smiled. Mom, I also think something's wrong. Where does the VP live? I'll go with you and Dad to find him. In the study of Ipin Lan Villa, Fu Nancheng was reviewing documents. Secretary Song said, President, the Su family is here. Fu Nancheng didn't look up, saying coldly, let them in. Su Changrong, Li Lan, and Su Qianro entered Ipin and Villa. He stammered, VP, sorry to disturb you. We're actually looking for my daughter. We can't reach her phone. Fu Nancheng's sharp eyes swept towards Su Changrong. I didn't call for you. You've come on your own. What's the story with the jade pendant? Su Changrong and Li Lan's expressions changed dramatically. He knew the truth. Something flashed quickly in Su Qianro's eyes. She stepped forward gracefully, speaking in a sweet, gentle voice. VP, actually 2 years ago, my sister was thoughtless and stole my jade pendant. I'm here to apologize for her. I was the one who should have married you 2 years ago. I am your true wealthy wife. Su Changrong and Li Lan looked at Su Qianro in shock, but they quickly caught on. Su Shui was exposed, but they still had Qianro. They lied in unison. VP, we've wronged you. That jade pendant was indeed Qianro's. Yes, Shui stole the pendant, wanting to marry into a wealthy family. She even threatened suicide. I had no choice. Fu Nancheng asked slowly. The pendant was really yours? Su Qianro looked at him and nodded firmly. Yes. He asked again, are you king? This time Su Qianro didn't answer, just smiled at him. Fu Nancheng showed no reaction. His cold, deep demeanor made it impossible to guess his thoughts. Secretary Song, see them out? Secretary Song immediately said, this way please. Su Shui had been released. She'd been tormented for days and was somewhat delirious. Get away, don't touch me. I'm a wealthy madam. Li Lan was heartbroken. Shui, it's Mom. Don't be afraid, she comforted softly. Mom, I know many famous doctors abroad. We'll get Shui treated. Better not recover. One of her is enough for the Su family. Su Changrong sighed angrily. Fu Nancheng's methods live up to his reputation. We've been played this time. Qianro, you must win him over. Don't let him take revenge on us. She smiled. I understand. The VP didn't say he'd marry me, but he didn't say he wouldn't either, right? Fu Yingying watched them leave. She ran in to question, Uncle Shu, are you really going to marry that Su Qianro? Fu Nancheng frowned. Who told you to eavesdrop? She said seriously. Uncle Shu, I don't want you to marry anyone else. I want Cici to be my aunt. At the mention of Su Ci, Fu Nancheng checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Why hasn't he returned yet? Just then, with a creak, the villa door opened. Su Ci was back. Fu Yingying immediately ran over. Cici, something terrible happened. Su Ci asked, what is it? My uncle is going to marry Su Qianro. Su Ci was startled. How did those two get involved again? But it didn't matter. He coldly walked upstairs. Fu Nancheng not only didn't see his expression change, but was even ignored. Since his return, he hadn't even looked at him properly. Su Ci said calmly, Yingying, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to bed. Fu Nancheng returned to his room and took a cold shower. In bed, he took out his phone to message Su Ci. Out dating Fu Yu again tonight? He didn't reply. Fu Nancheng sent another message. Have you broken up? The message didn't go through. He had been blocked. Fu Nancheng angrily threw his phone on the ground. He was the substitute, yet he had the nerve. Fu Nancheng knocked on Fu Yingying's door. Give me your phone, he ordered coldly. She had to obediently hand over her phone. Fu Nancheng opened WeChat and found Su Ci. He sent a message using Fu Yingying's name. Cici, my uncle is really going to marry Su Qianro. I only want you as my aunt. Don't you have anything to say? She quickly replied, wish him a happy second marriage. Fu Nancheng's expression changed dramatically, instantly dropping several degrees colder. Oh no, the tall and handsome VP happened to catch the young maid carrying a box full of condoms. Even with 100 mouths, she couldn't explain it away. Fu Nancheng sat alone in his bedroom drinking. Heartless woman. He's marrying someone else, and she doesn't care at all. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. After answering, the other person's voice came through. Son, how long has it been since you and Shueshue came back? Why aren't you talking? Did you fight? I lost my daughter-in-law. He rubbed his temples. Don't worry, your daughter-in-law is fine. That's good. Come visit me soon. Then she hung up. Fu Nancheng quickly walked to Su Ci's room, full of joy. It wasn't her actively looking for him. It was his mother wanting to see him. Just as Fu Nancheng was about to knock, Su Ci appeared behind him, calling out, VP. He saw Su Ci carrying a box and reached out to take it. What did you buy? Su Ci avoided him. Nothing, VP, do you need something? Fu Nanching grabbed his arm. Why are you avoiding me? Do you dislike me that much? He struggled desperately. Let go. At that moment, his grip on the box loosened. The next second, it fell to the ground, spilling condoms everywhere. Seeing this, Fu Nanching became furiously embarrassed. He demanded, Suci, buying so many, can you use them all? Who are you planning to use them with? His heart skipped. Who I use them with is none of your business. Need I remind you? We're over. Fu Nanching couldn't take it anymore and forcefully kissed him. He wasn't easy to deal with either, and bit his lip hard. Fu Nanching let out a pained sound and released him, blood flowing. He said seriously, better with me than others. Wanna try? At this point, he still wanted to proposition him. What did he take him for? Suci pushed him away. VP, if you have physical needs, go find someone else. Don't go crazy on me. He walked into his room and slammed the door shut. Fu Nanching leaned against the door, heartbroken. Telling him to find someone else was truly cruel. After school, Suci waited at the bus stop. Suddenly a sports car pulled up in front of him. Su Chinro smiled. Suci, are you waiting for the bus? I happened to pass by and can give you a ride. Oh, I forgot. My new sports car doesn't have enough seats. Another girl mocked. Shinro, you're about to join CC. You and this country ugly girl Suci are from different worlds. She only deserves to take the bus. As the car was about to drive away, suddenly a black car blocked its path. That Bugatti was worth over 10 million. Must be someone important. Su Chinro should go introduce herself. She got out and walked over. Madam, hello. I'm Su Chinro from the Su family. Do you know me? I'm very close with Madam Song, and I'll be working at CC soon. Madam Song replied coldly, Don't know you. Not interested. After getting out, she smiled warmly at Suci. I came to pick you up from school. Su Chinro looked at Suci. How is this possible? This can't be. How could Suci deserve this? The car slowly drove away. She remained standing there, screaming, already hating Suci to death. Suci turned and asked, Mom, why are you here? Madame Fu replied happily, Shua, when did you get that scar on your face? Is this some new trend? Of course, I missed you. Nanching told me you were at school, so I came to see you. His eyes lowered. Madame Fu loved her real daughter-in-law, but he was no longer Su Shue's substitute. He frowned at Madame Fu. I only got in the car because I had to. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm Suci. She looked at Suci twice. Shua, you changed your name? You can change it to whatever you like. I'll always consider you my precious daughter-in-law. He wanted to explain, but Madame Fu interrupted. I'll call you Cici from now on. Come shopping with Mom later. He smiled slightly and nodded. Just for today. It's fine. Once Fu Nanching tells Madame Fu about the substitute situation, she won't come looking for him anymore. That evening, Suci was video calling Lin Jiaojiao. Did you receive the small gift? As your best friend, I wanted to contribute something for you and Mr. Fu. Suci was speechless. Don't mention it. Fu Nanching saw that box of condoms. Who knows what madness he'll get into now? Lin Jiaojiao realized she'd caused trouble and went silent with an ah. Changing the subject, she mentioned that Su Chinro indeed said she was going to CC and even impersonated you in front of the city's noble ladies. He smiled. That's perfect. I'll go too. Once Su Chinro enters my territory, she won't escape unscathed. I must avenge grandmother. The billion-dollar CEO's little darling caused trouble. The VP didn't pamper her, instead scolded her. Su Chinro arrived at the CC building office. The supervisor looked at her. This is your office. From now on, you're my subordinate. You can ask me if you need anything. Then, Su Chinro suddenly noticed another office next to hers. She curiously asked whose office it was. Another perfumer starting today, also under my supervision. Su Chinro froze. Wasn't CC only hiring her this season? Suci walked over, looking at Su Chinro with bright eyes. You're here? I thought you weren't coming until afternoon. Su Chinro's eyes widened in shock. It was Suci. The supervisor beside her explained. He was recommended by King. Su Chinro composed herself, thinking King was too mysterious. He might not have actually met him. Suci, I never heard you mention perfume making. No wonder you quit being a maid. So you came to CC. This attracted many colleagues' attention. They started pointing at Suci and gossiping. Isn't that the janitor? Now janitors are competing for our jobs? Doesn't CC have image requirements? What was King thinking hiring someone like this? Then Chin Tezu walked over. He was very capable and serious. What are you all doing? Nothing to do? should I assign you some work? Everyone suddenly fell silent. He glanced at Su Ci. He was indeed arranged by King. Because he was king. When Su Ci saw Qin Kaju, he secretly waved and greeted him. After work, Su Chenro sat in her car, calling Li Lan to complain that Su Ci had really joined CC. Li Lan didn't know, only telling her that the VP's mother was also in the country. I'll take you to meet her tomorrow night. Suddenly Su Chenro saw the madam from last time. She went up to greet her. Madam, do you remember me? I'm Su Chenro. We met last time. Madame Fu completely ignored her, patiently waiting for her daughter-in-law. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Su Ci had arrived. Ci, come quickly. I have a first day at work gift for you. Su Chenro gritted her teeth tightly, having been completely ignored. A flashy red Ferrari sports car was quietly parked by the roadside. That luxury sports car exuded wealth. Look, it's specially for you. Do you like it? Su Ci looked and was shocked. Mouth agape. No, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Madame Fu handed him the car keys. Why not? What others have, our Cici should have too. Let's go find my son. Su Ci was pushed into the car by Madame Fu and reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll drive you there. Su Chenro watched the Ferrari drive away, her mood darkening. Why did he always ruin her plans? She needed to find a way to get rid of him quickly. At the company, Fu Nanqing was discussing an important project today. Mr. Smith from abroad had flown in, and both parties were to sign a contract. At this moment, Secretary Song came over. Looking very anxious, CEO, it's terrible. Miss Su and Madam had a car accident. Fu Nanqing's handsome brow twitched. He spoke quietly. Mr. Smith, I apologize, but I need to leave for a moment. Mr. Smith was curious what matter required the CEO's personal attention. Walking quickly towards the exit, he replied, someone's gotten into trouble. I need to check on their safety. The two stood by the roadside. Madame Fu comforted, don't worry, Su Ci. Nanqing will be here soon. Su Ci was afraid of exactly that. At this moment, Fu Nanqing's tall, imposing figure came into view. He strode forward with powerful steps, coming straight towards them. Stopping in front of them, he quickly checked if they were injured. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened. His thin lips twisted as he asked displeasedly, who was driving? Madame Fu quietly stepped back and pushed Su Ci forward. He crashed directly into Fu Nanqing's embrace. Fu Nanqing, still angry, grabbed his unsteady arm with his pale fingers and pulled him out of his embrace. Stand properly. Do you know how precious my time is? I came down from a high-level meeting. Do you know how much this sports car costs? This car is unstable front and back. It's not suitable for women to drive. You just know how to buy expensive things. People on the street were all watching him, covering their mouths and giggling. Look at the CEO. It's like a novel come to life. Stop, I'm getting jealous. Madame Fu, sensing trouble, retreated first. Cici, remember to come to the family gathering tomorrow. I want to formally introduce you. Your mother has something to attend to. Su Ci also wanted to leave, but was caught by Fu Nanqing's grip on his wrist. The party isn't over. Come back to the company with me first. I'll take you home later. In the office, Su Ci sat alone feeling a bit bored. Later he realized something was wrong. Why wait here for him? He could just take a taxi home. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked in. Hello, I'm Wang Manny, the CEO's personal secretary. Who are you? Su Ci could already sense Wang Manny's full hostility. This female secretary's feelings for Fu Nanqing were obvious at first glance. He calmly replied, my surname is Su. Wang Manny was holding Fu Nanqing's suit. I'm here to deliver the CEO's clothes. They've just been ironed. Su Ci reached out. Wang Manny avoided her. Miss Su, you'd better not touch it. The CEO's clothes are all custom-made. It would be terrible if they got dirty. There are many women who want to get close to our CEO, but I've never seen someone like you before. Miss Su, one should know their place. You understand what I mean? Su Ci sat on the sofa and smiled faintly. Instead of wasting time playing mind games with me, you should spend more time on your CEO. You have the ambition to be the boss's wife, but nothing else. But unfortunately, you're just a secretary. Go get me some water, thank you, Secretary Wang. Her expression changed, completely defeated, but she dared not express her anger. Fu Nanqing and Su Ci went on vacation to a tropical island in the summer heat. The atmosphere on the beach was heating up rapidly. Su Ci was playing with Fu Ying. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Cici, look, that handsome guy is so hot. His body is perfect. She pulled Su Ci along to get the handsome guy's WeChat. Hey handsome, your surfing was amazing just now. Want to get to know each other? I'm Fu Ying, and this is my friend. The man was instantly attracted to Su Si at first sight. His heart was pounding, and he kept staring at him, unable to look away. As soon as Fu Nanqing arrived at the island, the manager enthusiastically welcomed him, introducing the scenery. Suddenly he looked up and saw his wife with a strange man. He was very angry. Irritated, he walked over quickly and hugged Su Si from behind. Su Si was startled. Turning around, she realized it was Fu Nanqing. Fu Nanqing glared coldly at the man. The man, seeing their intimacy, showed obvious disappointment. You are? Fu Nanqing boldly kissed Su Si and answered, lovers. The man left sadly. Fu Nanqing scolded Fu Ying, if you're so free, come work at the company. Don't lead my girlfriend astray all day. She complained indignantly, muttering, you come to the beach dressed so conservatively. There's nothing to see. The handsome guy's abs were much better. Su Si slipped away from Fu Nanqing's embrace. Fu Nanqing removed his tie and played with Su Si on the beach, splashing water at each other playfully. Chasing each other, they arrived at some large rocks. What are we doing here? No one will see us here. Fu Nanqing pushed him down, kissed him forcefully. As the following plot is not suitable for minors, we'll skip it. Back at the hotel, Su Si ran behind Fu Nanqing complaining. You were too rough. I have red marks all over. They were shocked to hear this. Fu Nanqing reminded, I'm in a video conference. Su Si was instantly mortified. He buried his face in the blanket, too embarrassed to show his face. Fu Nanqing seriously explained to his employees, my girlfriend is a bit mischievous. Don't mind it, let's continue the meeting. Much time passed, and the meeting ended. Fu Nanqing looked at Su Si and picked him up directly. Looking at the 3 peach blossom birthmarks on his collarbone, desire welled up. Remembering how Su Si had looked at the handsome guy today, he felt uncomfortable. Holding his chin, he decided to punish Su Si. It was already 4 o'clock. Su Si had just slept for a while. When Fu Nanqing woke him up again, wanting to go out and see the night scenery, Su Si searched in his bag for yesterday's swimsuit, but couldn't find it after looking for a long time. Fu Nanqing, have you seen it? Unexpectedly, he gave him a new swimsuit directly. It turned out to be quite a conservative one-piece dress. Su Si smiled, understanding that Fu Nanqing was jealous. Then they walked hand in hand to the beach. The sun hadn't risen yet. Su Si remembered their separation and asked what he thought about it. Fu Nanqing embraced him and honestly said, I was terrified then, afraid of losing you. See how I wouldn't let go no matter what? Actually, I had fallen for you long ago. He smiled sweetly upon hearing this. Just then, the sun slowly rose, illuminating the entire sea. Su Si was captivated by the scenery, his eyes sparkling. He suddenly leaned in and said, I originally wanted to complete this project's facilities before bringing you to see the sunrise. Didn't expect to see it so soon. He shook his head, indicating it didn't matter. Then they shared a romantic kiss as the sun rose. The cold yet passionate vice president's desires were too strong, always kissing the little maid's lips and making a 6-month promise. Mr. Smith spotted Su Si immediately. Su Si was sitting on the sofa, reading a book. His perfect left profile was pure and captivating. Vice President, is that the person you brought back after leaving? Fu Nanqing raised an eyebrow without denying it. Mr. Smith looked at Su Si again. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Fu Nanqing stepped forward to block Mr. Smith's gaze. Mr. Smith, the hotel is ready for you. I'll have someone escort you there. Can't bear to look away even for a moment. Mr. Smith smiled. After he left, Secretary Song came forward. President, Miss Su really entered CC today. Fu Nanqing watched the girl. She was reading intently, appearing peaceful and composed, neither proud nor impatient. He wasn't particularly surprised. But how did a country girl get in there? I heard King arranged for Miss Su to enter. King is Su Qianro. Miss Su, thinking about it that way, it makes sense for Su Qianro to arrange it. Is that so? Fu Nanqing strode forward. He walked into the office. Hearing footsteps, Su Si looked up from his book. Vice President, you're back? I was bored so I took a book to read. I'll put it back now. If you like it, it's yours. Su Si's eyes curved upward. I wouldn't dare take the Vice President's book. If your secretary found out, she'd be the first to tear me apart. My female secretary, he asked. Wang Manny. Su Si's bright eyes sparkled. His naturally alluring eyes now curved upward even more. Remember so clearly? The female secretary even hugs your suit like a token, acting quite familiar. Fu Nanqing's dark eyebrows raised as he looked him up and down with a playful gaze. Jealous? Su Si gently pursed his lips. Back to the point. You're overthinking. I'm here about Mrs. Fu. This can't go on. You should find a chance to tell her about the substitute. He lowered his handsome gaze. My mother isn't well. I've been taking her abroad for treatment all these years. Mental illness. She can't handle emotional stress. He reached out and held his small chin. He looked up at him. My mother likes you so much. Do you think she could handle knowing the truth? Su Si bit his red lips in shame. But we still can't keep deceiving her like this, he said troubled. Stay with me for 6 months, Su Si. What? These words exploded in Su Si's ears. He suddenly looked up at him. Fu Nanqing looked at his freshly bitten red lips. Give me 6 months. Continue playing my wealthy wife. During this time, I'll slowly help my mother accept her. This means continuing to be her substitute. He refused on the spot. I don't want to. Fu Nanqing dejectedly scoffed. What did I say? You're just an ungrateful person. My mother's affection for you is wasted. Su Si explained. Those are 2 different matters. The atmosphere became very awkward, with silence lasting for a long time. Finally, he asked reluctantly, Fu Nanqing, what do you mean? Are we going to be together? Fu Nanqing loosened his tie. He stared at him with deep, burning eyes. What do you think? That meant yes. What were his real intentions? Su Si got up to leave, but Fu Nanqing grabbed him. He held Su Si tightly. Su Si was startled and immediately struggled. Let go. Fu Nanqing, I now suspect you're using Mrs. Fu's name to keep me as your mistress, he said in a hoarse voice. Is that not okay? What do you want? I can give you anything. The next moment, he directly kissed his small mouth. No matter who Su Si cared about, he had to keep him. Su Si was stunned. He had just said he wanted to keep him as a mistress. Fu Nanqing's deep eyes narrowed slowly. He felt this girl before him wasn't simple. I heard King arranged for you to enter CC. You know them? Who are they? Su Si knew he was still looking for Ping and wouldn't reveal his identity. I don't know them. Just an acquaintance of mine knows them. He looked at him suspiciously. Is that so? Su Si ran away sheepishly. Vice President, I have something to do. I'm leaving. Fu Nanqing called out. Think about it carefully. I'll wait for your answer. After Su Si left, Secretary Song came in. Fu Nanqing ordered firmly, have someone investigate Su Si. I want all his records from childhood to now. Also, did Wang Manny come in earlier? Secretary Song was stunned. Yes, she came to deliver clothes. Tell her not to come tomorrow. He was shocked to hear this. Had Wang Manny offended Miss Su Si? The president was starting to cut off female secretaries for Miss Su's sake. That evening, Li Lan brought Su Qianro to meet Mrs. Fu, personally preparing a calming sachet to give her. She had specifically replicated Pin's Formula 1:1 from the director. This was a priceless treasure. At this time, Li Lan went out to take a phone call. Su Qianro quickly surveyed the scene. Today seemed to be a wealthy ladies' gathering. Only one young person had come. This was an opportunity. Suddenly she saw Su Si. Why was he here? That old lady from yesterday had brought him. Su Qianro perfectly concealed the coldness in her eyes and showed a sweet, harmless smile. Si, how did you get in? Let me tell you, not everyone is like Madame Song. There are many scammers. Don't get fooled. Su Si looked at her calmly. What scammers should I fear? The biggest scammer is standing right in front of me. She gritted her teeth. I'm doing this for your own good. If you want me to be blunt, this isn't a place for you. I'm here to see Mrs. Fu. What could you possibly be here for? Su Si pretended to be surprised. What a coincidence. I'm also here to see Mrs. Fu. She laughed out loud, completely disbelieving. Suddenly there was a commotion. Mrs. Fu had arrived. Su Qianro immediately turned around excitedly. Mrs. Fu walked out from inside, wearing very expensive clothes and looking beautiful. She froze instantly. How could it be this old woman? The little maid encounters danger, harassed by a sleazy man. The billionaire CEO appears just in time to protect him. After seeing it was this old lady, Su Qianro was about to make excuses to leave. Unexpectedly, Madame Song directly took her hand and brought her to meet Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu immediately recognized Su Qianro, her smile fading. Madame Song, is this the friend you brought? Madame Song hinted for her to quickly present the gift. Su Qianro took out the sachet, presenting it with both hands, stammering, Mrs. Fu, this is a sachet I made myself. If you know it's ugly, why show it? Mrs. Fu looked down at her coldly. Su Qianro froze immediately. Mrs. Fu saw Su Si standing in the back. Si, why are you standing out there? Come here quickly. Su Si then walked over. Mrs. Fu rubbed his head. Forget the gathering. Madam Song, take her away. We don't welcome people who bully our CICI here. Madam Song, let me advise you. Be more careful when choosing friends. Su Qianro took the opportunity to run away. Madam Song asked in confusion, I've never seen Mrs. Fu so harsh with anyone. Did you offend her somehow? She couldn't lose Madam Song's trust. Later she just said she didn't know, throwing the blame on Su Ci. She frowned. Isn't he your relative? You brought him from the countryside, but he's still not satisfied. The two of them sat together on the sofa. Su Ci suddenly asked, 2 years ago, when I married in, I brought a jade pendant that's now missing. Do you know where it is? Mrs. Fu answered. Fu Nanqing took the jade pendant. Su Ci paused. Oh no, it's with Fu Nanqing. What should I do? Mrs. Fu looked worried. What's wrong? He waved his hand. Nothing. I'll call Nanqing. He needed to get the jade pendant back from Fu Nanqing, but he still hadn't figured out how to answer his previous question. 20 minutes later, after thinking back and forth, he still didn't know what to do. Just then, he heard an urgent voice. Young madam, it's terrible. Madam is having an episode. In the kitchen, Mrs. Fu's face was pale as paper, holding a bowl of dumplings. She mumbled, I'm not sick. Su Ci walked in with big steps, reached out both hands to her, eyes full of warmth. Mom. Mrs. Fu's condition improved slightly. She handed him a dumpling. Cici hasn't eaten yet. Eat this dumpling. Su Ci bent down and ate it. The next second, he obediently said, It's delicious. Then he slowly helped her up, persuading, It's too late. Go rest first. I'll come keep you company after I finish eating. As soon as she left, Su Ci immediately asked, What illness is this? Does this happen often? The servant answered honestly, Madam hasn't had an episode for a long time. It's just that the new servant was gossiping, speaking ill of Madam behind her back. She was triggered. Getting to this point, she suddenly stopped talking. Su Ci pressed, What happened before? The servant didn't dare continue. I'm not sure either. Su Ci could only hand her some aromatherapy oil. This helps with sleep. Go light it. He thought to himself while stroking his chin. Mrs. Fu's mental state was indeed very unstable. To treat her, he needed to understand the cause. The maid was being evasive. What exactly was she hiding? Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Opening it, he saw a message from Fu Yingying. Help! I'm at the Xiangdi Hotel. Su Ci's heart tightened. Something had happened to Yingying. He rushed to the hotel in a panic. Hearing movement inside the private room, he walked over and opened the door directly. Fu Yingying was being held by a drunk executive. Another accomplice saw someone else arrive and got excited. Nice figure. Come join us for a drink. Su Ci grabbed Fu Yingying and pulled her forcefully behind him. I advise you to behave. Don't get handsy. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. The executives all leered at Su Ci and Fu Yingying. Just then, with a bang, the luxury private room's door was kicked open. Fu Nanqing's deep eyes narrowed. Su Ci looked up and saw the man's tall, imposing figure at the doorway. How was he here too? Fu Yingying saw her uncle arrive as if seeing hope. The executives quickly recognized Fu Nanqing, and their jaws dropped in shock. Fu Nanqing raised his handsome eyelids, looking at the drunk executive opposite. His lips curled, quite lively here. What game are you playing? The tall, handsome vice president gave the maid a night pearl to express his love. Su Ci also agreed to his 6-month promise. This was their first day together, doing all sorts of romantic things. The executive eagerly offered a cigarette. Vice President, we're just having some fun. Don't mind us. Fu Nanqing didn't refuse, took the cigarette between his thin lips, and lit it with the lighter. Fu Nanqing took a drag and asked, One is my niece, one is my wife. You want to have fun? The executive was stunned upon hearing this. His hand was burned with a bloody hole. He could only beg for mercy. Su Ci stood aside watching him, glaring at the vice president. Let it go. They didn't take advantage. Let's leave. Fu Nanqing turned to look at Su Ci, his expression softening slightly. All of you wait outside. Fu Yingying pulled Su Ci's hand and walked out. Outside, he seriously asked Yingying, Why are you working here? Are you short on money? Fu Yingying hesitated, then slowly said, Cici, actually I'm in love. His name is Sun Yiming. He's very talented, but his family is poor. He can't afford school. I want to help him. Su Ci frowned. How are you helping him? She smiled sheepishly. I want to help pay his tuition, but my allowance isn't enough, so I came to work here. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing a message from her boyfriend, she smiled sweetly and turned to leave. Su Ci instinctively wanted to stop her. Suddenly he heard someone call, Miss Su, from behind. When Xiaoqian walked over and asked, Miss Su, are you with Nanqing now? Su Si frowned slightly hearing this. No, why do you ask? Because Nanqing really cares about you. After grandmother's incident, Nanqing beat up Xiling. His first date was with you. He even asked us what places girls like. He spent a long time planning the amusement park strategy. Su Si was stunned. So that was his first date. No wonder he was so angry. Just then, Fu Nanqing walked out. A deep, displeased voice rang out. What are you talking about? When Xiaoqian smiled, nothing. Why are you looking at me like that? Fu Nanqing put his hand on his shoulder. Come back to the old house with me tonight to see Mom. He nodded. He was planning to go back anyway. They soon arrived at the Fu family mansion. The two walked into the living room. Fu Nanqing asked, Where's Madam? Why is she sleeping so early today? The servant happily replied, Madam was having an episode earlier, but Mrs. Xiao calmed her down. She's sleeping upstairs now. Fu Nanqing looked at Su Si in surprise. They had consulted many famous doctors abroad, but couldn't control his mother's condition. Yet Su Si could. She always surprised him like this. He smiled faintly. Let's go up. Mom will stay here tonight. Fu Nanqing couldn't hide his happiness when he heard she would stay tonight. Then they came to the bedroom. Su Si couldn't help asking, What exactly is your mother's illness? Of course, you don't have to tell me. I just think knowing the cause would help control her condition. Fu Nanqing finally explained, I'm an illegitimate child. They all think I destroyed that happy family. But actually, my mother was forced. She was estranged from her own brother-in-law and sisters. My mother considered herself a sinner and became mentally unstable. After saying this, he suddenly pressed the light switch. The room became very dark. He reached out and hugged Su Si. Life was hard for my mother and me, until a socialite aunt protected me. She was my benefactor. The next moment, he took out a radiant night pearl and held it in front of her. Su Si was stunned. It was truly beautiful. Fu Nanqing looked at her. This night pearl was given to me by my benefactor. I used to have severe insomnia. It accompanied me through many nights. Now I'm giving it to you. Su Si immediately refused without thinking. Then he said, Su Si, about the 6-month matter, what have you decided? She nodded and said, Okay. Fu Nanqing immediately held her tight and kissed her red lips. Looking at her innocent appearance with black hair and red lips, Fu Nanqing swallowed hard. He played with her hair. This is our first day together. Look, the tall handsome CEO and the little maid are together again, full of mischief, occasionally doing those things. Su Si poked his chest playfully. Was the amusement park really your first date? He hummed in agreement. He raised his hand to touch her cheek. So next time when you see my mother having an episode, call me. Don't foolishly rush in. I'll worry. Soon he curled his thin lips. Why aren't you speaking? Are you afraid? Su Si looked at his cold face and said softly, Why should I be afraid? Mom won't hurt me. What about you? Will Mom hurt you? The next moment, Fu Nanqing lowered his head and kissed her red lips forcefully. Then they lay in bed, covered with blankets, and fell asleep. He wouldn't touch her today, just sleep with her. The next day at the CC building entrance, Fu Yingying waved to Su Si, telling her to go up first as she needed to find her boyfriend. Su Si smiled and nodded. Just then a male voice sounded from behind. Yingying, why are you here? When she saw him, her eyes widened in shock. Aren't you at school? The girl in his arms spoke. Who are you? How do you know my boyfriend? Fu Yingying was almost crying. Yiming, what's going on? Why are you being like this? He scratched his head. As you can see, I was just playing with you. Given how you look, you didn't think I was serious, did you? Fu Yingying couldn't take it and ran away. Su Si saw her crying. She slapped him immediately. You trash, lying to Yingying about being a student. You're just an animal. Touching his reddened face, he shouted, Who are you? Mind your own business. Aren't you too poor for school? Here's some tens of thousands. Consider it charity. She took out a card from her bag and threw it on the ground. Sun Yiming, seeing money, crouched down to pick it up. But then a foot stepped down, forcefully pressing on his hand. Sun Yiming immediately cried out in pain. Su Si looked down at him against the bright light, her eyes filled with contemptuous gleams. That's right, parasites should eat on their knees. Then she coldly turned and left. His current girlfriend broke up with him right there. Su Si took out her phone and sent a message to her senior. Help me fire Sun Yiming from the technical department CC. We don't need such trash. Her senior quickly replied, Okay. That night, she came to Fu Nanqing's bedroom. Yingying must have been too concerned about her birthmark. That's why she was deceived by that scumbag. She needed to find a way to give her the fragrant pill. Suddenly a hand reached out, grabbed Su Si's arm before she could react. she was immediately pulled down. Fu Nanqing pulled her directly into his arms. Su Si angrily pounded his chest. Fu Nanqing, what are you doing? He held Su Si tightly, smirking. Can't you tell? Su Si shyly turned her head away. I'm talking about something important. Let me go first. I got a fragrant pill from Pink that can remove birthmarks. Remember to give it to Ying when you see her. Fu Nanqing asked, why don't you give it yourself? I'm afraid it might remind her of unpleasant things. Fu Nanqing's lips curled up. I can help, but how will you thank me? Then he carried Su Si horizontally and walked towards the bed. Su Si had a bad feeling. What are you doing? What do you think? Fu Nanqing sat on the edge of the bed. Su Si sat face to face on his lap, feeling very shy. Fu Nanqing put her hand on his belt. Help me unbuckle it. Su Si became more flustered, clumsily unbuckling his belt. She heard his phone ringing in his pocket. You have a call. Answer it quickly. Fu Nanqing smiled. Are you sure you want me to? Suddenly using force, Su Si's face reddened more, slightly frowning. He picked up the phone and answered. You beast, you want people to hear? Su Si quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Fu Nanqing felt a pain when he heard the words Xiangwan. Su Si had bitten his shoulder. Fu Nanqing couldn't take it anymore and quickly ended the call. I got it. Have your assistant communicate with you. The next second he pushed her down on the bed, chuckling. Weren't you the one who told me to answer? Such a strong revenge. Su Si just felt so hot, like she was melting. Since the following plot isn't suitable for viewing, we'll automatically skip it. The little maid shone brilliantly at the birthday party, amazing everyone. Su Si came to work at CC, covered up completely. Fu Nanqing, that dog, didn't know how to be gentle. As soon as Su Qianruo entered, she took out the Fu family's invitation. Others saw it and were envious. Qianruo, the Fu family princess, they really invited you to their birthday party? You're so privileged. Can you take me to see what it's like? She frowned. Mei Ying was holding a birthday party. Why would she suddenly invite Su Qianruo for no reason? Su Qianruo noticed Su Si's gaze. She walked over. Su Si, do you want to go? I can take you too. She whispered coldly in her ear. Do you know who I was talking to yesterday? I advise you to control your inappropriate thoughts. Once I'm cured, Miss Fu will be the Fu family's benefactor. Su Si thought about how embarrassing last night was. That call was actually from Su Qianruo. He shouldn't have heard anything, right? Seeing Su Si's silence, Su Qianruo sneered. Once she becomes Mrs. Fu, she'll definitely make her go back to the countryside. Suddenly, her phone rang in her bag. She took it out and saw it was a message from Fu Yinin. Cici, I used the fragrant pill Uncle gave me. The birthmark on my face is really gone now. I'm having a big celebration for my birthday this year. You must come too. Let's stun them all. Su Si smiled slightly, wondering how Su Qianruo would react when she sees Fu Yinin's healed face. Soon, the birthday party arrived. Su Qianruo looked around. The grand setup showed how much Fu Jia valued this little princess. Zhao Qin waved to her. The Fu family princess hasn't appeared yet. What gift did you prepare? She smiled and replied, it's a secret, a handmade gift. Miss Fu will definitely like it. Just then, a commotion arose. Su Qianruo turned to look. Su Si and Fu Ying were walking over together. Her expression suddenly changed. Why was the Fu family princess with Su Si? And where was her birthmark? Without the birthmark, what use was her fragrant pill? The two appeared hand in hand, stunning everyone and attracting countless gazes. The birthmark on her face had completely disappeared. With her small oval face, she looked beautiful and charming. I am Fu Ying of the Fu family. Thank you all for attending my birthday party. I hope everyone enjoys today. Someone pushed Su Qianruo. Miss Fu has a gift for you. Su Qianruo smiled stiffly. Miss Fu, I prepared a beauty fragrant pill. Fu Ying reached out to take it. Suddenly she let go, and it crashed to the ground, shattering completely. I dare not accept Miss Su's gift. Always picking on my friend, being sarcastic, showing two faces. Who knows which face you're showing me? Her face turned pale as she clenched her fists. Fu Ying pulled Su Si's hand. Let me treat you to cake. I specially asked Uncle to order it for us. Su Si was touched, but today was her birthday. Just as she was about to refuse, Fu Ying leaned close. I know you sent me the fragrant pill. If Uncle had a way, he would have found the fragrant pill years ago. Su Si smiled. Then Ying, you need to help protect me. I can't reveal my identity yet. She nodded. Of course. Su Qianruo gritted her teeth tightly. Su Si was friends with the Fu family princess. She must have said something to Miss Fu. Why was it always her? Fu Nancheng was on the second floor at this time. Standing by the carved railings, he took in everything that happened. It seemed the fragrant pill wasn't from Su Qianro, so where did Su Ci get it? Fu Nancheng locked his gaze deeply on Su Ci's delicate figure. Every time he thought he understood her, new mysteries appeared. Su Ci looked up and immediately met Fu Nancheng's gaze. She quickly left the next second. He laughed involuntarily. Su Ci was really cute. Suddenly, Secretary Song rushed to report, CEO, not good. People from the capital have arrived. At this moment, a group of black-suited bodyguards appeared in the downstairs hall. Then, a steady figure in a suit came into view. People discussed among themselves. Who are these people? This is the Fu family princess's birthday party. How bold of them. He arrogantly asked, who is Su Ci? Miss Su, I have business with her. Look, they're kissing again. Their relationship was heating up. Su Ci stepped forward voluntarily, openly admitting, that's me. Fu Tianlin waved his hand, indicating this wasn't the place to talk business. He remained silent. In the living room, he revealed his true identity. I am Fu Tianlin, Yingying's father. Su Ci's reaction was a bit slow. A moment later, she nodded and politely said, hello, uncle. Fu Tianlin took out a gold-embossed black card. Yingying took your fragrant pill. How much does it cost? I'll buy it. We from the capital don't owe favors. Su Ci curved her red lips. How much is in there? Tens of millions? Billions? Uncle, if you're so rich, why didn't you buy it yourself? Can't the fragrant pill be bought? Fu Tianlin's expression changed. Su Ci continued, I didn't want any favors. But since uncle insists on reminding me, then you'll just have to owe this favor forever. He was furious. What are you? Fu Nancheng is just an illegitimate child. You think by following him? Su Ci interrupted with an, oh. So it's not about owing favors, it's about not owing Fu Nancheng favors. If you look down on him so much, why don't you take his place? Fu Tianlin turned to leave. Is this how you speak to elders? As he walked out, he ran into Fu Nancheng and angrily said, the woman you're keeping is as ill-mannered as you. Fu Nancheng suddenly warned, don't touch her. Fu Tianlin was intimidated by his aura. Who wants to touch her? She's just a woman. Is she worth my effort? Fu Nancheng's cold eyes kept staring at him. You'd better not. Suddenly the black card fell out. Fu Nancheng quickly noticed it. He saw the black card on the ground. Secretary Song behind him couldn't help but sigh, wondering what they discussed inside. Miss Su was the first to make the capital's Fu family lose face like this. Fu Nancheng's lips slowly curved up. This little one kept impressing him. He loosened his tie. I'm not hosting the birthday party anymore. He turned to leave. Secretary Song was shocked. But what about Su Ci? Fu Nancheng didn't care, and quickly sent Su Ci a message, come to my bedroom. That night, Su Ci came to Fu Nancheng's bedroom. He hugged Su Ci from behind and asked softly in her ear, where did that fragrant pill come from? She knew he would ask. Su Ci delivered her prepared lines. Didn't I tell you? Got it from King. Fu Nancheng stared at her suspiciously. Little liar. Not a single truth. She wanted to argue, but Fu Nancheng kissed her. Su Ci tried to push him away, but Fu Nancheng forcefully pulled her onto his bed. Cici, you can't escape tonight. Then he gave her another black card. Don't use others. Whatever you want, I can give you. Su Ci's pure pupils were rippling. He's a generation older than me. Are you jealous of this too? How childish are you? Fu Nancheng's refined features looked particularly young and handsome. His lips curved up as he chuckled. Then comfort me. I want now. Su Ci's heart suddenly raced. Fu Nancheng, you're shameless. He looked up at his zipper. Su Ci's face turned bright red. Then Fu Nancheng turned her over, unzipped her back. Seeing her cry, he whispered, it's not time for you to cry yet. The next moment, he removed her shoulder straps and gave her several deep kisses. The next morning, Su Ci woke up with pain all over her body. She saw Fu Yingying's message. Fu Nancheng and Su Qianro's rumored relationship was trending. Genius perfumer and Fu Corporation's leader having romantic dinner. Wedding bells soon. There was also a photo attached. She suddenly became alert and sat up immediately. The CEO likes to come back at midnight and secretly kiss his wife's soft lips. Su Ci opened Weibo. The comments were full of Su Qianro's fans celebrating. Everyone commented, oh my god, Goddess Qianro has made it. She's dating. And she's dating Fu Nancheng, the top tycoon of Fu City. They say the CEO was an unreachable flower, but Walla Qianro brought him down from his pedestal. Goddess Qianro, I love you. Su Ci stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. She decided to wait and ask Fu Nancheng when he returns. Just then, Su Si's phone rang. It was Su Changrong. When connected, Su Changrong happily said, "Cici, come home for dinner today. I have something important to announce." Su Si thought for a moment and agreed. Su Si returned to the Su family home. Su Changrong and Li Lan sat smiling on the living room sofa. "Cici, come sit." She sat down. "Just say what you need to say. 2 years ago, the CEO married Shui. Actually, he married the wrong person. Qianro was supposed to be the CEO's real bride." Su Si was shocked. Fu Nancheng married the wrong person? He was supposed to marry Su Qianro? Her face showed no emotion. "This has nothing to do with me. Why are you telling me this?" Li Lan quickly said, "I don't know how you got close to the Fu family, but now your sister has a marriage agreement with CEO Fu. You should keep your distance. Your parents will help arrange a blind date for you. Introduce you to an excellent young man who won't mind your face. How about that? The sun must be rising from the west today." They actually wanted to make it up to her. They must be afraid she'll get in Su Qianro's way. Su Si stood up. "Don't worry about my affairs. I have a boyfriend." Just then, Su Qianro's voice rang out. "Cici, who's your boyfriend?" Su Si looked up to see Su Qianro walking in. There was someone beside her. Fu Nancheng had actually come. Su Qianro curiously pressed on, "Cici, you haven't answered my question. Who is your boyfriend?" Su Si glanced at Fu Nancheng. "If you want to know, figure it out yourself." Then she left. Fu Nancheng spoke coldly. "You leaked those photos. I only agreed to meet you because you mentioned Xiangwang. It doesn't mean I'll tolerate your schemes. I advise you not to play any more tricks in the future." Su Qianro froze. Did he come just to ask about this? Fu Nancheng warned her before leaving. Su Qianro became a bit panicked. He could even discover such a small manipulation. The CEO was too sharp. Could they really hide the engagement from him? Su Si returned to the Yipin Lawn Villa. She started searching for the jade pendant. She looked in the bedroom and study, but still couldn't find it. Su Si felt tired. On the bed, she thought, "It's not in the Fu family mansion, not in Yipin Lawn Villa. Where did she put the jade pendant?" Then she fell asleep without realizing it. When night fell, Fu Nancheng came. Su Si felt someone pressing down on her body. Dense kisses moved across her cheeks and red lips. Soon, a hand also slipped under the blanket. Su Si opened her sleepy eyes. Fu Nancheng's handsome face filled her vision. He asked softly if he had woken her. Her just-awakened voice was soft and tender as she pressed against him. He kissed her forehead. "You can go back to sleep?" Su Si looked at him with clear eyes. "What's going on between you and Su Qianro?" He looked down at her, his eyes deep. "Are you jealous?" Su Si turned her head away. Fu Nancheng looked at her and suddenly asked, "Who's your boyfriend? Is it me?" Su Si's heart tightened. She wasn't sure if she hoped it was him or not. She forced a smile. "Don't worry, I wasn't referring to you, CEO. After all, our relationship is only for 6 months. I won't say anything to make things difficult for you." Fu Nancheng got up to leave. "Good that you understand." He left the room. Su Si closed her eyes. Indeed, he didn't want to be involved with her now. She should find the jade pendant quickly and end these 6 months. Just then, Madame Fu called. After connecting, Madame Fu anxiously said, "Cici, you've been wronged. Come home quickly. Tomorrow, Mom will help you get revenge." She was confused. Get revenge on whom? Fu Nancheng? Just because his little wife didn't explain to him, the cold-hearted CEO. He punished her severely. Su Si and Madame Fu sat on the sofa, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, bang! The main door was opened. Fu Nancheng walked in from outside, staring intently at Su Si. Madame Fu was displeased upon seeing her son. "You dare come back? You have such a good wife at home, yet you're having an affair. Is this how I taught you?" He was about to explain. Madame Fu scolded him. "Get out and fix your mess outside. Don't come back until you do." She threw a pillow. "Get out, don't make me angry." Fu Nancheng glared at Su Si, who was secretly smiling on the sofa. Inexplicably angry, he'd settle scores with her later. Then he turned and left. Su Si happily returned to the master bedroom. She turned to find Fu Nancheng waiting in the room. Her face changed. "How did you get in?" Seeing the open window nearby, she realized he had sneaked in. Fu Nancheng didn't say a word. He walked over, hugged Su Si, and kissed her. Su Si yelped, "Don't bite my ear." He kissed her gently. "Why didn't you speak up for me this afternoon? Were you enjoying the show?" Su Si was blushing. "Given our relationship, I don't need to help you." Fu Nancheng scoffed and picked her up. What relationship do we have? Today, I'll show you exactly what our relationship is. He fell onto the bed. Su Si was scared and held on to Fu Nanqing tightly. As a result, Su Si was on top, he was below, their eyes meeting. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The next second, Fu Nanqing held her neck, forcing her to kiss him. Minutes later, Su Si gasped, "Remember to be gentle. I have work tomorrow." The next day, Su Si woke up feeling sore all over. She picked up her phone to check the time. She accidentally saw the trending comments, all talking about Su Si. It turned out Su Chinro had posted on Weibo, the former family maid, Su Si is in love. But the man's identity is complicated, and they won't go public. I'm worried she'll get hurt. Su Si grew angrier as she read the comments. I've heard about this person from industry friends. Seems she's a country girl with scars on her face. It'll be hard for her to find a good man. Can anyone decode this? Who's this person with the complicated identity? I really want to know. Fu Nanqing came out of the bathroom and noticed Su Si's unhappy expression. He asked why she looked so unhappy. Su Si lowered her eyes. Su Chinro made me trend online. Her fans are demanding to see my boyfriend. She tossed him the phone. Fu Nanqing looked at it. He moved closer. You want to expose our relationship? Su Si smirked. What, are you afraid? He frowned seriously. Think this through. Not exposing it is for your own good. I can have people handle the online stuff. Su Si, already dressed, laughed bitterly. For my own good? Indeed. You don't want others to know I've been with you, Fu Nanqing. Otherwise, after we're done, no one would dare to take me. Don't worry, once we're out of bed, we're nothing to each other. I won't expose you. Then she left for work. Fu Nanqing rubbed his aching head. What, take her? What does she think I am? At CC Company, Su Si called and told everything to her best friend. Lin Jiaojiao was furious and decided to think of a plan. Shortly after arriving, many girls gathered around, asking, Su Si, Chinro said online you have a boyfriend. Is it true? What's this about complicated identity? Tell us secretly. What kind of complicated? Is he super rich or what? Like our President Zhou? He wouldn't be interested in her anyway. Su Si sneered. Some people have worked here so long and still don't have their own office. Better work more and talk less. They gritted their teeth. What's she so proud of? Just someone with connections. Looking like that, what kind of good man could she find? Just wait for the embarrassment. Fu Nanqing arrived at Lanting Pavilion to treat Zhou Jin to dinner. He asked Secretary Song beside him, Does Zhou Jin have any business here this time? No. I heard President Zhou came back to see his girlfriend. We had to work hard to get an appointment, mainly to discuss cooperation with CC. Then Zhou Jin arrived with a woman. She was holding his arm intimately. They made a perfect couple. Their status matched well too. Fu Nanqing quickly spotted Su Si. Zhou Jin, looking lovingly at her, said, This is Zhou Jin. Full of affection, this is my girlfriend Su Si. Su Si greeted obediently, Vice President, I've heard much about you. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He was very displeased that his little woman had a boyfriend now. The cold-hearted rich CEO's heart burned with fury, his eyes emanating an icy force, ready to destroy him any minute. Zhou Jin put his arm around her shoulders, bringing the stiff Su Si before Fu Nanqing. Vice President, do you know my girlfriend? Not wanting her senior to know about these messy things, Su Si quickly answered, No. Fu Nanqing set down his cup heavily. Fu Nanqing looked at Zhou Jin's hand on her shoulder, then at Su Si, his face ice-cold, emanating a forceful aura. Zhou Jin noticed his expression and asked, Vice President, what's wrong? Fu Nanqing quickly composed himself and politely said, Nothing. Let's sit down and discuss business. 2 hours later, Zhou Jin took Su Si's bag and looked gently at the vice president. Cici and I will head back first. Fu Nanqing glared intensely at them as they left. Suddenly his eyes darkened. He stood up abruptly, his whole body radiating low pressure, his voice as cold as frost. Let's go too. Secretary Song behind him froze awkwardly. Outside, Zhou Jin gentlemanly helped Su Si into the car, his hand protecting her head from bumping. Their natural intimacy and care didn't seem fake at all. Fu Nanqing could see them clearly from across. His handsome features were tense, his brow clouded with darkness. He never knew she had such charm. He coldly ordered his secretary to follow them. A Rolls-Royce Phantom followed behind them. They drove at high speed. The luxury car stopped at a 6-star hotel entrance. Fu Nanqing's jealousy deepened, his anger growing stronger. He wanted to follow them into the hotel. Secretary Song seemed to think the same. Su Si got out of the car. Zhou Jin smiled. Sister Jiao Jiao said you needed a fake boyfriend. I didn't embarrass you. did I? Su Si nodded obediently. Of course not. Actually, fooling netizens would have been enough. No need to be so convincing. Hearing this, he teased. What? Don't want that vice president to misunderstand? Su Si avoided his gaze. As she denied it, Zhou Jian was about to invite her up, having brought her favorite tea. Suddenly Fu Nanqing strode over, his eyes frighteningly cold, his presence dominating. With a forceful tone, "She's not going." He walked to Su Si's side. He grabbed her arm roughly. Su Si immediately let out a painful cry. She was hurt by his grip, his eyes full of hostility. "President Zhou, seeing your girlfriend?" Zhou Jin also grabbed Su Si's arm, frowning. "Vice President, what do you mean? If you don't explain clearly, I can't feel at ease." He laughed coldly. "Is that so? Then let me be clear. Su Si and I." Su Si glared at Fu Nanqing and quickly interrupted. "Shut up, I'll go with you." Half an hour later, Fu Nanqing dragged her by her slender wrist into a hotel suite. His strides were large as he forcefully threw her onto the bed. Su Si felt dizzy, gritting her teeth and glaring coldly at Fu Nanqing. But he had already knelt over her, pressing her down, then bent to kiss her red lips. His kiss was rough, almost biting her lips, deliberately making her uncomfortable and hurting her. Unlike their usual tenderness, tonight he just wanted to vent. Su Si pushed him away forcefully. "Fu Nanqing, I'm not your toy to call whenever you want. If you keep acting crazy like this, we can end our relationship anytime." End the relationship? They'd only been together for days. Fu Nanqing pressed his tongue against his right cheek, smirking. "Found someone else?" Speaking so tough. "Su Si, I don't share bed partners." Su Si's clear eyes grew colder bit by bit. "What a coincidence. I don't like sharing bed partners either. You and that Su Qianro." Fu Nanqing's narrow eyes suddenly reddened. "Damn it, say one more word. I never touched Su Qianro, yet you're hugging and embracing Zhou Jin right in front of me." "Su Si, you, Zhou Jin and I didn't do anything. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm not your girlfriend, much less your wife. I have no obligation to prove anything to you." She tried to push him away. Fu Nanqing's eyes darkened as he violently tore at her clothes. "Su Si, I couldn't take it anymore," and slapped him. "Fu Nanqing, you've really gone mad." She stormed out crying. Fu Nanqing wanted her as a secret lover, stayed ambiguous with Su Qianro, and now came to interrogate her. Where was all this concern before? At this moment, Senior Brother called. As soon as the call connected, Senior Brother asked, "Cici, are you all right?" She composed herself. "Senior Brother, what could happen to me? I've already left. Don't worry." The next second, she heard Senior Brother say, "Actually, when I returned to the country this time, I found out something. Fu Nanqing has someone he likes in the capital. This information is definitely reliable. Everyone in the capital knows about it. Cici, it's fine to play around, but don't get too involved. Remember to protect yourself." Su Si felt her heart ache, finding it hard to breathe. Still, she suppressed her emotions and said, "I understand. Thank you, Senior Brother."